Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Godlike Issei Had a Curse. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Talking, thought, talking scared gear, thought, gah, Issei shouted as he hit the earth. Issei, Ria's Gremory shouted as she watched helplessly from the sidelines, unable to help her pawn in his time of need. Haha, is that all you have? How do Issei? Volley taunted from the sky in his balance breaker, watching as his rival attempted to stand. Bastard, Issei growled while choking out. Come now, I expected more from rival, but this pathetic. If you can't fight properly, then how will you be able to save your friends and family? He continued to taunt, enjoying the rage he was feeling coming from Issei. Partner, you have to calm your emotions. If you lose control of your anger, then you will die. Volley wants to torment you to get you to lose focus. Do not give him the opportunity. Dreg advised through his link with Issei from his left hand, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves and his muscles. Issei, now with a clear mind, looked down to his left hand. Thanks, Dreg. No problem, partner. But I believe it's best if we fall back for the time being to catch our breath. I can't, it wouldn't matter anyways. Even if I attempt to retreat, that bastard would just hurt someone close to me, preventing me from fleeing. I know, but if you remain here and keep fighting, it would only be a matter of time before Volley finally finishes you off. Dreg worried for his partner, trying to reason with him. It's because I'm so weak that I can't even protect my friends and those I care about. Maybe not, partner, you still have that, don't you? Issei's eyes widened upon being reminded of that from Dreg. The last thing he wanted to hear was that. I can't, Dreg, too, won't be able to control myself and everyone. Issei looked back to see Rias and her peerage, Rias' older brother Surzich, Azazel, and Michael, leader of heaven, watching him intently. I don't wish to harm anyone if I lose control again. I sense your fears, Issei. I know that you don't wish to use it if given the choice, but we no longer have a choice here. At your current level, Issei teach it as weakness no matter how much training he put in. He was unable to defeat anyone in a fair fight. Sure, with his fight against Riser he won, but he got lucky. Riser's arrogances is what led to his defeat and him constantly underestimating Issei during their brawl. But now Issei is seeing that he had yet to make it anywhere in terms of strength. The sound of laughter brought Issei back to the world of the living. He looked up to see Volley in his white-blue balance breaker. His visor was pulled back, showing his smirk of insanity as he looked down at everyone. HMPH, if this is truly all you have, Hayao Issei, then I'm truly disappointed. I expected much more from my rival, but I guess my hopes for you were too high. Issei gritted his teeth. He would not fall for Volley's attempts to make him angry and lose focus. I think it about time I end this, don't you think? Volley flew higher into the sky. He stopped at the correct height for his attack. He opened his blue wings at full length. Half dimension. Volley's scared gear called out. Pretty soon time and space were being distorted before everyone's eyes. The school itself seemed to be pulled inwards and outwards like a game of tug-war. Partner, now's not the time to question yourself. This attack of Volley's will slowly destroy all time and space that's within its range. If you don't do anything now, then everyone will cease to exist. Issei shivered at the thought of failing to protect his friends. But with Dreg saying to throw away his fears and fight, or stand aside and watch everyone he cares for die. Partner, if you hesitate now when you are truly needed, then you only have yourself to blame for your friends' deaths. Dreg said. He knew that he shouldn't be speaking this to Issei, but he needs the push that will awaken him from his doubts. No more hiding in fear, Issei thought. It's now or never. Quickly reaching into his back pocket, retrieving a knife with a white glow on the blade, with a black hilt. Issei grabbed the knife in a reverse grip, the blade facing his heart. He looked back to see everyone watching, wondering what he planned to do. Rias had tears in her eyes as she watched Issei from afar. Her eyes widened when she saw Issei say something to her. Because of the distance, she could only read his lips, to which she read perfectly, saying, I'm sorry, before he stabbed the knife into his own heart. Everyone watching from the sideline gasped, jaws dropped, not saying anything. Too shocked to comprehend what they'd just witnessed, Volley himself stopped his attack to see Issei stabbing himself. He was about to speak when an aura of energy and magic exploded from where Issei was. Leech Ost, Vasto Lord Theme. Issei, Rias shouted in fear, making her way to save her pawn. Rias, stop where you are, don't go anywhere near that. Rias stopped mid-step, looking back to see her brother Surzich was the one who shouted for her to stop. He had a serious expression on his face, nothing she had not seen before, but Surzich was always carefree and jovially that he never had to be serious unless he was fulfilling his role as Lucifer. Azazel hummed, solely focus on the rising energy coming from Issei. You feel it as well, Azazel? Surzich questioned the leader of the fallen angels. Azazel chuckled under his breath, turning to Surzich with a smirk. Yeah, I already had an idea what Issei was going to do once I saw the dagger he pulled out. Although how Hayao Issei got a hold of that dagger is a mystery to me. So what do you suggest we do then? Said Michael, who had yet to speak since the start of the explosion. What are you three talking about? What about the knife? What is happening to Issei? Rias exclaimed, worry clear on her face. The three leaders looked towards one another before Surzich was the one to speak. Issei is becoming something dangerous and powerful. What he did just now confirms that he's becoming that. Surzich paused to gauge the reactions of the others, and of course they were lost. Rias asked, What is that? What is so dangerous about it, Oni-sama? It's dangerous, Rias, because of its extraordinary power that is said to rival or surpass high-class devils. There has also been speculation that their power can rival those of the original 4 Maoists before me. At this everyone minus Azazel, Michael, and the others shuddered with fear. Something whose power rivals or surpasses that of the original 4 Maoists. Also, Surzech continued after getting everyone's attention. Although their power is great, but what makes them really dangerous is the fact that these beings have no self-control. They lose their will and control of their body until they are nothing but killing machines. Creatures born to fight and kill, Surzech said solemnly as he watches the explosion of light receding, the dimming of magic pressure now becoming stable. The light show now ending, smoke covered the entire battlefield in a blanket of unknown. Everyone watched in bated breath, wanting to know what happens next, asking questions such as, what happened to Issei? There, a figure could be made out through the smoke, a shadow of a person can be clearly seen. Anticipation, everyone waited for the smoke to clear. Finally the last of the smoke was blown away, the figure was now revealed. The figure was feet tall, he had long brown hair that reaches mid-back. A white mask covered the man's face. The mask had 2 black lines going down over the eyes from the top of the mask to its jagged teeth. 2 demonic horns pointing upwards from the top of the mask. The figure wore a white sleeveless shirt under a black high-collared white coat with many ragged coattails, white hakama pants tied together with a black obi. On both of his wrists, ankles, and neck were black tufts of fur, and he was barefooted. And Bleachost Vasto Lord Theme. Everyone stared with eyes widened, not saying a word as the masked individual stood there, unmoving like a statue. Vali was the one to break the silence by calling out to the masked figure. Hayao Issei, is that really you? Riz and her peerage eyes widened from hearing this. Is that really Issei? They thought to themselves, unable to grasp the fact that the one under the mask is Issei. I ask again, are you really Hayao Issei? Vali called out again. No answer. The figure had yet to move or anything to show that it was alive, but it just stood where it stand, not moving. Then a burst of speed that Vali could not see was backhand down to earth. An explosion of earth and dust filled the air from Vali falling at high speeds. Issei now stood high in the air, standing upright as if he were standing on land. Everyone from the sideline was shocked at the speed Issei moved. No one even saw him move, and now he's standing on air. Issei watched the Carter that he knocked Vali into, his golden and black eyes watching nonchalance. As we feared, Michael began. He's far more than we thought he would become. Azazel said with a serious expression, his earlier mood gone. Hayao Issei. He has become. Surzech started. A Forsaken. The 3 announced together. A Forsaken. Aquino asked timely. The sound of fighting could be heard in the background. Though everyone was focused on the 3 leaders of their respective fraction waiting for answer. Surzech was first to speak. A Forsaken is, as the name states, they have forsaken who they are for power. In way they could be called similar to stray devils who kill their master for selfish reasons. He paused to catch his breath. The next part may not sit well with them, he thought to himself before continuing. Forsakens are not common, but they are known to a very selected few. When a Forsaken is revealed, us Maoists. He looked towards Serafal, who instead of her childish personality she had the look of a mature woman. She silently nodded to Surzech. We go through all precautions to keep them secret from the public. At times 1 or 2 of us are sent to eliminate them to prevent them from reaching the surface. By reaching the surface, do you mean the human world? And are all of these Forsaken evolved from devils? Kiba asked the red-haired demon who was Riz's older brother and one of the 4 Maoists. It implies to hell in the mortal world. There is only one place where a Forsaken can be born. That place is only known as the Void. It's an endless space of darkness, perfect for a Forsaken to be produced. After their transformations, Forsaken seek souls to feast upon and to release the extra energy coursing through their bodies through battle. And no, there have been some reports that there have been Forsakens from angels and fallen angels. So far, none have escaped, but the question remains on Issei. How did he become a Forsaken and remain hidden this long? Surzech watched the explosions and dust brewing in the sky as the 2 titans continue their fight. But Oni-sama, how does this affect Issei? What has happened to him? Riaz asked her brother, afraid of the safety of Issei. First she was worried sick for him. When he was fighting Vali and his balance breaker, now he has become something that is feared by both devils and the 2 other fractions. If I have to guess, by evolving into a Forsaken, Issei was to have lost his consciousness, leaving him wanton. Battle-crazed demon who has the power to destroy gods. The Issei you'll knew is mostly liking gone, Surzech said with an impassive face, his voice cold. An explosion occurs several feet from where they all stood, the wind blowing furiously, their cloths ripple against the angry gales of gust. Issei Riaz looked into the distance to see the demon Issei standing on air as if were sermont. Grief and sadness was seen in the young devil Eris' eyes, tears threatening to fall from her beautiful face. Zox. Duh. Vali grunted as he pummeled to the earth at high speeds. After being previously knocked down, Vali returned with vengeance as he flew into the air to duel the newly powered Issei. Unfortunately, any momentum Vali had previously was no longer his. Every time he tried to land a hit on Issei, he would just dodge and swat him away like a common house fly. It was beginning to irritate Vali to no end. The earlier moments of this fight he was kicking Issei's ass left and right, and just when he thought Issei was throwing in the towel, he surprises him by transforming into a demon-looking hybrid and bat him into the ground at such speeds that Volley never saw him move. Struggling to stand up, his body was in pain, all over his muscle tense and dripped from his mouth and nose. A punch had been strong enough to destroy his visor and break his nose. Volley looked up to see the demon Issei looking down at him with those empty black eyes devoid of any emotion. He gasped when a hand found his face and was gripping him violently, lifting him off his feet, which dangled, brought to face level with the empty void that were Issei's eyes. Nothing happened then as the two looked into each other's eyes. Now a word was spoke, they just stare at one another. Soon Issei threw Volley with great strength in the direction of the school. A large explosion of dust obscured the view of those watching. Zox, the school was in need of redecorating anyway, Ria said dryly with a deadpan look, wondering how she was going to inform Sona of the damages done by Issei, who was not within his mind. Akino giggled into her hand at this. Ria sent an annoyed glare at her vice president. Should we not intervene? If this keeps up, they will drag this fight into more populated areas. Zenobia asked the three leaders. This time Michael was the one who spoke. That won't do. Before Issei transformed, he was fighting Volley one-on-one. After he transformed, that rule still applied since Volley was in his field of vision when it happened. If either one of you were to charge in, Issei may mistaken you for the enemy and attack you as well. But Issei-san would never hurt any of us, Asia said, timely believing that no matter what was happening to Issei, he would never raise a hand against his friends. That may be with the old Hayao Issei, but this Issei currently has no sense of direction, so by fighting him now would result in dragging yourself into the fight, Azazel said seriously, which was unlike him to the Occult Research Club from their first encounter with the leader of the fallen angels. Zox, more explosion occur within the school as energy shot after energy shot was fired at one another. Seconds later Volley was sent flying with Issei flying close behind. Volley looked down in time for Issei to punch him forward at greater speeds. Volley crashed to several trees, destroying the land, knocking over trees before coming to a halt. Dust blew against the wind from the latest throwdown between the two. Issei hovered in the air, waiting patiently for the vanishing dragon sacred gear user to come out. Volley was found on his knees, coughing out and several teeth. He gritted his teeth and glared at the ground, rage and anger clear in his eyes. Volley Albion, the vanishing dragon, called out to his wielder, I believe it's time that we withdraw. This fight is no longer in our favor. So you're telling me to retreat with my tail between my legs? For now, yes. Listen, Volley, the Hayao Issei you are fighting is not him. Rather, you are fighting his instincts. A wanton beast who only lives for battle. Fighting something that is solely just their instincts is something you do not wish to fight. It's like fighting a cornered beast. You're worrying to Albion. Still, I appreciate the concern, but whether it's Issei or just his instincts, he's still weak. Volley stood and spread his arms apart. Soon 5 glowing blue orbs hovered around him. Volley, stop. Let's see you stop this Hayao Issei. He fired the blue orbs at the unmoving Issei, who remained where he stood in midair, not making any attempt to dodge. Boom! The orbs reach Issei in a blue explosion that obscured everyone's view of him. Volley was laughing in joy at his destruction. Ahaha, see Albion, you worry too much over the smallest things. Hayao Issei is dead. He may have taken 1 before, but 5 at once is surely a death sentence. He continued to laugh as the smoke finally cleared. He stopped to see, only for his eyes to widen. Still standing where he stood was Issei, but a blue aura surrounded his form. The aura dissipated, showing no wounds or injuries on his person. Volley was shocked. He was sure that his attack would at least wound him, but that blue aura acted as a shield, as not a scratch was seen. He was brought out of his thoughts at the sound of energy being formed. Volley looked open but recoiled at the sight he was witnessing. In Issei's hand was a spear of light, a light spear, the very same that angels and fallen angels use, yet he was Issei, a human reincarnated as a devil, was holding the same weapon that killed him with no sign of pain or discomfort. He brought his arm back as if he were throwing a javelin. With a quick release he threw the spear past Volley into the forest of trees behind him. The results were not pretty. The explosion was that of a nuclear explosion. Trees were torn from the earth. The ground shook to a level 5 earthquake. The blast was large as it destroyed everything in its path, but surprisingly the blast stopped short of the school and everyone present, including Volley, who was shocked with fear at the destruction that simple light created. Zox, everyone from the Occult Research Club to the leaders of the 3 fractions were openly gaping at the destruction of the light spear Issei used. Wait, rewind that, a light spear used by Issei. None of this made any sense. All eyes were brought to Michael, who like everyone else was speechless at what just transpired. That's Twam seeing things correctly right. Issei used a light spear, the very same weapons used by heaven and fallen angels. Ria's asked not believe was she just witness. But that's impossible. Issei-kun is a devil, so he can't create or use light spears. Arena Shidu said. All eyes were once again drawn to Michael, who along with the other 2 had solemn faces. Yes, it's true, devils cannot generate and use a light spear, even as Forsakens it's impossible. Angels and fallen angels who turn themselves into Forsakens can still use holy powers, but not devils. I'm just as surprised as the rest of you. Although it has been tried before from various devil, angels, and fallen angels who became Forsakens to try and obtain power from the other fractions. Most died from the strain it did to their bodies, while some were successful but died minutes later, as Azazel mentioned following Michael's description. Still, it's strange to see a devil wield such power without falling prey to strains that comes it. Perhaps something else happened to Issei that we are unaware of. Surzich said, gazing up at the unmoving masked Issei. Zox, fear, pure unadulterated fear could be seen in Vali's eyes. When he first challenged Issei, he knew right away that he was weak. It was only by getting him angry through taunts, attacking his friends, and promises to kill his parents was the only way for Issei to put up a decent fight. And he was right, the fight went his plan and Issei was on his last leg, but that all changed when he stabbed himself with that dagger and transformed into Vali. Now is not the time to be frozen in fear. We must retreat now if you're to fight another day. Give up your pride just this once and fall back. There will be other opportunities to redeem yourself. I should just use my Juggernaut Drive and turn this fight around. Vali, that is no longer the case. Even if you do use Juggernaut Drive, you won't be able to use it as long as your balance breaker. Now is time to withdraw and fight another day. You can't defeat every opponent each time you encounter them. Do you wish to die here, Vali? Vali snapped out of his daze. He nodded to Albion words and moved to escape through air, only to widen his eyes when Issei appeared next to him in a burst of speed. Before he moved to dodge, Issei punched him in the face, sending Vali to the ground, crashing into trees and other objects. Issei appeared behind Vali again and knocked him in a different direction. He moved to where Vali was thrown and hit him again. This continued for several minutes, with Issei knocking Vali around like a pinball. Vali was dazed from the countless times he was knocked back and forth. Righting himself up to a standing position, he stood up and took up to the skies. He hoped by gaining the high ground he could turn this one-sided fight to his favor. Again, it was short-lived when he felt something grasp his wings. Turning his head around, he saw Issei holding his right wing in his left hand, keeping him from flying. With no effort, he threw Vali back to earth at great speeds. While Vali was descending, Issei charged a red light spear in his right hand and threw it towards Vali. Quickly righting himself in midair, he barely missed the light spear as it passed harmlessly behind him. Landing on his feet, Vali tried to catch his breath after that quick save. Here he comes. Albion was right. Coming straight at him was Issei with another light spear in hand. Vali jumped back, avoiding the attack as dust and gravel rose from the crater created from Issei's fall. Skidding to a halt, Vali looked back at Issei, who stood in the crater he just created, his empty black eyes staring back at his. Vali soon growled in anger and rage. Don't underestimate me. He summoned 4 blue orbs from before and fired at Issei, who remained still. Vali then charged a blue orb in his palm the size of a baseball and charged towards the unmoving Issei, only to stop cold when, with his left arm outstretched, his hand open, he crushed the orb in his grasp. Impossible, he caught it with his bare hand. An explosion occurred with smoke covering the two. When the smoke cleared, Issei's mask was visible. Its golden yellow eyes glowed ominously. Vali could only widen his eyes when a great pain came from his chest. He looked down through lidded eyes as he saw the white-blue armor of his balance breaker was destroyed and spew freely from 3 claw-shaped marks going diagonal from his right shoulder to his left hip. He fell on his back, panting for breath as he tried to cover his wound. Issei came up to the down form of Vali. He planted his right foot against Vali's left cheek, pushing his face into the dirt. Vali looked up through his left eye to see the masked Issei growling down at him, charging another light spear in hand. Zox, Issei. Riaz could no longer stand to watch this. She hurried to his side, ignoring the pleas from her brother and peerage. Riaz, but you, Zox. Vali tried desperately to free himself from under Issei's foot, who continued to stare down at him with a full-powered light spear in hand. Seeing no way out of this predicament, Vali accepted his fate. He stared up into the monster's eyes. His eyes showed acceptance, no rebellion in them. It ends this way, does it? His response was his face eating more dirt. No mercy, just what to expect from a fight. HMPH, do it. Finish me off, you have me right where you want me. Issei then released an eerie roar to the skies. He brought back his arm holding the spear. Vali closed his eyes, awaiting his death. Issei, stop, came the voice of Riaz Gremory. She hugged the back of the Issei with tears freely falling from her beautiful face. No more, please Issei, that's enough. Issei growled lowly like a lion preparing to attack. Riaz was not afraid. Instead, she pressed her body closer, hoping to snap him out of it. That's enough, Issei, please, this is not like you. The real you would never kill regardless of being a devil. This isn't you. Please come back to me. Issei remained still as if he heard everything clearly that Riaz just said. He removed his foot from Vali's face, slowly turning to face Riaz, who removed herself to face him. For seconds, maybe minutes, the two didn't move or tear their gaze from each other. Riaz believed that her words got through. However, Issei made a move by raising the light spear he held. He moved to stab Riaz through. Riaz Surzich yelled, preparing a magic circle to teleport to Riaz. Akino and the others moving to protect their master and king. Riaz, seeing the light spear coming closer, she didn't move to dodge or get away. She closed her eyes, letting her tears fall. She then heard the sound of energy dissipated and a hand on her head stroking her crimson red hair. She opened her eyes to see Issei staring back at her. His black mask no longer covered his face, only the small left position of his face was still covered by his mask. From the horn cover a small amount of his head, then to face, and finally ending at the bottom of his jaw with several jagged black teeth. His hair remained the same, long and falling freely across his back. His eyes, however, didn't change back. His irises were golden yellow and the sclera and pupils were a pitch black. Issei stared back into Ria's eyes, who could form any words, instead looked back with widened eyes. "But are you hurt? Are you okay?" He sounded tired, as if he would drop any second. Ria's wiped her eyes clean of tears and smile. "Yes, Issei, I'm okay now." A small smile formed on Issei's lips. "That's good, as a pawn who serves to protect his king. I fulfill my task." He then shut his eyes and fell unconscious. He would have hit the ground had Ria's not reacted and catch him in her arms. "Issei, Issei," she shouted over and over as her pleas fell on deaf ears. Zox. Back at the Hayadu household, we find Issei in his room laying on his bed. A groan escaped his lips. He sat up, stretching his tired muscles. After that was done, he took in his surroundings, noticing that he was in bedroom. "When did I get back home? And where are Butchu and the others?" As if answering the latter, a yawn was heard next to him. Issei looked down, noticing for the first time that he wasn't alone. On either side of him, firmly holding an arm, was Rias and Asia. The yawn came from the now awake Rias, while Asia was still fast asleep. Issei watched as she worked the kinks out of her system, rubbing her tired eyes after her nap. Rias opened her half-lidded eyes and stared back into Issei's golden yellow eyes. She closed her eyes again, believing she was still dreaming, but she quickly opened them again to see Issei there staring back at her. "Good morning, Butchu." "Issei," Rias shouted, grabbing Issei and hugging him for dear life. Asia woke up from Rias' shouting of Issei and the movement of the bed. She went through the same checklist as Rias did when she first woke up. Once finished, she looked to Butchu hugging Issei with her head on his shoulder and tears falling from her eyes. "Hi, Issei-san." At the sound of her soft voice, Issei barely turned his head to see Asia tackle him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face hidden in his back. So the two continued to cry their eyes out, while Issei tried his best to comfort them. 5 minutes later, and the two had cried all their tears out. Rias was the first to recover. "Issei, what happened to you? Explain this," she began. Issei was confused about Butchu's questioningly when he looked at his hands for the first time. They were not his normal human hands. Instead, they had claws, razor-sharp claws to be in fact. Issei moved his way out of Rias's and Asia's grasp, standing up and walking to a mirror he saw on his computer desk. Retrieved the mirror, he was visibly shocked by what he saw in the reflection. His eyes had changed from brown to golden yellow, with black surrounding the irises and pupil. His hair was much longer. He noticed the large black horn on top of his head. Going down was mask covering a small position of the left side of his face. Issei turned back around to Rias, staring at him with eyes demanding an answer, while Asia looked close to tears. Before he could answer, Rias got up from the bed and walked towards Issei. Standing in front of him, she raised her right hand as if she was going to slap him. Issei waited for her to do when he felt the same hand on his cheek, running her hand across his mask fragment. "You idiot," she scolded softly with no anger in her tone. "Why did you this to yourself, Issei?" She looked into Yellow Eyes with sad eyes. Issei didn't want to see her cry again, so he embraced Rias and hugged, which she was visibly shocked, not expecting this from him. "But you remember your engagement party to Razor Phoenix?" Rias was confused from the question, but thought back to that particular event. When she remembered what Issei was referring to, she gasped with tears forming in her eyes. She drew back to see Issei with a solemn look. "I told you that I would give up any part of my body, even my life, to protect you, for I'm a pawn of Rias Gremory," he declared with determination. He grabbed Rias's left hand with his right. He looked down into her blue-green eyes, noticing that he was taller than her now by a few feet. "I meant every word, but you, no matter what, I will always protect you. Even in death, I'll make sure no one lays a finger on you. Asia, Aiknasen, Konkachan, Zenobia, hell, even Kiba. I'll keep you safe. I don't care what I have to do. Issei was serious in his speech just by the look and eyes, showing that he came to terms with this long ago and that he will never turn back on word. By now, both Rias and Asia, who joined the two, were in tears, both saddened by what Issei had done to himself just to protect them. It was sweet hearing it from him in such a daring way, but it still didn't change the fact that he went to great lengths to accomplish this. Rias embraced Issei once again from the front while Asia hugged his back. Rias looked up into Issei's eyes once more, seeing the warmth and care in them despite not being their original color. "Baka," she said quietly, burying her face in his chest. Issei only smiled as he comforted the two by gently rubbing their backs, while they cried themselves on his chest. Zox. After calming the two down, they left his room, walking down the stairs to enter the living room to find everyone else was here, either sitting on the couches or standing around. All eyes were drawn on Issei. Azazel was the first to speak. "Yo, Sekiryute, can I still call you that, seeing how you're—" "What he means to say, Issei-kun, is that with your new form, do you still have your sacred gear?" Surzech asked politely from where he was seated. "Oh, D-Drag, of course I still have D-Drag with me, but seeing as I'm now this. He's currently somewhere else at the moment. Because of my new form, he could no longer be on my left arm because of magical pressure is much higher now, and my body is working to fix that problem. At the moment, he's sealed away in my mind until the process is done." Issei finished explaining with everyone nodding their heads. "Any idea on when your powers will be finished?" Azazel asked. Drake mentioned before the transformation that my powers should be fine in a week, but if I go about without using any magic, then 3 days. Is the transformation permanent, or can you cancel it at any time? I'm afraid it's permanent. Issei-kun, what you did cannot be reversed. Forsakens are not a transformation or evolution, they're their own species. Once you become a Forsaken, there is no escape. Surzech mentioned seriously. All eyes once again turned to Issei, who wasn't surprised at all. Like I told Butchu and Asia back upstairs, is I don't care if I'm stuck like this forever with no hope of changing back. I'll protect them and everyone in the Occult Research Club. I have no regrets. The three leader nodded with smiles on their faces, glad that the old Issei was still there. Kiba smiled at Issei's words, silently vowing to do the same. The girls of the Occult Research Club, including Irina, were happy from Issei's declaration. It brought joy in their hearts when Issei showed how far he went and was willing to go to keep them safe, knowing that he will always be the same Issei that they know no matter what he becomes. Issei took this moment to look around the living room, noticing that Vali was nowhere in sight. "Where's Vali?" he asked. Michael answer him this time. "After you fell unconscious, a yokai by the name of Biku arrived to take Vali back to who knows where." Biku is a descendant of Sun Wukong. He and Vali are a part of a group known as the Chaos Brigade. HMPH never expected that he would join with them. Are they anyone we should worry about? At the moment, no, for we don't know what their motives are, so no need to worry, Azazel said with a grin. On a different note, Issei-san, Michael called out to Issei, getting his attention. "I hope if it's not too much to ask, but could you explain on how a devil turned into a Forsaken hybrid was capable of using a light spear?" Michael asked innocently. He had been bothered since he first saw the light spear in Issei's hands. He needed an answer. "I was kind of wondering the same thing." Azazel followed up. "Surely an answer to this question is not too hard for you, is it, Issei-kun? Even Surzech as well." Issei looked around the living room, seeing everyone's eyes were solely focused on him. He turned aside and was surprised with Riaz and Asia giving him the same stare as everyone else. To be honest, it kind of scared him seeing all these eyes focus on him, not knowing if they will like his answer. Stealing his nerves, taking a huge, deep breath, he opened his eyes to look back at the questioningly crowd. "Before I say anything, you may not like my answer or believe me. Perhaps, but we'll have to see for ourselves," Michael said with a smile on his face. "Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you," Issei finished vaguely. "What?" Rays of sunlight entered through the small gaps of the curtains, framing my face, which I tried ignoring in favor of returning to sleep. Seeing how I was losing this battle, I quickly woke up and turned my head to the window, glaring at the star in the sky that gave this world light. "Damn sun, I'd destroy you if you wake me up like this again," rubbing the sleep out of my eyes while thinking of various ways to destroy the ball of fire that was called our sun. When I realized that my arms were trapped and held prisoner, looking to my left and right, I saw that Butchu and Asia were on my bed with me, asleep, naked as the day they were born, having taken both of my arms prisoner within their grasps. Every morning, I thought with a shrug of my shoulders, but then I smiled affectionately at their obvious love towards me. Even after the big reveal yesterday, Butchu and Asia still joined me in my bed, and that brought a warm smile to my face. Yesterday, after revealing to everyone, including the leaders of the three factions, on how I obtained the powers of light, were truly shocking indeed. How would you react when you received power from God himself? Yes, the God from the Bible gave me his own power. Such an implausible statement couldn't be believed to be real, but when I revealed my wings, this eliminated all doubt everyone had against me. Now with a golden halo above my head and my wings that were similar to Akino's when she showed me her wings. I still retained my devil wings, but was left with one, and my other wing transformed into a white feathered wing of an angel. After calming everyone down from their constant questions and asking for an explanation, I sent everyone home and went back to bed. Having to deal with everyone was exhausting, and I just didn't have the strength to continue the day. Now I find myself in my room, sleeping beside me on the bed with a nude Butchu and Asia as I have every night. But wait, my arms were being held by Butchu and Asia respectively. Then why can't I move my legs? Then again, why did I just realize the sudden weight on my chest? And was that giggling? Bringing her head out from under the covers was Akinasan with her usual beautiful smile. And on another note, she was just as nude as Butchu and Asia when it came to clothing. Looking further down, to stare at her ample breasts, I could feel my other side trying to take hold of my mind and take Akinasan here on this bed next to a sleeping Butchu and Asia. Thinking about anything not related to sexual impulses, I mentally calmed myself enough to think correctly. I could feel my other side retreating back into my mind. Coming back, I saw that her legs were tangled around my own, keeping them locked in one's embrace. I was just about to yell when Akinasan put a finger to my lips, stopping me short of a yell. She removed her finger and I asked more quietly, "But Akinasan, what are you doing in my room, and why are you naked in my bed?" I looked to my right and saw Butchu peacefully asleep. Thankfully, she had not noticed Akinasan's presences. "Yufufufu, I wanted to sleep with Ice-gun. It's no fair that Riaz wants to keep you all to herself." My eyes widened just a bit. Riaz, this was the first time I ever heard Akino call Butchu Riaz. She's so selfish, but now I can enjoy Ice-gun even though Riaz is sleeping next to us. It will be most fun if we were to be caught, don't you think, Ice-gun? She kissed my neck, slowly tracing wet kisses down to my chest. I wanted to scream, but that would wake Butchu, and whenever she catches me in these kind of situations, it never ends well for me. On the other hand, I was enjoying her ministrations. Ever since becoming a Forsaken, I have become far less perverted before my transformation, but the warm skin and the assist of a mature, healthy teenage girl pushing against my chest could drive any man insane. Me included. Does this feel good, Icekun? She mashed her BRSD against my sturdy chest. Sweat began to fall from my forehead and a red blush became visible on my cheeks. Eiknason came closer to my face, closing her eyes and readying for a kiss. She drew closer and closer, just inches away from my own lips. I raised my head enough for our lips to meet. Stopping. The two turned to the person of the all-too-familiar voice. I sweat-dropped, noticing that Butchu was awake, sitting up with a scowl marring her beautiful face. An outline of red highlighted her form, showing she was displeased. Aurora the princess has woken up, although a little more time and I would had Icekun's first kiss. Such a shame. Akino broke the silence by adding oil to the already burning fire. Butchu's red aura became more noticeable as sweat fell from my forehead like a waterfall. Butchu was not happy. Akino, when did you enter my and Aiza's room when I saw you walk into your own room last night? Butchu asked quietly, holding back her anger at finding Eiknason and me in the act. Eiknason more than me. Yufufufu, I just wanted to sleep next to Icekun, so last night after you and Asia fell asleep, I joined by sneaking into Icekun's room and fell asleep on top of Icekun. Butchu's eyebrow rose above her hairline. Okay, now she is mad and thankfully not at me. Akino Ria's body tremble, her lips twitch, and the red aura grew more and more brighter by each passing second. This room is close to being a sanctuary for me. My absolute healing place. Asia aside, I can't have others intrude here. This is my and Aiza's room. Hold on, Butchu. Since when did my room become yours and mine? Last I heard, we aren't even married yet. Arara the Ajo-sama has a desire for monopolies now, afraid that what you hold dear will be stolen from right under you. Eiknason hugged my head to her BRSDS, not in a suffocating manner but enough to piss Butchu off more. Loan me Icekun for 1 hour, I'll show him a great time. She emphasized her words with a smile. It seems I need to re-educate you on who's in charge, Akino. The red aura was now noticeable, her crimson hair swaying against an imaginary wind. She was no longer holding in her anger. Yufufufu, it would seem so. Eiknason released my head and a gold-colored aura with few sparks of lighting outline her body. Oh no, the two Wanasamas are going to fight, and by the releasing of their energies, they were not going to hold back. Movement to my left brought my attention to Asia, who had just woken up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Good morning, Butchu, Icekun. She yawned cutely, which I would have smiled at if not for the noises happening behind me. Go back to sleep, Asia, it's still too early. I whisper, wanting to protect her from Butchu's and Eiknason's battle. Okay, Icekun, anything for Icekun. She quickly fell back to sleep, but not without grabbing my left arm. I only smiled, wrying. My sweat dropped after that small distraction. Asia is so adorable when she sleeps. Bafu, Bafu, Bafu. Turning my head around to the sound, a pillow fight between Butchu and Eiknason had started. To begin with, I hate how Akino tries to immediately touch my important thing. Butchu threw a pillow that nailed Eiknason right in the face. Eiknason, even after being hit by the pillow, was still smiling, except her eyes were wide open, her violet-colored eyes full of mischief. Aura, it should be fine if it is just for a bit. You really are stingy, Riz. She picked up the fallen pillow and nailed Butchu in the face with it. Butchu brushed the pillow away from her face. Her eyes were a bit watery. This house was just renovated, so I won't let you do as you please, Akino. Finally, she threw away everything. Her appearance and words which brimmed with elegance, and threw the pillow again with the voice of a girl her age, and not a princess. Gone was the calm and elegant Butchu who had the voice and posture of a princess. Now she reminds me of an everyday girl. Eiknason dodged and threw my own pillow at Butchu. Surzuch-sama said that we should live together and get along with each other. This is my and Aiza's house. Both you and Oni-sama are in the way of Aiz and me. I can't stand it anymore. It really makes me happy to hear Butchu say that about me given the recent events. It warms my heart that she still held me in such high regards. But the way she is currently speaking reminds me of how an Ajo-sama or high-class lady would act. Throwing a tantrum. You intend to ignore Surzuch-sama's wishes. So you value Icekun more than Mayu-sama. Lend me Icekun just for an hour. I can do things for him that you yourself couldn't think of. No, absolutely not. And so the fighting began anew as the two girls known as the two great Wanasamas, the most popular girls of our school, were reduced to two normal girls fighting for something girls tend to argue over. It was different seeing them act in such a way, as at school they acted with grace and elegance, never losing one's composure, no matter the circumstances. But wait just a minute, renovated. The bed was indeed larger if Butchu and Eiknason were fighting off to the side while leaving plenty more space to fit more people. There was even a canopy as well. The room was more spacious compared to how small my room was before. Looking around, I spotted a 70-inch flat-screen TV nailed to the wall facing the side of the bed. Beneath the TV were several of the newest gaming consoles as well as a tower of new video games. I couldn't identify all of them but recognized big titles like the Assassin's Creed and Dynasty Warriors franchise, and Blu-ray movies with player. My closet had been upgraded from the sliding door to a walk-in closet with my clothing as well as Asia's and Butchu's. Freeing my arm from Asia's grip, I quickly left my room and ran into the hallway. The corridor was twice as spacious as before. There were also staircases leading both up and down. My house, as a 2-story building, was only supposed to have 2 floors here. There is a 3rd floor now. When I ran down the stairs, an amazingly spacious entry hall appeared before me. Unable to take it anymore, I let out a loud scream which echoed against the walls, projecting my yell even louder if possible. Zox! Having calmed myself after my little breakdown, no doubt having woken my neighbors and calling everyone down for breakfast. But you fill us in on the house being renovated overnight. The table was 5 times wider than before, able to fit a buffet of different foods. Joining at the table were myself, Asia, Eknason, Konkachin, and Zenobia. But you, using her magic to levitate several plates of food, sat them down around the table and joined by sitting to my right, with Asia to my left. But you, what happened to the house? I just had Oni-sama renovate the house as we will be having more guests living with us. I thought a redecorating was in order. Redecorating, huh? Now come to think of it, did it? The house expanded due to the large size. Wait, what about my neighbors? You didn't force them out of their homes, did you? But you giggle into her hand, she smiled widely at me. No, with renovations being big, we offered the surrounding neighborhood to relocate under fair and wealthy business negotiations. That way everyone's happy. But you quickly pull out the blueprints of the house and laid it down on the table, unrolling it, getting everyone's attention. On the 1st floor are the guest rooms, living room, kitchen, and Japanese-style rooms. On the 2nd floor are the rooms of Ai's, Mai, and Asia's. The arrangement has the other 2 adjacent to Ai's room. It's structured so that you can go between the rooms next to each other from inside. So basically the entire 2nd floor was all Butchu's selfishness with combining several rooms to ours. She truly is a princess, and of course she would have a princess complex, but I have to give credit to the Gremory family's taste in lifestyle. Pretty much everything around us were of their design. In the living area was an extravagant plasma screen TV just like the one in my room, white leather couches, and even a chandelier held overhead on the ceiling. On the 3rd floor is the study, the storeroom. On the 4th floor are Akino's and Zenovia's rooms. There's also a room for Kaneko, who will be coming later. I looked across the table at Eknason, who after meeting my gaze offered me a beautiful smile. Not her normal smile that she gives daily, but instead a genuine smile that brought red to my cheeks and made my heart pound. Come to think of it, Eknason has been incredibly more happy when around me or when our eyes linger to one another. Ever since the time at the shrine, when Eknason showed me her true self by revealing that she had the of a fallen angel coursing through her veins. She told me of her distaste and hatred towards her father, who is one of the leaders of the Grigori and responsible for her mother's death. She believed after showing me her fallen angel side, I would come to hate her since of my own hatred towards fallen angels. I proved that was not the case. I promised her that I would never hate her no matter what she had in her body. Eknason is Eknason to me, and this only grew stronger when I revealed to her and everyone else my own wings, as they were similar to Eknason's except my wing was a white angel wing. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest, I could hear it thumping. Butchu lightly pulled my cheek. I turned to her. She looked at me with a pout and turned her head away, not facing me. Too cute, Butchu. Anyways, the 5th and 6th floors are entirely made of just vacant rooms. For the time being we intend to use them as guest rooms. There is also an open-air garden on the roof. Also the building is quite sturdy, it won't collapse even in the case of war. Good to know if war ever does come here. I deadpanned but was relieved. There are also underground floors apparently, Zenobia said while trying to eat with chopsticks. Quite difficult when she normally uses utensils. Underground. Even I was thrown for a loop, not understanding why we required floors besides a basement. Yes, there are up to 3 underground floors. She pointed to the lower floors. The first underground floor is a huge spacious room. Not only can it be used as a training room, it can also be used as a movie theater. It can also use warm water. In the 3rd underground floor are a library and a storehouse. An indoor pool too. What else can there possibly be? Since there's also an elevator, you can smoothly get on and off from the 6th ground floor to the 3rd underground floor. That does it. I just have to come to terms that my 2-story house has been replaced by a lavish mansion that can easily pass for a 5-star hotel. I deadpanned, slamming my head on the table. Where had my peaceful life had gone? Oh right, I never had a peaceful life to begin with. After breakfast and everyone else arriving at the Hayadu household, it was time to go to the underworld. Arriving at the train station were Butchu and her peerage along with Azazel, who was to accompany them to the underworld. Butchu and her peerage were all in their summer uniforms. Azazel wore the same outfit he had wore to the meeting, and I was wearing the clothes I wore when I transformed into a Forsaken. White coat with black accented high collar, white hakamas, and sandals on my feet. With Eknason and Asia's help through magic they managed to seal the mask fragment that covered a quarter of my face. Unfortunately, nothing could be done about my eyes, leaving them to remain my permanent eye color, and my long brown hair was to remain long. But I didn't mind these new changes all that much. Instead of going by magic circle, Butchu wanted to show me, Asia, and Zenobia another way of transportation. The subway is a form of transportation used often to get from point A to point B. However, what I was not aware of was devils use the subway as another means to enter the underworld. Apparently, everyone in Butchu's peerage knew of the secret doorway from Butchu to Azazel, who was accompanying us to the underworld to meet with Surzech. Azazel. At first I thought of the man as laid-back, easygoing, not to mention his fishing habits. Never did I expect him to be the governor of the Fallen Angel faction, now acting sensei for the Occult Research Club. Once in a while, fallen angels whose names I didn't know would come to meet with Azazel. They would say things like, please decide on a secretary, look after your personal appearance while in the human world, or you absolutely need to have personal bodyguards. When they visited, they all seemed tremendously worried about Azazel being in this town. I heard there were some top officials among the fallen angels who visited as well. He would always send all those members back with the words, "It's fine, so go back. That's an order." Despite his laid-back attitude, he really was a great leader with his advisors and followers' full support. Perhaps I should not have judged him so readily. When we arrived at the train station, the first place Butchu and Aknason headed for was the elevators we had here. Butchu and Aknason entered first, and then Butchu spoke to us. Then, please come in first, Eyes, Asia and Zenobia. We'll be going down from here. Gee, going down. I was puzzled by Butchu's words. After all, this station could only go up. Come on, stop blinking in surprise like that and come in. Butchu beckoned us while smiling wryly, while those of us in the New Devils group exchanged glances with each other and complied with Butchu's word. Yudo and the rest of you who are used to it, please come together with Azazel afterwards. Yes, Butchu. The elevator doors closed as we heard Kiba say that to Butchu. Zox. We were now traveling by carriage on our way to the Gremory mansion. After taking the train ride here, which resulted in me holding hands with Aknason and her sitting on my lap in the train car, and being glared at by a clearly upset Butchu and teary-eyed Asia, we arrived at the opposite station where Grafia and a huge welcoming party awaited, properly welcoming home Butchu. From there we were all ushered into a carriage that would take us to the Gremory household. On our way there, myself, Asia, and Zenobia were all fascinated by the sights and the beauty that was the Gremory territory. Amazing, is it? Butchu said, sitting across from me and Asia. Zenobia was talking with Kiba about swords, so only me and Asia were listening to Butchu. Hi, Butchosen. It's amazing, Butchu. And this is all the Gremory's territory? I asked, seeing and hearing of the size of the Gremory territory being the size of Honshu, Japan from Kiba. The underworld has the same amount of surface area as the human world, but the population here isn't the same as the human world. Even with devils, fallen angels, and other races, it isn't that high. And since there are no oceans, the land is also spacious. Butchu clapped her hands together as she remembered something. That's right, Eyes, Asia, Zenobia. Since part of my territory will be given to you all later, please tell me what places you want. WWE can have our own territory. You're all the servant devils of the next family head. Living in my territory as part of the Gremory group is permitted. Aquino, Yuuro, Kaneko, and even Gasper possess land within my territory. With a pun sound, Butchu made a map appear in the air with magic and then expanded it and showed it to us. It was a map of Gremory territory. Butchu spoke with a pleasant smile. The red areas are places that have already been taken, so they're no good, but anywhere else is okay. Now then, please point at the land you like. I'll give it to you. I, along with Asia and Zenobia, who had heard what Butchu told us, were looking at the map with a keen eye. From what I could see so far, there was still many empty spots on the map. Those marked in red mostly belonged to everyone else in Butchu's peerage. After looking for about 5 minutes, I turned to Butchu. I know where I want my land to be, I said with confidence. Butchu looked at me strangely. She tilted her head to the side and said, Are you sure, Eyes? You don't have to pick right away. Aquino and everyone picked their own after a few weeks. I'm sure, Butchu. I know this is the right decision for me. As I finished saying this, the carriage suddenly pulled to a stop. We seemed to have arrived. After Butchu murmured that, the carriage door opened. A butler-like man made a slight bow. Butchu disembarked first, and then the rest of us followed from behind as well. The second carriage had also arrived. Kiba and the others were getting off too. The maids and butlers stood in a line on both sides of us and made a path. A red carpet stretched out towards the huge castle, and the huge castle gate made a jijigi as it opened. Hajo-sama and all the members of her group, please, advance forward. Grafia made a slight bow and urged us forward. Come on, let's go. It was when Butchu started walking on the carpet. A small silhouette broke out from the line of maids and ran towards Butchu. Ryasni-sama, welcome back. A cute-looking boy with red hair embraced Butchu. Milikas, I'm back. You've gotten bigger, haven't you? Butchu also lovingly hugged the boy back. Butchu, who is this child? When I asked, Butchu introduced the boy once more. This child is Milikas Gremory, the son of my brother Surzech Lucifer-sama. He's my nephew. So, this is Surzech's kid, huh? Then his mother must be. I looked back at Grafia, who remained in her maid mode. Come on, Milikas. Greet them. This boy is a new member of my group. Hello, I am Milikas Gremory. Nice to meet you all. Nice to finally meet another Gremory male. Hey there, Milikas. My name is GODLIKE Issei. Butchu also spoke while giving an amused smile. Because only the person himself who succeeded the title of Mao can retain the name. This child is a Gremory even though he is my brother's son. He's also next in line for family head after me. So he's next in line after Butchu. Certainly, he's the son of the family's eldest son. Surzech may have left the family, but his son is an heir of the important Gremory family. Come on, let's go to the residence. Butchu held hands with Milica's and headed towards the gate. Asia and I just followed, desperate not to be left behind. Jasper, who was holding onto my back, didn't let go either. We passed through the huge gate and went inside. The inner castle gates also opened one by one. We then arrived at what seemed to be the entry hall. There were stairs which led to the second floor in front of us. There was a huge chandelier on the ceiling. A huge one at that. Ajo-sama, I'd like to show everyone to their rooms at once. Grafia raised her hand and some maids gathered around us. The maids were all beautiful women. You're right, Grafia, I have to go greet Ako-sama and Ado-sama after coming home as well. Butchu gave a hum as she seemed to think of things to do after. The master is out at present. He's expected to return by this evening. He said that he would meet together with you while dining with everyone together at supper. I see, I understand, Grafia. Then, I suppose we'll let everyone rest in their respective rooms for now. Has the baggage been carried in already? Yes, there should be no problem with using your rooms right now. Ara, Rias, so you've returned, a woman's voice said behind us and approaching. I turned around along with Asia and Jasper and saw an amazingly beautiful woman wearing a dress coming down the stairs. I thought that she wasn't much older than us. She did have a striking resemblance to Butchu, however. Mother, I've returned home. Butchu smiled as soon as she saw the woman identify as Butchu's mother. That explains why she looks so much like Butchu. Her face, long hair, even womanly figure matched Butchu's, only her hair being a different color from Butchu's, and I honestly would have thought of her as Butchu's older sister. Aura, to say such a happy thing, that I'm a young woman. She touched her cheek with her hand and smiled. As years go by, devils can freely change their appearances with magic. My mother always has the appearance of the same age of the current me. Ara Aiskan flirting with Ryazako-sama. Yufifufu, your reach of women surely has no end. Heiknasen, who had been quiet since we got off the train, said behind me in her normal teasing way. Bad, Isenpai. Konkachan said behind with disapproval and distaste. I only complimented Butchu's mother on her looks. How does this make me seem like I'm hitting on her? Butchu pinched my cheek. You know nothing will come out of it even if you make hot eyes at my mother, right? And of course Butchu joins in. How did I not see this happening? Ara, Rias, this boy is GODLIKE Issei, right? You know about me, Grimorison? I said after Butchu stopped pitching my cheek. Butchu's mother nodded at my question. Yes, I snuck a look at your face at my daughter's engagement party, since I'm her mother. Well, to be honest, when I went to rescue Butchu from her engagement, I was full of adrenaline that I wasn't paying attention to the people around me. People like Butchu's mother and mostly likely her father were forgotten. I wonder how this will end for me. I've already died twice, so I may get lucky and get a smaller punishment. However, instead of being looked at like those women in Butchu's animes who make anyone terrified of them, and I happen to know a certain woman in the real world who fits that description. Instead, she just gave me a small smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Ria's mother, Venelana Gremory. Please treat me well from now on, GODLIKE Issei-kun. Zox. Several hours after the meeting in the entrance hall, we were in the dining room. An extravagant meal so large that I could never eat it all was piled on top of expensive-looking plates, and I didn't know where to start. It all seemed so incredibly delicious. We, servant devils, and our master Butchu took a seat at the table. And then, we were followed by Butchu's father, mother, and then Milika-sama. I thought briefly about how the day goes in the underworld being its dinner now, when the sky has always remained the color purple, where it's darker, almost black like night. Please enjoy yourselves without holding back. That is how dinner began with a word from Butchu's father, Lord Gremory. A huge oblong table, an extravagant chandelier on the ceiling. Even the chairs we sat on were covered in expensive-looking ornaments. Right now, I just looked at the chandelier. Were there chandeliers on the ceilings of the guest rooms that had been prepared for us as well? Now, ordinary lamps seemed nostalgic now. The canopy bed was also huge. It was too big for just me to sleep in. The insides of the rooms were many tatami mats wide. Each of the rooms also seemed to have all the necessities needed to live in: a bath, toilet, refrigerator, television, and kitchen. I believe there were also a bedroom, living room, and other rooms in them. Asia and Zenobia were also impressed when they came to my place at almost the same time, immediately after we had been shown to our rooms. This room is way too big for just one person. I can't settle down. Sorry, but can't I stay in Isa's room? Asia can come too, were what they said to Grafia when she asked the two about it. For these two who had lived simple lives at the church, the size of the room seemed to have been a serious shock, and because they couldn't calm down about it, they had taken their entire luggage to my room and asked to move in. After that, it was organized so that Asia and Zenobia would stay in my room through Grafia's arrangements. But well, it still felt like extra space in the room even then, so it was fine. Since I had no confidence that I could use up all that room by myself, having more people calmed me down. I turned my thoughts back to my seat at dinner, but how I am supposed to eat all this cuisine before me? I could ask all butlers and maids that were constantly standing behind us, but the other club members hadn't asked about anything in particular. I held my fork and knife without putting them to the extravagant cooking that I beheld for the first time. I was hungry, but if I ate crudely here, Butchu would completely lose face. I turned to see my fellow comrades and their endeavors to this dinner. Kiba and Aiknasen were eating gracefully, as expected of the end. Asia and Zenobia were also having a hard time, though they still looked good. These two had, like me, introduced themselves in this place not that long ago because we were newcomers. Milika-sama was eating skillfully. As I thought, he had been trained in this. As someone from an ordinary household, I couldn't follow the lifestyle of the aristocracy at all. When I turned casually to gaze at Gasper in front of me, he was eating with watery eyes that were squeezed shut. Today may have been a tough day for the Hikikomori after coming to a place with lots of people here in the underworld. Konkachan hadn't started eating at all. Even though, usually, she would have been the first to heartily dig into the meal, Konkachan had been acting strange somehow since the other day. Our eyes met, and I waved my hand, but she averted her eyes while remaining expressionless. She always showed little emotion on her face, but that was even less a reaction than usual. Something was bothering Konkachan. I wonder what is her so work up. Of course, Azazel. It seems that his meeting was still in progress if he is missing dinner. Lord Gremory cleared his throat, garnering everyone's attention. Looking at the head of the table where he sat, he began. Members of Ria's group, please think of this place as your home. Having just come to the underworld, you're in an environment you don't understand. If there's something you want, please say so to the housemates without reserve. They'll prepare right away to assist you. Bachu's father, Lord Gremory, cheerfully told us this. No, there's nothing in particular that I want right now. Well, by the way, Hayao Issei-kun. Lord Gremory turned to face me. Yes, however, the topic Lord Gremory brought up was unexpected. Have your parents been well? My parents. Well, it's always used as a way to start a conversation. Lord Gremory is just trying to break the ice by starting with me. Last I heard of my parents' whereabouts was that they were in Europe. They had offered to take me along, but this was around the time Zenobia and Irina came looking for the Excalibur fragments. They are well, currently traveling across Europe for the summer. When I told them that I was visiting Raya-sama's hometown, they suggested that I bring a souvenir to show them when I return. A souvenir? Huh. I see. Lord Gremory rung a handbell beside him. A butler then immediately approached. What is your order, master? Yes, prepare a castle for Hayao Issei-kun's parents. A castle as a souvenir. How does that even make sense? Perhaps I judged the sanity of the underworld too quickly. The butler also responded normally. Indeed, everyone here has a few screws loose. Yes, shall it be Western style, or Japanese style? Lord Gremory sighed at the choices presented to him. What worrisome choices. It's worrisome because you want to give someone a castle as a souvenir. Dear, since the land in Japan is too small, it's impossible for a commoner to have a castle. Venelenisson said. She did want me to call her by first name, so I'm grateful she's helping me here. What? Certainly. Japan is small. If a castle is no good, I wonder what else would be a good present. Oto-sama, worrying about it that much will just trouble them. Aiza's parents don't possess strong worldly desires anyways. Now Bachu joins the conversation. Finally some common sense was returning. Lord Gremory also said I see and nodded deeply. Thank goodness that was averted. My family wouldn't know what to do with a castle. No doubt it will be all over the news. And I'm still trying to find out what happened with my neighbors. Hayao Issei-kun. Yes, for some reason, Lord Gremory kept calling out to me. Was he very interested in me? Because I possess the power and spirit of Dryeg, or because of my new powers? I know my characteristics can be questioned, but I'm changing. You may call me father-in-law from today on. What unexpected words. Now that I think of it, did it Surzech also ask me to call him Oniasan? Was this the same situation? Call you father-in-law. It's an honor, sir, but I believe it's too soon for me to call you such. Is he expecting something from me? Why all of a sudden does he want me to start calling him father-in-law? Dear, I said that it's still too early to celebrate. That's true. It seems I just tend to be too hasty. Lord Gremory let out a deep sigh. It seemed that he was whipped by his wife. Come to think of it, I'm seeing this everywhere I go now. Well, it just goes to show when it comes to Venelenisson and Grafia. Don't underestimate the Gremory women. The person in question, Bachu, was in a state of embarrassment and didn't continue eating. Hayao Issei-san, is it fine if I can call you Issei-san? Venelenisson asked me. Somehow, I became tonight's dinner topic. Of course. Will you be staying here for a while? Of course, my lady. Well, but you know, Raya-sama is here. I'll be here too. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? I see. That's perfect. Since I have to have you acquire gentlemanly behavior as well. You'll study manners a little while here. Acquire gentlemanly behavior. Believe it or not, strange as it is, I have learned various ways of being a gentleman. My perverted nature was non-existent now. Well, almost, he did say when I become a Forsaken. That my instincts would become more dominant, such as fighting worthy battles to finding a mate, or in this cases, mates. Bang! All eyes turned to face Bachu, who was the one who slammed her hands on the table, stood up. Father, mother, I've been listening quietly until now, but what kind of thing are you trying to advance while leaving me out of it? I heard that Bachu didn't call Lord Gremory and Venelenisson as Oto-sama and Aku-sama. She must be angry to where she doesn't call them by their respective titles. Venelenisson narrowed her eyes at those words. There was none of the smiling face when she had pleasantly greeted us before. Be silent, Rias. You have already cancelled your engagement with Riser, remember. The fact that we just permitted it should be thought of as special treatment. How much effort do you think your father and Surzech had to put in order to take care of things with the other high-class devils? Do you know that he told one noble that my selfish daughter cancelled her engagement using the legendary dragon? You may be the young sister of the Mao, but there is still a limit. My selfish daughter cancel her engagement using the legendary dragon. Based on the words of Venelanessen, that party that I barged into was being called that. Was what I did truly that selfish? Still, I could care less or not at all on how it's seen and what they say. It may have been selfish, but I wanted to save Butchu, and I'll gladly do it 1,000 more times. The Devil Society needs to move on from the past. I narrowed my eyes as Venelanessen continued to speak. Onisama has nothing to. Butchu's face became clouded by anger and she tried to speak out, but Venelanessen didn't let her finish. You mean Surzech is unrelated to what you do? Officially, that is true. However, everyone sees you as the Mao's younger sister. Right now, when the three great powers have formed an alliance, your position is known even by the lower classes of the other powers. You can't behave as you have in the past. And, above all else, everyone will pay attention to you from now on. Riaz, you have been placed into that kind of position, you know. There will be no second instance of that kind of selfishness. Do not carry any spoiled thoughts. Understood. But you seemed to be mortified by those words and couldn't retort back. Still looking unconvinced, she forcefully sat down in her seat. Enough. Everyone snapped their heads to me, rage on my facial features. I was the one who yelled and slammed my hands on the table. Even if you are Ria's parents who are just disciplining your daughter, I get that. But I can't sit here and watch as you get angry at Butchu for something she didn't do. I was angry, furious, and beyond. My rage-filled eyes stared hatefully at Lord Gremory and Venelanessen, who were shocked at being yelled at by me. It all happened so sudden. Issei-san, I know that Riaz is your master, but this is between family. You and her peerage have no say in this matter. You should. If you are going to blame someone, then blame me. I roared again, my power spiking, shocking everyone in the room, including the ever-stoic Grafia. Eyes, Butchu whispered, shocked at what her servant and love interest was saying. Having silenced them with a fraction of my power, I spoke. But you know, Rayasama had nothing to do with canceling her engagement. I'm solely to blame for the troubles I have caused post the engagement. I arrived uninvited on my own, not the other way around. And I'm the one who challenged Riser to a fight to decide Rayasama's fate, and since I was victorious, I freed Rayasama from her engagement. I know now that my actions which have caused a backlash, namely to the Gremory family and Surzech-sama as well. If anyone should shoulder the burden, then it should be myself. After all, it was my meddling that has brought the Gremory family all this trouble. And it's time I take responsibility for my past actions. I looked to the butler that was still by Lord Gremory's side. Butlerson. The butler was shaken free of his shocked state and approached me in a professional manner befitting a butler. Yes, may I be of assistance, Isama? It's time I took responsibility for my actions. Butlerson, I want whoever is responsible for delivering the news in the underworld here at the mansion as soon as possible. I need to speak the truth regarding the Gremory and Fennec's engagement that happened months ago. Everyone widened their eyes hearing me say this. The butler wasted no time and left the room to do the task given to him. Lord Gremory turned to me, having brought my attention to him. I like to take your offer of building me a castle, if I may be so bold. If you agree, then I wish for it to be built here in the underworld. I have the location and design of the castle here with me. Despite being shocked on how I suddenly became authoritative, he nodded and agreed to my wishes. He ordered a few maids to call the construction crew to begin building my castle. Seeing a good number of maids and butlers gone, doing what was asked of them, I looked around, counting the number still remaining in the room minus Grafia. May I request everyone still remaining to help spread the word to the other noble families. I wish to have this done before morning or night, or whatever the FCK is the time here. Now go. They went right to work following my orders, not once questioningly me. Doing another head count of people remaining. I saw Lord Gremory, Venelanessen, Butchu and her peerage, Milikasama, and Grafia were the only ones remaining in the dining room. They all stared at me, wondering what changed in me to bring out such a reaction. Fixing my gaze onto Venelanessen, who felt a shiver go down her spine, seeing the seriousness in my eyes. Venelanessen calmed herself, hearing me returning to my calmed and collected self I was earlier. Yes, Issei-san. Is there anything else that still needs to be redone? Anything at all, that I can repay my debt to the Gremory family? Hearing this, Venelanessen placed a hand on her cheek and thought of something she had heard recently. Well, the other noble families are still requesting for Riaz to be wed to another pureed family. Her father and I have already planned for her to be married to you, to stop all the marriage proposes. You would marry Riaz and become head of the family alongside her when it comes time for her to lead. What? But you shouted with a blush as red as her hair as she processed what she just heard, hoping it was not a horrible lie. Be married to her eyes. He would become her husband and rule beside her when she becomes head of the Gremory. He would never. Then I accept. Butchu, Aiknasen, Asia, Kiba, Konkachin, Zenovia, Gasper, Milikasama, and Lord Gremory. They all said in unison, hearing me agree to marrying Butchu, who was still blushing fiercely. I know that you are all confused as to me accepting so readily, I said, turning to face everyone. I have no regrets for what I'm doing, none at all. Is this all right for you, Venelanessen? Venelanessen smiled, seeing and enjoying at me taking charge. Yes, it will do. But I must ask, why did you immediately accept our proposal without thinking about it? Chuckling, I turned to face Venelanessen, who was looking at me with eyes seeking answers to this puzzle known as GODLIKE Issei. Otherwise, myself and good luck. I accepted your proposal without thinking because there is nothing to think about. I love Butchu. I love Riaz. She will rule by my side and be one of my wives, as will the other women of the peerage who hold feelings for me. I wish to return their feelings with my own by accepting them as my wives. I will love them, marry them, and even if we are devils, I will give them many beautiful children, so that they may spoil with all their hearts. This is my reason for accepting your proposal. Butchu and the other girls, including Konkachan, were blushing different shades of red after hearing my confession of making them my wives and giving them many children in the near future. Kids with eyes. Butchu's face soon turned completely red like her own hair. Steam started coming out of her ears too. Ara yufifufu. Came Aknasen's response in her normal laugh, except she had a very noticeable blush on her cheeks. Asia was lost in her own little world with a massive blush. It's amazing she had not fainted because of this. Thud. Spoke too soon. As expected of you, eyes, Zenovia said, looking at me from her seat. Unlike Asia, Konkachan was very much conscious, but she did have a blush on her cheeks. I'm going to fix everything and right what I have wrong. It's a start, but I will repay you for all the trouble I have caused this family. I wish to be excused and I apologize for my earlier outburst. I will quietly show myself to my room. I bowed my head to Butchu's parents and left the dining room, leaving many with gaping mouths and questions floating in their heads. Yufifufu. Came the giggling of one Venelana Gremory, who was smiling with a hand on her cheek. What a very powerful man, already dealing with problems like an adult. He will make a fine head, don't you think, dear? You are right, my beloved. It was indeed the right choice for Riaz, Lord Gremory said, coming back to his senses. Butchu and everyone stared at where I once stood and then to the door where I walk out of. Now, bring out the dessert table, came from Lord Gremory, ignoring the tense atmosphere. Zox. I stood in my room, which I now shared with Asia and Zenovia. The lights remained off, just staring at the moon, which looked the same as the moon in the human realm. Satisfied with stargazing, I also communicated with my tenants inside my mind about my outburst during dinner. I know I was out of character and everyone will start to question me about this, but I'm the cause of all this. Still, it doesn't mean I regret saving Butchu. Everything I have done in my life was of my own free will. Still, with this revelation, people of power will start coming after you again, Iskun. Eyes, you don't need to be afraid. I am here beside you, as your sword. I, Terminus ESD, will protect you against any and all evil. Thanks ESD, and you too, Rishia. Unlike Miss Demon Slayer here, I don't need to say anything. You already know I will never leave you. Thank you, the three of you. I finished talking with my tenants, cutting off the link. I then began to take off my white sleeveless shirt, having taken off my coat when I first walked into my room. As I pondered what to do next, my door was opened abruptly. I turned around to see who it was. Immediately I reached for my coat. Eyes, I demand immediately, what was that out there? You. It was Butchu who kicked my door in, demanding my reasons for the outburst earlier at dinner. When she stopped, Butchu's mouth opened and tears began to form under her beautiful blue-green eyes. What caused this reaction was because, having taken off my shirt, which showed my ripped six-pack, Butchu would be drooling at this, if not for the many scars that adorn my body. Scars covered about my entire chest and arms, with slash marks, stab wounds, burns caused by magic, bullet holes, and many more. The two that made Butchu cringed in fear were the large X-shaped scar on my chest, above my stomach, and lastly, the one that looked like a puncture wound near my heart. It was almost like someone had stabbed me through the heart with something powerful, if it left a round-like scar. Forgetting her earlier anger towards me, Butchu crossed the room and held on to me. Her head crashed into my chest and arms wrapped tightly around my waist, like her life depended on it. My eyes, what? Who did this to you? Butchu looked into my eyes, which held nothing but pain and sadness. But I refused to weaken Butchu's heart any further than it already was. I tried desperately to hide my scars the moment I saw it was Butchu who was at my door. And I failed. I will tell you and everyone another time, I promise. What I can tell you is that there were many battles where I nearly died. These scars show that I survived but didn't walk away uninjured. But, Eyes, why can't you tell me now? Don't you trust me enough to tell me something this important? Why, you almost died, you almost didn't come home to me. You could have left me all alone. I need you, Eyes. I need you by my side. I can't do this if you aren't there. But you widened her eyes at the action I took to stop her rabbling. I was kissing her full on the lips, caught completely unaware by this action, but you only widened her eyes and tried to return the kiss, proving difficult for her as I was in control. Eyes, who she loves with all her heart, was kissing her, and he was the one who started it. She moaned through our kiss when she felt my hands traveling down her backside and waist, and finally resting on her ass, which I began kneading like dough. Not bad. The only thing on Butchu's mind at this moment was, when did Eyes become so bold? Removing myself from Butchu, I stared into her eyes, noticing the healthy shade of red on her cheeks after our kiss. You have no idea how long I wanted to do that. I hugged Butchu close to my body where her BRSDS were pushing against my muscled chest. Eyes. Butchu blushed, staving off a moan in her throat from her BRSDS pushing against my muscular chest. I'm glad. Butchu looked at the back of my head, hearing if what she heard was correct. I'm glad that when I woke up this morning to find you, Asia, and Aknasen in bed with me, I thought with me becoming a Forsaken, You would want to avoid me. I'm glad that you all still see me as Eyes and not some monster that needs to be destroyed. Eyes, I know why you came to find me. Please understand that everything I said at dinner is true and I wish to redeem myself by taking the blame. But Eyes, you haven't done anything wrong. I should be taking responsibility for what happened after my engagement with Riser ended. It was my fault that brought all this work to Ato-sama and Oni-sama. I should be the one in trouble, not you. Butchu said, pulling her head away to see my face fully. I placed a hand on Butchu's cheek to which she rubbed herself against. Please trust me with this. You are my and the heiress to one of the 7 to 2 pillar families. You cannot have something as small as this chain you from reaching your full potential. We are expendable, which is why there are 8 of us. Butchu wanted to decline my words when I placed a finger on her lips, silencing her from speaking against me. You are Rias. You should walk the path of light where your name is known by everyone other than being a Gremory. I'm fine with walking a path of darkness. I did so when I was there in the Forgotten Realm. Let me be your shadow and help shoulder your burdens from the darkness, as well as be by your side as your good friend, and one day, your husband. Butchu blushed cherry red, having been reminded of being my future wife. 2. Just then, the door to my room opened and everyone came in, landing on the floor in a dog pile. Grafia stood outside the room in her maid mode, watching everything unfold. You guys, I widened my eyes seeing everyone outside my door. Have they been listening to everything I said? I want a kiss from Icegun as well. Aknasen stood up from the pile, now approaching me and Butchu. 2 want to be with Ison, Asia said next, struggling to get up from the bottom of the pile. So Eyes, should we get started on making a baby? Zenovia began to undo the buttons to her uniform. Gomen Icegun. I didn't mean to listen on your conversation, I'll show myself out. Kiba said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Grabbing Gasper, who was cowering in his box at being caught red-handed. He exited my room with Gasper in his box under his arm. Konkachan said nothing but dusted herself off and left behind Kiba and Gasper. I looked at her retreating back and thought on what could be troubling her. I'll try talking with her when I get an opportunity. I'm only here to supervise Ajo-sama. Seeing as she is fine, I will show myself out. Please excuse me, Ajo-sama, Isama. Grafia left, leaving only myself, Butchu, Aknasen, Asia, and Zenovia alone in my room, slowly approaching me and Butchu. Speaking of which, Butchu, who had been silent, suddenly held my right arm to her BRSTS and glared at the other girls. Eyes is my eyes. I won't share with anyone. She continued to glare defiantly at the girls of the Orc, while holding my arm close to her bosom. This again. Rias, you know you can't keep Icegun all to yourself. When Icegun wants to marry those who have feelings for him. Haknasen said this while smiling, and a pale golden yellow aura outlined her body. Even if you are my master, you must learn to share with others. Zenovia summoning her ex-Durandal holding in front of her. Having let go of my arm, I quickly walked to another corner of the room. Soon those 3 are off fighting to the side of the room, where their fight soon erupted into a harmless pillow fight on my bed. But wait, 3. Then that means, Ison. Wait, Asia. I fell on my back as a tear-eyed Asia fell on top of my chest. Tears spilling from her emerald-colored eyes as she embraced me and saying things I couldn't catch in time. Despite the pillow fight happening on my bed and Asia clinging to my chest for dear life, I had a smile on my face. I miss this and I'm glad it never has to change. I then tried cheering up the crying Asia, hoping to myself that Butchu and the girls don't see me in this position. Zox, indeed, I was right to choose you, my boy. But why me? Surely there are others in this world who would do a better job than me. That's why I chose you. Not now, but I see a change happening for the good of the world and you will be the one to do it. I still don't understand. Can't you just leave this to? I trust you, Hayato Icegun. You must wrong all my mistakes that have left our world ruined with hatred and sadness. You must become my successor, you must become God. The elderly man began to disappear from my sights, who upon seeing him fade away. I attempted to reach for him. Please wait. Don't go, I still have so many questions. It was no use. The man known only as the God from the Bible was gone, leaving me with a very important task. I woke up in my extravagant room in the Gremory household, moving my head left and right. From feeling the weight on my chest told me that I didn't sleep alone last night. Asia and Zenovia were of course here in my room with me, yesterday having told Grafia if they could share my room. I saw Butchu's beautiful crimson hair sleeping on my right side, holding my arm close to her body, namely her BRSTS. Aknasen also slept with me the previous night with her on my left side, my left arm being hugged between her BRSTS, which were slightly bigger than Butchu's own. And like before, back in my room in the human realm, they were naked. Zenovia was new, as I never had seen her sleeping in the nude before. She must be learning from Butchu. I relaxed my head on my pillow, thoroughly enjoying the contact of skin from the girls and their assets. Although not being much of a pervert as I was when I was human and then becoming a devil serving under Butchu, I have changed my lifestyle after leaving the Forgotten Realm. I immediately changed my ways, starting with being less perverted, as it only got me into trouble. I saw the world much differently from the Forgotten Realm, knowing even with peace brought together with the alliance between the 3 major factions was formed, the world was still suffering. All corners of the world, the underworld and many other places I had never heard of, were suffering. Whether small or large, the world was tearing itself apart. Why did God choose me to save the world by becoming God? Before he disappeared, he had given me his power, which gave me the angel wing and power over light. How was I even going to explain this to everyone? Hey, I know I was given power from God from the Bible, however, I forgot to mention that he also named me his successor, followed by me laughing sheepishly and scratching the back of my head. Yeah, that won't be happening. I did wondered, had Michael, Azazel, and Serzech told anyone about my newfound transformation and powers? If so, then my already full plate just got heavier. If God gave me the task of fulfilling his work by fixing all his mistakes, what about me? My dream had always been to become the harem king, and that dream has not changed in the slightest. More of a secondary wish, but still important. But still, there must be something bigger than just having multiple women by my side for all eternity. I would need to find time to further elaborate and think of my dreams for the future. Yififufu. That sound. I turned my head left, seeing Aknason was awake. She was looking back at me with a warm smile and love in her violet eyes. Aknason. Yififufu. Iskun. I thought I was certain. I ask you to call me just Akino when it's just the two of us. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she brought my head closer to hers. Akino. Shoo. I felt her lips on my cheek from a kiss. I was really happy when Iskun called me one of his wives. Yififufu, and to give me his children. I was so happy. Akino. Me, Iskun. Do you want to start now? I won't mind if it's you who takes my virginity. I want Iskun to be the one to take it. Bringing her head closer to mine for another kiss, however, my lips were the intended target this time. Akino, just what are you doing to my eyes? The two of us looked to find Butchu was awake, and she didn't look happy at all. Aknason quickly changed her advances and brought me close to her face, rubbing our cheeks together. Even if we were discovered by Butchu, Aknason didn't lose her smile and look at Butchu with challenging eyes. I was just offering Iskun here to be the one to take my virginity, and in return I take Iskun's as well. Butchu loses her temper in favor of blushing beet red. Butchu almost immediately regained her senses and glared at her. Don't be ridiculous, Akino. If anyone is to take Isa's virginity, it will be me. Yififufu, why don't we both take it instead? Iskun can live every man's dream of having a threesome with two beautiful Wanasamas. Absolutely not. Only I will be the one to have Isa's first time. Not even 7 and the 2 Wanasamas of Ku Academy are having another pillow fight. All their elegant and upper-class aura was gone, replaced with 2 normal girls fighting over a boy they like. As they were fighting, Asia and Zenobia woke up themselves, and for good or worst, they too joined the argument, claiming they will have my virginity. This only added oil to the already burning fire. From here, I tried desperately to calm the 4 down, as it was still too early for them to be shouting and sending death threats at one another. Mostly Butchu, Aknason, and Zenobia. Asia, bless her soul, had no clue what was happening around her and just tagged along. Zox. When everyone officially woke up and had breakfast, everyone from the rest of Butchu's peerage and her parents look at me differently, including Grafia and the other servants. So I tried a new shampoo. What's wrong with change? Not making eye contact with anyone, I just continued to eat my breakfast in an awkward silence, not paying any mind to the stares from every direction. Hi, Issei-kun. Hi. Finally someone starts a conversation. I forgot to hand this to you when you up and left dinner last night. If you're going to be clan head alongside Riz, then you need to wear this. A maid approached behind me holding a crimson-red cloth under her arm resembling a sash. She held it out for me to see. That sash has been among the Gremory family's history for centuries. Began Lord Gremory, adopting a scholar look. It's meant to be given and wore by the next head of the Gremory. My father gave me that sash when he was clan head, and his father before did the same, and so on and so forth. Wear this with pride as the next head of the Gremory clan, or if you believe it's too soon to reveal your status, then you don't have to wear it. But you must have it with you at all times. I look at the sash, having taken it from the maid earlier. It looked like a piece of red cloth with the Gremory clan symbol in white. Thank you, Lord Gremory, and I'll hold off on wearing it for now. It's still too soon to announce to the underworld of my rise to clan head. Lord Gremory nodded with a smile on his face. That's fine. I don't wish to force you to do something you're uncomfortable with. I nodded gratefully for his understanding. Which reminds me, my boy, Serzech has Grafiachin as his wife, queen, and personal maid. Hi, Issei-kun, you need your own personal maid. I, who was drinking my glass of juice, nearly choked or did the classic spit-ache, but managed to hold off. I swallowed and looked at Lord Gremory, a look of shock on my face. Around the table, Butchu and everyone had stopped when they heard Lord Gremory say about me being given my own maid. Hey, excuse me. Yes, it has occurred to me that you don't have a maid of your own. I took the liberty of asking all of the Gremory maids, and everyone agreed almost immediately. However, one was quite faster than the others in speed when first asked, and so, Issei-kun, please meet Lizlechin. Turning my head to the side, the same maid who brought me the Gremory sash was the same maid Lord Gremory was pointing to. Lizlet mostly appears as a young English woman in her adolescent years with fair skin and blue eyes. She has long blonde hair styled in twin ponytails that run all the way down her back, with several bangs hanging over her forehead. Like the other maids, Lizlet's is a navy blue, long-sleeved maid outfit with white and red accents, a collar-like choker with a red ribbon, and brown, lace boots over black stockings. The outfit is open at her BRSTS, giving view to her cleavage. The girl, Lizlet, bowed to me before lifting her head and smiled. Hello, Isama. My name is Lizlet, but I prefer if you call me just Liz. Ah, very well. Nice to meet you, listen. No need to add sin to my name, just call me Liz. Before I could make any reply, Liz grabbed my head and brought it to the small opening of her BRSTS. Hey, what are you doing to my eyes? But you look at the scene with anger at seeing another woman, one of her family's maids no less, grabbing her eyes' head and bringing him into her BRSTS. Only she was allowed to do that for him. No mean to disrespect your wishes, Raya-sama. I just noticed that Aisama likes women with large BRSTS, as he surrounds himself with Raya-sama, Aikna-sama, and Zenovia-sama who all have large BRSTS. I only wish to show Aisama, my master, that he has me as well. Him master. Hi, Aisama is my one and only master. I'd gladly do anything for Aisama. Stop saying such suggestive things. I who would finally pull my head away from Liz's apparently strong grip, couldn't react fast enough when she pulled my head to her cleavage once more. Don't mind Raya-sama, Aisama. Instead, let's continue. Here. Enough. Only I can do that for eyes. But you, once again forgetting her composure, ran across the other side of the table to where I was sitting and pulled me away from Liz and placed my head into her own large BRSTS. Eyes has me. He doesn't need a maid to do anything with when he has my body. Here, Eyes, let's show her just how strong our love is. Mu Raya-sama, you're suffocating Aisama. Liz managed to pull me from Butchu's grip and again pull my face into her own BRSTS. This continued for about 3 more minutes until I passed out from lack of air with a huge blush on my face. I was taken back to my room where I was taken care of by the watchful eyes of Grafia. That and she wanted to make sure a repeat of what happened at breakfast didn't happen again. Zox. After breakfast, Butchu took everyone on a tour to see the rest of the house. I, however, didn't partake as Butchu's mother, Venilanisan, wanted to start my lessons. For a good half of the morning she taught me how to act when dealing with the higher class. She even appointed several teachers who all called me young master to teach me different courses. Believe it or not, but I had some experience with being a gentleman and dealing with royal families in the upper class. God himself saw it fit for me to learn how to be a gentleman and such, seeing as if he himself didn't treat people with respect, then people wouldn't have worshipped him so. From the free time I had when in the Forgotten Realm was used to further my education. Thinking back then and now, I was glad I listened. And it showed when Venilanisan complimented on my progress and saw room for further improvement, to which I didn't argue with.
Talking, thought, attacks. Immediately after Butchu and the others returned from their sightseeing tour of the Gremory castles, we went by train to the territory where the other Maoists were. After passing through several magic circles that appeared in midair for long-distance jumps, the train continued onward. 3 hours of riding the train with no stops, we finally reached an urban area. Looking outside through the windows, both the station and homes were modern. They resemble the layout of the human realm almost exactly, as if I never left home yesterday. Yesterday sure was eventful. I thought back to what happened when we first arrived at the Gremory house, the welcoming party for Ria's return to the underworld, meeting little Milika and Ria's mother, Venilanisan, my outburst during dinner which ended with me as Ria's fiancé and future head of the Gremory clan. I am to rule beside Butchu's side as a clan head when she finally takes the seat herself. Now normally, I would scream to the heavens about these past events. One would be of joy, I'm engaged to Butchu, a girl I have feelings for, and vice versa. 2 is of disbelief and doubt because I don't know the first thing on running a clan. And now I have to rule alongside Butchu, not that I'm complaining or anything. But with everything that has happened in the months of me ascending into a Forsaken and the events that happened after my transformation has left a new experience for myself. Which reminds me, I look ahead of me with me being in the back of the group, with Butchu and everyone else was in the front, were walking and conversing with each other about anything on their minds. I should really tell them about everything that has happened to me, tell them the full truth about how and why I became a Forsaken and received God from the Bible's power, effectively making me the new God. Soon I'd tell them once we're done here in the underworld and return to the human realm. I look up once more and saw Kiba slowing his steps, so he and I were walking side by side. This is the city of Lucifer within the Mao's territory. It's the old capital of the underworld where the previous Lucifer-sama lived, Kiba explained as we all began to stand now that the train has stopped, allowing us to get our luggage. We're going to change over to the subway from here, since there'll be an uproar if we go from the surface. Everyone nodded and began to file out of the train and follow Rias, who led the group. Kaya, Princess Raya-sama. Suddenly, we heard a high-pitched cheer. When I looked on where the scream came from, a group of devils on the station platform were looking at Butchu and giving her longing gazes. Butchu is the Mao's younger sister. What's more, she's also beautiful, so she's a yearned after target among low and middle-class devils, you know. Aiknasan explained this. So Butchu is a super celebrity in the underworld. What more, she is the Mao's younger sister. What's more, she's the next head of the noble upper-class Gremory family. Moreover, she was, in a word, an extremely beautiful young woman. You could say that it's inevitable that she became popular. I thought about everything Aiknasan just told me. Still, seeing all these devils making eyes at Butchu, whether they were of admiration or lust, it still rubbed me wrong that they dare make eyes at my fiancé. focusing some killing intent at the group of devils. I smirk, seeing the sweat dropping from their heads and the feeling of dread in their minds. A bit extreme and unorthodox against a group of fans who are only here to see their idol. It still didn't mean that I should sit by and watch them look at Butchu like that. I so many devils. From behind my back, Gasper reacted to the voices of the many devils and panicked. The tough day continued for the Hikikomori. Butchu, who was suffering under constant calling of her name and affection from a newly revived crowd, turned to us with a brilliant smile. Everyone, this way. We can continue through the private train through here. She waved for us to follow, and like her forever faithful servants, we followed. Standing beside Butchu and us were men wearing black suits, most likely Butchu's bodyguards, as someone of Butchu's status cannot be without some form of protection. Great now a choir of men. Just as I was about to give them another viewing of hell, when Butchu laid a hand on my shoulder. I turned my head to face her. She smiled at me. Eyes, thank you for caring so much for my well-being. But you need not worry, Eyes. You don't need to do anything, because I'm yours after all. Now and forever. Butchu stood on her toes as I was now taller than her, with me being 6'12". She kisses my lips softly with me kissing back. We were out of sight away from the group of fans outside. Thankfully, no one other than everyone saw us together. If people were to see me and Butchu together, kissing no less, would spark a storm of stories about me and Butchu being a couple, and possibly reveal the secret of our engagement. As much as I love Butchu, I love it better if that didn't happen, at least not until we are ready for others to know. Pulling away from each other, a small trace of saliva hung from our lips, signaling how deep our kiss was. We waved to the crowd with a smile. The results were the crowd of devils to erupt in cheers. We quickly got aboard the private train that was to transport us to the meeting place. Even in the underworld, Butchu is just as popular as she is back at Ku Academy. I smiled for her as the doors closed. Zox. After transferring from the subway, we were jolted around for another 5 minutes. When we arrived, it was at a platform in the basement of the biggest building within the city. The meeting place for the gathering of young devils, old families, and high-class big shots was in this building. The bodyguards accompanied us until we reached the elevator, and then stood waiting on standby. We boarded the elevator from the basement with Butchu in the lead. It was a spacious elevator, I must say. Everyone, I'll say it one more time. No matter what happens, stay in a calm state of mind. No matter what is said, don't start a fight. The people above are our future rivals. We mustn't show an unsightly form. Butchu's words had more fighting spirit than usual, and were very intense. This was the voice of someone who is prepared for battle and doesn't intend to lose to anyone. Asia swallowed, trying to calm her feelings. I rested my hand on her shoulder in comfort. She looked back at me with a grateful expression. Unlike everyone else, I was not affected in the slightest. I had faced stronger enemies who brought fear and anxiety to their opponents they faced in battle. However, I fought on regardless of the odds stack against me or my opponent was stronger than me. I fought them all and won, whether by myself or alongside my peerage. For clothing, everyone wore their summer uniforms, which were quickly becoming our uniforms for the underworld. I, however, wore my all-white clothing. After traveling up to the top floor pretty quickly, the elevator then stopped at last and the door opened. When we took a step outside, we found ourselves in a wide hall. When we got out from the elevator, a person who seemed to be an employee was there and bowed slightly to Butchu and us. "Welcome, Grimoire-sama. Please come this way." We followed after the employee. After we went down a certain passage, the figures of several people were in a corner. Seriorg. Butchu seemed to know one of the figures. Hearing his name, the person approached us. A boy who was about the same age group as us. He was a rough yet good-looking guy with short black hair. He had an energetic appearance, and had a very good physique with plenty of muscles. His eyes were purple. By sight alone, you would think him to be some type of pro wrestler or martial artist. "It's been a while, Riaz." He shook hands with Butchu while smiling. At closer look he did resemble Surzech, and the power I was sensing from him meant he was no pushover. If I wasn't as strong as I am now, then he would be the strongest out of all of us here. The devils that were most likely his peerage turned to face us. They all looked strong, but like Seriorg, they were not a problem. "Yeah, I missed you. It's good to see that you're doing well. There are also people here who haven't met you yet." Riaz turned to face us while introducing us to Seriorg. "Eyes, Asia, Zenobia, this person is Seriorg. He's my cousin on my mother's side." Seriorg waved to us with a kind smile on his face. "I'm Seriorg Bale, the next head of the Bale family." Bale? Now I remember. The Great King is a Bale, or better known as the Great King of Hell. I took the chance to read more about the underworld's culture during my training, and the Bale family was one of the subjects I touched on. Still, to be standing in front of the son of the Great King was an honor, and hard to believe he was attending this conference too. Butchu continued her conversation with her cousin and the next head of the Bale family. "So, what are you doing in a passage like this?" Butchu asked her cousin, Seriorg, who put a hand behind his head and sighed. "We came out here because it's so idiotic in there. Idiotic. Have the other members also arrived then? Aegir's and Asteroth have already arrived. Zephiodol came last. Immediately after he arrived, Zephiodol and Aegir started arguing. Sarayorg had an expression of complete dislike. Were the two arguing that bad? Rather, what did they start arguing about? Curious, I was just about to ask Sarayorg when an explosion was heard. The building shook greatly and a huge smashing sound was heard coming from a nearby room. Damn it, Sarayorg cursed as he made his way towards the sound we all heard. Worried as well, Butchu without hesitation followed after Sarayorg, who headed towards the large doors at the end of the hall. Both peerages and myself followed after our respective kings. Geez, this is why I advised not meeting before the meeting, was what we heard when we reached the room Sarayorg and Butchu entered, looking at the chaos happening inside. Beyond the large door that was opened was a banquet hall that was all smashed up. The tables, chairs, and decorations were all destroyed. All the devils were split into two camps who glared at each other at the center of the room. Weapons had been taken out, and there was an explosive air to the whole situation. One side was made of evil-looking goblin-like devils. The other side seemed to be made of relatively ordinary devils. However, both groups gave off an aura that was full of cold killing intent to the point of being frightening. Both sides were releasing a large quantity of magic that felt much stronger than the Gremory and Satiri groups. Well, except for Issei, of course, looking what was in his field of vision. Issei spotted a table somehow still remain unbroken laying off to one corner, and a group of elegant-looking servant devils could be seen gathered around. In the center of the group was a gentle-looking male devil drinking tea. At first glance he'd seem as a gentle and respected high-class devil with a friendly smile and aura to match. However, to Issei, who saw past this false personal, glared hatefully at the devil drinking tea. Everyone was too preoccupied with the two group of devils who were about to commit murder against the other. Failed to notice Issei's sudden mood change from passive to unadulterated anger. His eyes held nothing but pure hatred and evil towards the male devil that if he continued, his power that he was suppressing would leak and warn everyone of his sudden mood change. As much as Issei wanted to commit bloody murder, no completely destroy the male devil, he needed patience. It was nearly time. Issei knew exactly who this devil was and what he intends to do. Just a little more time. Soon, he will get what's coming to him. I've waited for the day that I'd make you regret for what you did to Asia, you bastard. Issei turned his gaze back to the quarrel in the center but kept his mind back to the male devil. Zephiodol, can you not help starting a fight at a place like this? Do you want to die? Do you really want to die? Even if I kill you, I won't be blamed by the people on the top. The two groups glared at each other. A female devil had said it coolly. She was an incredibly beautiful woman about the same age of Issei. She wore glasses and a cold and sharp gaze made her frightening. Add to the power she was emitting gave off a chilling feeling like ice. For clothing, she wore a blue robe that exposed very little skin. I'll say it again, bitch. I said that I'd teach you in one shot in a private room with great trouble. The Aegir's won us and really doesn't like being without her guards, now does she? Is that why you're still a virgin who hasn't let a man come near her till now? Geez, all the women from the families of the Maoists stink of virgins and are unbearable. That's why I said that I'd do a formal opening ceremony for you. The male with the vulgar mouth had a black magic-like tattoo on his face, and his green hair was standing on its end. As expected, there were also black magic-like tattoos on his upper body which was bare and uncovered. The ornaments on his pants jingled and clanked. A delinquent. He who had the look and the mouth of a delinquent like so many I knew back in the human realm. He did seem good-looking, a complete opposite of what I expected, but his features and aura he was emitting made him a dangerous person. I didn't need to ask anyone on why these two groups were glaring hatefully at each other and ready to exchange blows any second. Both groups, especially their kings, had held bad blood towards each other. Why? I didn't know, nor could I care less of their problems. Sarayorg came up behind me and explained. This place is a waiting hall where we remain on standby until the time comes. To explain it better, the young people gather here and give each other small greetings. However, this is what happens when the young people greet each other. By gathering many hot-blooded people together, problems like this also come out. The old devils of the families and high-class devils can't help assuming that this is a good thing. I don't want to have anything to do with such a useless thing, but it can't be helped. I nodded, now understanding the scene in front of me with Sarayorg's advice. We look on at the two groups of devils who were still arguing with each other. Should we stop them before things get out of hand? I asked. I was just thinking that. The meeting will start soon and we can't have these idiots continue with their whining. Sarayorg popped his neck as he prepared to break up the fight when the delinquent-looking devil shouted, "You bitch, I'm going to FC King kill you." During Sarayorg's explanation, the female devil slapped the male devil and his reaction was what we were seeing now. Sarayorg was about to run in and stop the fighting when a gust of wind passed him and he heard his cousin shout, "Eyes!" Behind him, I sped past Sarayorg with incredible speed, easily crossing the distance between the entrance and the center of the hall. A gust of wind and power swept harmlessly behind me and the female goblin-looking devil who wore a shocked expression at seeing both the sudden appearance of the guy in white and him stopping Zephiodol's punch easily without flinching from the power behind his punch. Zephiodol was just as shocked, seeing not only did this nobody whom he never met get between him and stopping his punch like it was nothing. He gritted his teeth at his fist being crushed in my grip. Riaz, Sarayorg, and their respective peerages were all in a state of disbelief and shock at seeing the speed at which I traveled to reach the center of the hall. My eyes were cold, staring back into Zephiodol's own, who after a few minutes reignited with their original flames. Who the FCK are you? I simply tightened my grip on his hand, causing a pain groan to escape his lips. It's not very polite to hit a woman for any reason, you know. FCK you virgin piece of shit. What I do is none of your FC King business. When you threatened to hit a girl, it became my business. I fired back coldly with a glare to prove my seriousness. I threw away Zephiodol's hand away to the side. With his hand now freed, he attempted to knock my lights out with a powered-up punch, stronger than his first one. His fist neared my face, but I didn't attempt to catch his punch like before. Opening my eyes, having closed them before, I flexed a small portion of my overall power. Zephiodol was suddenly flung away from me as if pushed back by an unseen force. His back roughly hit the wall behind him. He opened his eyes wide and his mouth opened in a silent scream. His body slid slowly down from impact. He laid against the wall, unconscious. You bastard, shouted his peerage, outraged at seeing their king taken out so easily by this guy. Just as they were about to rush me, I glared at the group with a glare that sent back the FCK away, and killing intent that froze them to the spot. Even if you did fight me, your blades can't touch me. Instead of wasting your time with me, you should pick up your sorry excuse of a king before he bleeds all over the floor, I said without a care and a shrug of my shoulders. Reluctantly, the group sheathed their weapons and moved to help their master, who was still unconscious from being sent across the room. I then turned my attention to the glasses-wearing girl I just saved. Her expression stiffened when my gaze met hers. You okay? I asked gently with a caring smile. The girl was taken back by my sudden change of demeanor but nodded nevertheless. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. I nodded and took a good look at her face, an action she found embarrassing as she blushed under my gaze. There's still time. Put your makeup on again. It wouldn't do to attend the function while wearing something so bad. To understand. She turned around and left the hall. Her peerage offered their thanks to me, bowed and followed after her. After confirming with a nod, I spoke to the staff that had gathered, hearing the exchange of words. The hall is too messed up and not presentable. Can I ask on any assists on getting this place fixed up? The staff, Sarayorg and Riaz, who had snapped out of their shocked states, helped with cleanup. It seems we're late for the introductions. Turning back to the entrance stood Sona and her peerage, having arrived after the fighting. They all still wore the Ku Academy uniforms even after school was released for the summer. Ah, Hyodu, a familiar voice. I then spotted Saji waving at me and being the one who called my name. Saji, and Kaichu too. Hello, Riaz, Hyodaukun. Now that Sona and her peerage finally arrived, now the meeting can begin. Zox, Kaichu, I wish to express my apologies for the damages I caused to the school during the conference, I said to Sona. Standing in front of the Citri heiress, I bowed in apology. I knew of Sona's deep admiration to the school and the responsibilities she held as president of the school council. So when Butchu told me what happened when I went under, I was mortified that I allowed that to happen. I promised the next time we saw Sona, I'd accept any punishment she had and ask for forgiveness if she gave any. There is no need for apologies, Hyodaukun. As Riaz has most likely informed you, the school was in need of redecorating. The damages done to the school have been repaired after the conference concluded. Riaz also told me that you underwent a transformation that left you not in control of your actions. There is nothing to forgive as you're not at fault. I raised his head, hearing Sona's reasons, and the small smile on the corner of her lips confirmed of her words being true. Thank you, Kaichu. I promise this won't happen again. Please see that it doesn't. As they finished their discussion, another figure approached the group from behind. Excuse me. Everyone turned around, hearing the voice and turning out to be the glasses-wearing devil from before. I am Sigvaria Agers, the next head of the Agers family, rank Archduke. After that incident in bringing Sona and her peerage of what happened before their arrival, the reception hall had been restored by the magic of the staff members. Everything had mostly returned to normal. The young people had gathered amongst themselves again and were exchanging greetings. We were all sitting around a table with the asshole, as I call him, and his servants left out, most likely still unconscious, and his servants trying to wake him up. Butchu, Riaz of the Gremory family, Kaichu of the Citri family, Sarayorg of the Bale family, and that asshole from before seemed to be the Glacia Labolas family. The girl, Sigvaria, was the next head of an Archduke family. The Archduke is an agent that serves the Maus by passing judgment onto the lives of us devils. According to what I've heard from Butchu, if the Mayu-sama was the president of a company, the Great King would be the vice president and the Archduke would be an executive director. It seems strange for there to be 4 presidents. But that's how Devil's society is, I suppose. Nice to meet you. I'm Ria's Gremory, the next head of the Gremory family. She looked towards me for a brief second and winked at me. I easily caught the meaning and smiled. I'm Sona Citri, the next head of the Citri family. Butchu and Kaichu continued the greetings. The masters had sat down, and their servants were on standby behind their masters. It was the same everywhere. I'm Sariorg Bale. I'm the next head of the Bale family, rank Great King. Sariorg introduced himself majestically. The guy who was drinking tea during the uproar had a gentle atmosphere also spoke. I'm Deodra Asteroth, the next head of the Asteroth family. Please take care of me, everyone. His voice was gentle. He seemed innocent enough. All of this was an act to hide his real personality. From the corner of my eyes I glared towards Deodra. He turned away and drowned out everything else around him. Moving on to the asshole from before was Aglaisa Labolas. He hails from the same family as the current Asmoda-sama, and Deodra comes from the family that the current Beelzebub is from. Still, is it okay for the next head of the family to be well an asshole? I overheard from one of my familiars a couple weeks back that the Glaisa Labolas family seemed to have had some family trouble the other day. The person who was supposed to be the next head of the family just had an unforeseen accidental death, leaving Zephiadol as the new candidate for the new head. A family suffering from the loss of a family member is tragic. However, I still believe someone like Zephiadol was a bad choice to be next in line for the seat of clan head. But to respect the family's decision, I won't voice my displeasure. Hopefully I won't have to end him too soon and force the family to find a new head. And so, 6 young devils were present here in total. The servants of these devils also seemed to be strong. Still nothing compared to me. Myself and Sariorg seemed to be the strongest of our class, however. But even Sariorg was nowhere near my level. There were the Gremory that has Lucifer, the Citri that has Leviathan, the Asteroth that has Beelzebub, the Glaisa Labolas that has Asmodeus, and also the Great King and Archduke as well. These were the 6 families. A door opened and an employee came in. Sorry for making you all wait for so long. Everyone is waiting. At last, the function was starting. Zox, the room that we young devils were all led to had a strange atmosphere about it. There were seats placed in very high places here, and there were distinguished-looking people sitting there. What's more, there were distinguished-looking devils on the level above that as well. There were some familiar faces I spotted sitting in the thrones above us. Serzic-sama and Seraphil-sama. I figured I'd show respect being in the underworld and all. She wasn't dressed as a Mao Xiaozhou today. Besides the 2 I already knew. Sat 2 I didn't know, but I knew them to be Beelzebub-sama and Asmoda-sama. Even if it was being suppressed, I could feel their powerful magic power from where I stood. They also had youthful appearances like Serzech and Seraphal. Standing before us were the 4 great Maoists that govern the underworld as a whole. Still, I didn't feel any emotion that showed my discomfort. Had I never became a Forsaken and stayed a devil, no doubt in my mind I would be shaking now. However, and I wasn't the only one that noticed this. Butchu and Sona Kaichu and their peerages noticed an empty 5th throne near Asmoda-sama. Was there someone missing? How else could there be 5 seats when there are only 4 Mayu-samas? I pushed this to the back of my head and looked ahead where we were lined up. We were standing by in line behind Butchu. All of us were in line behind our respective kings who stood at the front. They then took a step forward. Butchu and Kaichu included. The asshole had finally regained consciousness, stepped forward as well. He turned to face me with an irritated glare and scowl. He was still salty about the beating I gave him earlier, and he should be. I sent a glare laced with killing intent his direction. When he felt it, he turned his head around like nothing had happened. However, I could see he was shaking a bit. HMPH, at least act like a tough guy and don't turn your head around. Good, you have gathered, in order to check faces of you all. Who will carry the burden of the next generation? You have been gathered here. This is also a meeting that is performed over a regular cycle, so that we can ascertain the young devils. An elderly male devil spoke with a solemn voice while clasping his hands together. They seemed to have fought right away, though. This time a full-moustached male devil spoke out sarcastically. He was referring to the matter from before. You 6 are all devils of the next generation that have pedigree and true ability that no objection can be raised against. That's why I want you to compete together before your debuts and increase your power in this way. Serzic-sama said this from his seat on the topmost level. Speaking, we are to fight one another through a rating game. Now that I remembered, Azazel did talk about this subject back on the subway to the Gremory mansion, and how he will be training us to prepare. Will we also eventually be sent out in the battle against the Chaos Brigade? Sariorg suddenly asked that straight out. I also wanted an answer to his question. Not that it matter as I don't know. However, I don't want to send out young devils if possible. Surzach-sama answered as such. Sarayorg raised his eyebrows, seeming to not accept Surzach's answer. Why? Even if we're young, we carry part of the responsibility of devils. If we just receive kindness from our predecessors even at this age and nothing further is done. Sarayorg, I acknowledge your bravery. However, you're reckless. Above all, I'd like to avoid sending you all, who are still in the midst of growing, to the battlefield. Besides, it would be too great a loss if we lost the devils of the next generation. I want you to understand. You are all more of a treasure to us than you think. That's why I want you to experience important things step by step and grow. Sarayorg nodded his head after thinking back on Surzach's words and said, I understand having consent, but was dissatisfied. While it is admirable to show your bravery in the front of coming war, Sarayorg-sama, you six still do not show promise and readless to be a part of the war effort. Unlike Ezio-sama. At the mention of the name Ezio, the elderly devils, the 4 Maoists, and the staff employees in the room agreed. Ezio, spoke Butchu with a confused look. I too wish to know of this Ezio. Kaichu spoke next, curious about the name of a person that even her sister was interested in. If her yelling out his name saying he was hers and not to, in her words, that angel succubus of heaven. Seriously, anyways, back to the present. Ah, you two have been in the human world and are not aware of who Ezio is, Surzach-sama said, seeing the confusion on Ria's and Sona's peerages as well as themselves. Ezio is the name of a devil who in the past months has made his legend know all through the underworld and heaven. His story is powerful, well received and respected by everyone for being a true story on one's struggle to protect. Ezio's story begins as a man who lost everything. His family and loved ones were all murdered and he was framed for the killings. At the time we didn't have much proof to prove his innocence, which led to Ezio to be branded a murderer and was hunted down like a stray devil. But still, even with all his losses and the thoughts of being captured hanging over his head, he still sought to protect us any way he could. Like a vigilante, said Saji. Exactly, Saji-kun. Surzach smiled before continuing. While evading capture, Ezio would disappear and reappear time and again. On several occasions, myself and Serafal have ran into Ezio to have him arrested. He always said that he didn't wish to harm us and asked politely for us to withdraw. Every time we ran into him, he would then flee after a small skirmish. Every time we met was the same, with him not wishing to harm us and pleading for us to retreat peacefully. It was then we began to think more about his character. His next accomplishments won the hearts of the people in respect of us and the elders. Before the conference of the 3 great powers, we would receive daily reports of Kao's brigade movement in the area. Days later we received more reports about the defeat and capture of several members and officers. Ezio had taken upon himself to act as a shield for the people by combating them alone. His crimes were soon forgiven and him pardoned. He was welcomed back, a respected devil in the eyes of the populace. However, his feats didn't stop there. Ezio continued with his task to protect us by developing new ways to better protect us. Our alliance with Heaven was secured weeks before the conference, with Ezio offering his defense systems to Heaven as a show of good faith. 2 months ago he was made an official Mao for his services and his power. The people rejoiced that day of his rise to Mao. He has since made a huge impact as a Mao, writing new laws and ways to better support the people and the remaining 7 to 2 pillar families. His work has helped usher in a new era for us devils, helping us regain most of our former strength. His power and skills are incredible. It excels even U6, and he is only 18. This got a reaction from everyone who didn't know who Ezio was. A Mao. He was made a Mao and he's only 18. Butchu and everyone who didn't know who Ezio was until a few minutes ago were shocked that someone who is only a few years their senior was already Mao, excuse me, the 5th Mao-sama. His power was recognized by the 4 Maoists of the underworld and he himself was made one. Those that did know of him stay silent. Even Zephyrdal was quiet, and that's saying something. The difference between him and U6 is that he is prepared and ready for war. And although we wish to keep the young ones far away from any conflict, Ezio, however, wishes to fight, so that everyone in this room doesn't have to. The reason he is not present for this meeting is that he and his peerage are scattered across the supernatural world fighting and protecting us from the coming war. I applaud your bravery, Sarayorg, but when we are at our end, we must preserve our hope in the younger generation that they continue ahead. Everyone having heard of Surzach's explanation of the 5th Mao, their respect for Ezio skyrocketed for him to willing sacrifice his life to protect the many back home. After that, the difficult talk continued about difficult words from the higher-ups and about the upcoming games from the Mao-sama. Now then, I apologize for keeping you with this long talk. Well, we all see our dreams and hopes in you young ones. I want you to understand at least that you are the treasures of the underworld. Everyone hung on Surzach's words. I understood that there were no lies in his words as we listen on. His words seemed to have calmed everyone's nerves and showed no fear or signs of nervousness. A kind and just leader. The hall quieted down when Surzach started talking once more. To finish things, will you now let us hear your respective future goals? The first to respond to Surzetch's request was Sariorg. My dream is to follow in Aziasama's lead and become a Mao. A large dream indeed. It won't be an easy climb, but Sariorg seemed to have the aura and determination to achieve his dream. Ho, the higher-ups also let out a breath of wonder at Sariorg's goal. It helped when he said it without hesitation. It's unprecedented for a devil from the Great King family to leave it. A male devil higher-up said this. When the people of the underworld feel that there's no choice but for me to become Mao, I will become one, he declared further, and he got a grand applause from everyone in the room, including the 4 Maoists. Butchu spoke next, following Sariorg's example. My goal for the near future is to live as the next Gremory head, and to win in each rating game battle. It warmed my heart every time I heard Butchu's dream. Yes, she spoke of it before and the times before that. However, it still brought me joy hearing her dream again and again. I promised to make her dream a reality, no matter the cost. After Butchu, the other devil candidates began to speak their own dreams and goals for the future. Lastly was Sonokachu, who spoke her own dream. I wish to build a school for the rating games in the underworld. A school. I wanted to hear more about her dream, if it was what I had an idea of then. However, some didn't share her enthusiasm, the higher-ups. If it's learning about rating games, isn't there already one for that? A higher-up asked Sona, who answered his question blandly. That is just a school where only high-class devils and devils of privileged rank are accepted. The school that I want to build is one where low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without any distinction. So it's a school without discrimination. I honestly didn't know that the underworld had discrimination to begin with. Another piece of information I must look into. I took a brief glance at Saji, seeing he was proudly listening to Kaku's dream. However, the laughter of the higher-ups ruled over the assembly hall. So this is their answer. I looked ahead and saw Butchu narrowed her eyes and glared at the higher-ups. I turned my head and Kaichu's peerage, including Saji, all narrowed their eyes hearing their king's dream being insulted. I now knew what must be done. My thoughts are clear and my mission is set. But first an example. That's impossible. This is just brilliant. I see. So you're a little girl who dreams. It's good to be young. However, for the next head of the Citri family to state such a dream, I have to say thank goodness that it was here at this place of introduction before your debut. Even if the current underworld has changed much from the past, discrimination between the high-class devils and reincarnated devils still exists. There are also still a lot of people who believe that to be natural as well. Kiba spoke blandly from besides me. Why's that? I thought we were welcomed normally by Butchu's family. I asked him, seeing him show a face of seriousness. Ice Gun. The Gremorys are a family that has profound affection. They don't really discriminate against humans or low-class devils, but please remember the House of Phoenix. At Kiba's words, I remembered Riser Phoenix in my mind. Certainly, that guy had looked down on me both because I was low-class and a servant. He may have showed a discriminatory attitude towards me. In the midst of all this, Kaichu spoke frankly. I'm serious. Serapha also nodded strongly in agreement. She almost seemed to be saying well said. But with her position as Mao, she couldn't support her younger sister, but even so she seemed worried about her. A higher-up spoke with cool-headed words. Sona Citri, low-class devils and reincarnated devils merely work for their high-class devils masters and are only selected for their talent. Wouldn't building such a training institution make the old families, who value tradition and pride, lose face? No matter how much people say that the world of devils has entered a period of change, change can be both good and bad. Something like teaching mere low-class devils really is nothing of your concern. And that's where you're wrong, old-timers. Everyone raised an eyebrow at the disrespectful tone used against the higher-ups, who growled in anger. Who dare speak to us in such a manner? I demand to know who. Saji, who was just about to say something himself, turned to his right and shouted the name of the culprit. Hyodu. Everyone turned their heads to me. I walked calmly to the front of the crowd, my eyes closed and a smile on my lips as I made my way up. Eyes. Butchu reached for my hand, grabbing hold of my left hand. I turned around to face the concerned face of my king. I smiled, seeing her worried expression for me. Raising a free hand, I ran it through Butch's vibrant crimson hair, enjoying the softness and texture of her tresses. I pulled away after giving Butchu one last smile and stood in front of the 6 heirs, staring at the 4 Maoists and devil higher-ups. While it is admirable to value tradition, following our roots as it gives meaning to who or what we really are, but there is a difference between celebrating and worshipping. Sadly, I only see the latter when listening to these talks. My tone was full of condescending that it rolled off the tongue. Be careful how you talk, young reincarnated devil. Ryastono, your servant hasn't been properly trained. Butchu nodded her head and spoke emotionlessly. I apologize. I'll speak to him later. Her expression didn't change as she said this. I suddenly laughed like a manchel, a deranged manchel who had finally lost his shit after suffering. Unable to listen to the many voices talking in his head anymore, My laughter confused and some terrify others because how evil it resemble. Haha, that is rich. Oh, how does it feel not being a man when you order someone to do what you cannot, even if you have the power to do so yourself? You try to have Raya-sama stop my rambling when you old-timers can easily do it yourselves. It's rich. I laugh again, and if possible, my laughter was outright chaotic, lacking any sanity. I will say this in a way your old brains or what's left of it can understand. Serafil-sama started giggling from her seat at hearing my disrespect towards the higher-ups, who were all gritting their teeth in anger. Why bash and laugh at someone's dream like it has no meaning? All dreams, no matter what they are, have meaning to the person who wishes to accomplish their dream and to their friends and families who support those dreams. As the higher-ups and being our elders, you should support the dreams of the younger generation, as they are the future who will one day inherit your positions of power and look to guide the next generation, and so on. I looked behind me and lifted my arm up to address Kaichu. Sana-sama's dream is an excellent dream as it promises change. Yes, I am fully aware that change can be harmful and good at the same time. However, I believe change is required if you wish to build a stable future. Plans don't always go to plan, and those who can't accept failure cannot truly advance forward. The underworld relies heavily on tradition and old customs that it encourages discrimination towards us low-level devils and reincarnated devils who don't see tradition as the 7-2 pillars do. And that's where you suffer from. You may not know it, but it's because of us reincarnated devils. The devils who are looked down upon by pure-blooded devils and the elders of the underworld. It is because of us that the devil faction has not gone extinct by now. Everyone raised their eyebrows at hearing this explanation. A higher-up male devil who threatened Issei earlier spoke once more. What are you talking about, boy? And the very reason you don't understand is why your race hasn't perished. It's because of myself, as the reincarnated devils. The humans and those who were made into devils using the evil peace system. When it was first introduced, everyone didn't agree immediately. It was when they saw its uses and advantages it brought when those who were given an evil peace they became a devil, thus increasing your numbers. If it were not for us, the devil faction may still remain, but closer to extinction, with only 15% of pure-blooded devils still alive. Much less than the current number of pure-blooded devils alive now. I know the devil faction suffered heavily from both the Great War and the Civil War. Speaking of war, I turned my attention to Surzech and the other Maoists. I smiled, full of amusement, getting some type of thrill from seeing the conflicted look on their faces. From what Sarayorkson said earlier, I do agree with both his and your argument, Surzech-sama. Still, I can't accept your words. If you're so self-conscious about sending us young devils into war, then send me instead. As you may not know, but I alone am worth 1,000 men in battle. The four Maoists, Surzech and Serafal's eyes widen hearing me say this as if stating a fact, and seeing the serious look in my eyes further proved this claim. When I was away for a time, training to better control my sacred gear, Diedrag suggested that I'd test my newfound strength, and with the underworld in times of peace, I searched for the only battles taking place, going to war with the Chaos Brigade. The hall continued to stay silent the more I spoke. My speech was calm and smooth like a gentle river, but had a fierce and dangerous aura of a hardened warrior. Everything I had said thus far was all true after all. Of course, I started to speak again, and everyone listened with rapt attention. It wasn't easy finding the organization, as they kept all their activities and movement quiet, making it a hassle in tracking them. It wasn't long when I overheard a planned attack on the city of Kyoto, the main headquarters for the Yokai faction. I followed the lead and found a separate group known as the Hero faction that work with the Chaos Brigade as one of their many factions and groups. They were intending to use Kana-sama, the daughter of the Yokai faction's leader, Yasuke, to extract her power to revive some creature that was sealed away beneath the city. I met all the members of the Hero faction, especially their leader, Cao Cao, a descendant of the original Cao Cao who lived during the Three Kingdoms era. He is also the known wielder of the true Longinus, the ultimate Longinus of the 13 Longinus. But you gasp in fear at hearing of her eyes, run into with the wielder of the true Longinus, a spear capable of killing gods. The others who knew Eyes on a great scale or just knew who he was were also shocked that he faced the Chaos Brigade alone and against the wielder of the true Longinus. At this moment, I unzipped my sleeveless shirt after removing my coat. Wow, think fairy tale. But you, including the stoic Sona Kaichu and every girl in the hall, especially Serafal from where she sat, blushed at seeing my muscular chest and muscles my body had. They, however, cringed when they spotted the scars on his body. Many scars adorn his body. Not a single part of his body was free of any scars. Aquino, Asia, and Zenobia all had sad expressions at seeing the scars of their love interest's body. The night before the lights were turned off, and this morning when they woke up he was wearing his shirt. So seeing his scarred-covered chest for the first time left them speechless, unable to form words. Asia looked on the brink of tears at seeing the damage done to her friend and love interest's body. Having allowed enough silence, I pointed to a scar near my heart. I showed this one to Raya-sama the night before, but I received this from when Cao Cao pierced me with his true longinus. Gasps could be heard from everyone in the hall, but no louder than Butchu's. She had fresh tears coming from her eyes and her lips were set in a pout. She was greatly weakened from hearing me reveal that the scar I got on above my heart was when I was pierced by the true longinus. When Cao Cao pierced me with his true longinus, he figured I'd be dead, for the true longinus is a weapon to be feared. I admit, I did take a gamble by allowing myself be pierced. Another round of gasps were heard, and my theory was proven correct, raising my left hand out as if for to grab something when before the gathered devils, a spear appeared before my outstretched hand. He grasped the pole of the spear and showed it to everyone. What I was holding was the true longinus, an exact copy of the original. Design and color were all the same as well. Everyone, especially the 4 Maoists, were shocked at seeing the legendary spear that killed Jesus Christ, Son of God, was in this very room in the hands of Issei Hayato. Instead of dying, I absorbed true longinus's power when Cao Cao stabbed me. I was given half of its overall power, moving the true longinus behind my back where it stayed and then dissipate into golden particles. After the rest of the hero faction retreated, I hurried to Kanao-sama's side. However, I arrived too late as she was near death's door. They had almost absorbed all of her power for their ritual when they were forced to withdraw. From there I destroyed the ritual ceremony, and where I found Kanao-sama barely alive. She would have died that day if not for me saving her life. D-Drag and myself had tested a theory numerous times, all with successful results, but that was our first test on a living being, and I had doubts at the time that it would work. My blood, the blood that courses through me, has healing properties. I had Kanao-sama drink my blood from the source, as that is the only way for the healing properties to work. The results were successful, as Kanao-sama's magic and lifespan had all been resetted and back to full. She was reborn again, if you want to call it that. My blood contains my magic that when drank it restores any wounds suffered and fully replenishes their magic reserves. I'm still not entirely sure how it works, but when consumed, my magic doesn't wear off after a couple minutes. It stays in the person's system, augmenting their own reserves, strengthen them. This piece of information greatly interests the 4 Maoists and the higher-ups, who began to think on how an ability may favor them. The young devils were also intrigued. For those who suffered from poor to no control of their magic because their reserves were too small or too large to use properly. If my blood can really strengthen a devil's magic reserves, think about the power boost they'll receive, and their control becomes greater, allowing those who can't use their magic properly to create stronger and better magic spells. The possibilities were endless. If I did my math correctly, Kanao-sama, who is a Kyuubi and still a child, her magic power is about Raya-sama and Sana-sama's in power. With drinking my blood, however, I suspect when she becomes her mother's age or early adulthood, she will have Mao class reserves and magic power to follow. Mao class, is that even possible? This hovered in the air and in the minds of everyone in the hall hearing my explanation. After the battle for Kyoto ended, I obtained the nickname the Yin-Yang Dragon from the people who saw me use both divine flames blessed by the gods. I also secured an alliance with the Yakai faction for saving Yasuka-sama's daughter, and I was named her guardian from there on. So I ask again, old-timers, do you still think me a reincarnated devil? Should watch what my betters say when this reincarnated devil single-handedly secured a potential lifelong alliance with the Yakai faction, be recognized as a hero by the people of Kyoto, forced a group well known as the Hero faction to retreat with their tails between their legs with 3 of their members dead. Oh, and may I add, reaching into his coat pocket and pulled out a red-colored scroll. I tossed the scroll to Surzuch-sama, who caught it effortlessly. Opening the scroll, his eyes widened, scanning the contents of the scroll with a keen eye. Is this accurate? Surzuch-sama was serious. Gone was his cheerful smile and friendly aura. That Surzuch disappear. The Surzuch everyone was looking at is the Surzuch that alongside his 3 companions fought in a war that brought them to the top as the current Mayu-sama. I looked to Surzuch-sama and replied, my tone serious. I took it off Cao Cao's person during our fight. He even tried to destroy it when he found it in my possession. Surzuch nodded his head, and like a switch, he returned to his original self. A handsome smile on his face as he addressed me. Then this will greatly help us in the coming weeks. Aiskan, you have mine, the 4 of ours, and the rest of the underworld's thanks. You have saved millions of lives with this information. I bowed with my right arm over my left breast to Surzuch, showing respect. I am only doing what is asked of me, Surzuch-sama, to protect the future of the devil faction. Surzuch smiled as he sat back down in his seat. The higher-ups remained silent. They had nothing they could say without losing support from their fellow devils, especially in front of the 4 Maoists no less. Returning to a standing position, I smiled at the higher-ups. It wasn't a friendly smile either. It was the smile of someone who won his side of an argument and held full bragging rights. And was he going to rub it in their wrinkled faces? Of FC King course, I will end my talks here. A reincarnated devil gave you old coots an alliance that will prove fruitful in the future and for a lifetime to come. I protected my home and its citizens with valuable information that spared many lives. Do you still wish to insult Sana-sama's dream? I for one find it will bear fruit as well. When it's created, it will be the first step towards unity. Everyone under one banner where no one is discriminated depending on social status. Now I, Issei Hayao, hereby give my full support to the creation of Sana-sama's dream. On my honor as the Yin-Yang Dragon and the Red Dragon Emperor. The hall erupted into gasps of shock at hearing me calling myself the Red Dragon Emperor. Those who have not met Issei but heard of his accomplishments all look at him with awe. The young devils who they met earlier, Severia widened her eyes, her glasses falling to the bridge of her nose. She was unable to believe the Red Dragon Emperor was standing before her very eyes, and she talked to him. She had an honest conversation with him not 10 minutes ago. Incredible. Amazing. It can't be possible. To think that the Red Dragon Emperor is standing before me. The higher-ups all had different reactions to Issei being the Red Dragon Emperor. A few of them seemed to be fans of his at how they reacted to the news. That's right. You Ajasamas should be more careful with what you say to my Sanechin, as myself and my Aishin will not tolerate any mean things said to my Sanechin. My mood was already worse, and if Aishin hadn't defended Sanechin, then I would have tormented you all myself. Serafal spoke to the higher-ups with watery eyes at seeing me defend her little sister. The higher-ups snapped out of their odd states and blinked. Some in fear, as Serafal wasn't not always serious, but when she was at horrify for anyone who received her anger. Kaichu covered her face in seeming embarrassment. I turned around but didn't head back to Butchu's group. I instead continued to the exit of the hall and opened the door. Turning my head to see over my shoulder, did I speak? If you still believe my words to be false, then follow me outside. I will demonstrate for you and educate the truthfulness of my words. Zox. Everyone now stood outside the meeting hall on the steps of the stairs leading into the building. I stood further away from the group, my back to them. I looked above at the purple sky above, bringing my eyes back to the ground. I held my hands together in a praying fashion. Then a red magic circle appeared in front of my lips. Holding my fingers in a strange pattern, almost like I was doing a hand sign to communicate, I yelled, "Great fire annihilation." A fireball spewed forth from my mouth. The fireball grew bigger and wider, spreading out, covering more ground, burning everything that was unfortunate enough to stay in its path. The red orange flames burned for several minutes after I used the technique. 3 minutes later, the flames finally calmed down, and the aftermath could be seen through the small mist of smoke. The ground and any greenery was burned to a black, charred, and crisp battleground. Everything was destroyed, even the ashes could not be seen in the ruined wasteland. A truly terrifying attack, thought everyone. Allow me to tell you my dream, or rather, let me give you a picture of what I will accomplish. I don't say may, as I will make my dream true. I turned around to face the crowd of devils. On my face was the same smile I had on back inside the hall. The sounds of revolution, the underworld, heaven, hell, and the human realm will soon experience an out-of-worldly event that will shake the 3 worlds as we know it. Silence and then clapping, lots of clapping. Applause were soon heard coming from Surzuch-sama. Then Serafal-sama, followed by Ajika-sama and Fablium-sama. Then Butchu, Kaichu, and their peerages, and finally everyone else. It's official. Let's play the games. Between these young people who show great promise for our future as well as their own. Everyone listened to Surzuch's words as he said this before he turned his gaze to both Rias and Sona. Rias, Sona, would you not like to fight each other? Both friends and rivals stared at each other and blinked in surprise. Surzuch continued. Originally, it was planned for Ria's game to take place in a few days. Azazel has gathered rating game fans from each other powers, also under the pretext of watching the games of the people before their debuts. That's why it's fine like this. Let's hold the game with Rias and Sona. So the training trip with Azazel was to prepare us for the rating games, which will be speciated by a large crowd. Seems fair, I have nothing against it. And our first opponent to start things off is against Kaichu of all people. Of course we would have fought one another later, but so soon. They however seemed pretty okay with the news. I looked at the 2 girls in question who had yet to speak since the news of them fighting each other was heard. It didn't last long however. Butchu let out a breath, and then showed a defiant smile to Kaichu. Kaichu also started to show a scornful smile. She was intending to go through with this as much as Butchu was. It may not be an official one, but it feels fate to me that you would be my first rating game opponent, Rias. Now that we're competing with each other, I won't lose Sona. Sparks could literally be seen between those 2 who continued their stare-off. A match between Ryashin and Sonechin. Yes, it may fire things up. Serafal-sama also looked happy with the decision. The date of the competition is August 20th in Human World Time. You may each divide up your time as you like until then. The details will be sent again later. Surzuch having said this, the rating game between Butchu and Kaichu, 2 childhood friends and rivals, was about to begin. Zox. So it'll be a showdown with the Citri group. Rias and everyone returned to the Gremory family's residence. Issei had disappeared, saying he wanted to train, and left. Currently, it was Azazel who welcomed the group. He noticed Issei was not with them but said nothing. In a wide living room, everyone sat down or stood about, while Azazel stood with a hand under his chin as he thought about everything he was told. Today is July 28th, in the human world time, so we have about 20 days until the showdown day. Naturally, I plan for you to start from tomorrow onwards. I've already considered each of your training menus. Isn't it cheating if we have the governor of the fallen angels plan our strategy for us? Ain't that foul play or something? Zenobia asked from where she sat on the couch with Asia next to her. Azazel, however, sighed at this. Not really. I intend to give data to various members of the devil side, you know. Also, the angel side is said to also be doing a backing up system. The rest depends on the pride of the young devils themselves. If they think from the bottom of their hearts that they want to get stronger and raise their original duration, they'll take the help wholeheartedly. It's to the extent that even my vice-governor is also giving advice to each of the families. Tahaha, Shemhaze's advice may even be more helpful than mine. Everyone stayed quiet, letting the governor to his own devices, taking the chance to think about what he talked about and what happened back at the meeting hall earlier that morning. Issei Hayaudu. Riaz didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't lie to herself. She thought that she knew everything about her fiancé, all his secrets, hopes, dreams. At the meeting today, however, that was out of the question. Eyes revealed today that even he kept secrets from her. Sure, he had a good reason for not telling her, but it still hurt her that he couldn't come to her with these problems. However, not everything he revealed was a bad influence. He did have redeeming qualities, like how he fought to the brink of death to save the daughter of the leader of the Yokai faction, who Riaz knew was a little girl at the moment, about the same height as Milika's, but she was a Kyuubi and that far outdid Milika's, who had yet to awaken his own power. Lastly, he stood up for Sona's dream, even offering his support to help create her dream. If she could, she would have done the same along with Sona's pawn, Sajikun. If Eyes hadn't stepped in, then the outcome would have gone differently. But Eyes stood up and defended her friend. Riaz felt jealous at this, and for the fact that she saw a dust of pink on Sona's face when Eyes turned to leave. Speaking of which, where is Sekuryu-kun? Azazel said, finally returning to the realm of the living. Ison said he wanted to train for a bit and left after saying goodbye. Spoke Asia softly. Hearing this, Azazel shook his head and sighed. That kid, ever since his transformation, it's been nothing but work, work, work. He's going to run himself dead before he gets laid and enjoys the wonders that is. Azazel, I would appreciate if you didn't talk of such things in my family home. There are ears on the walls. Azazel stopped short of his speech when he realized he was about to enter enemy territory. He sighed at stopping himself before things got way out of hand. Well, never mind. Eyes just needs to find time to relax once in a while. Work can come at a later date. Anyways, gather in the garden tomorrow morning. I'll give each of you your training methods then. Be ready. Yes, all the club members responded to Sensei's words once more. The doors opened, revealing Grafia at the door. Everyone, the hot springs bath is ready. Zox. The Japanese-style hot spring existed in an isolated corner of the Grimory's garden. Issei, who after finishing his training he went back to the residence where Grafia and Liz approached him about everyone was in the hot spring. He took a whiff of himself, and not liking the smell that followed, he joined the male side with Kiba and Azazel, who were already soaking in the springs. When going on a trip, while submerging himself into the hot spring, Azazel hummed a tune. Oh, and he'd also let out his 12 black wings. Ha ha ha, as expected. When speaking of the underworld of hell, it's the hot springs. Moreover, when it comes to the distinguished Grimory family's private hot spring, one of the best in the underworld, a great spring is also a great spring. I ignored Azazel's rattling and enjoyed the warm water the spring offered. It soothed my muscles and calmed my mind of any stress or problems I had. Ah, this was the life. Kiba and myself wore matching towels on our heads and relaxed in the spring. I tried not to look at him because we kind of had a falling out a little while ago when I first joined the men's side. Ice Gun, shall I wash your back? I'll admit I did misrepresent what he was asking me. A man washing another man's back, that's quite alright. I mean, go into a public bathhouse and you will see it for yourself. Kiba just offered to wash my back for me, nothing wrong with that. What I did have a problem with was the fact he was blushing when he said it. I declined his offer and scooted away, far away from him as possible. Now we both were relaxing, as what happened 5 minutes ago never happened, and good riddance. We are missing one member. Where is Gasper? Even if he's a cross-dressing boy, is he really unable to do some nude socialization? I rose my head out of the water and lo and behold, he was loitering at the entrance. Typical. I fully rose my body out of the water and headed over to Gasper. Come on, Gasper, what's wrong? At a hot spring you're supposed to enter the springs, you know. Kaya, he screamed, turning around when he heard my voice behind him. Why are Kayaing for? You don't wait. Why do you have your towel rolled up to your chest? You aren't a girl and you certainly don't need to act like one. Because I was staring and scrutinizing Gasper, he blushed and spoke. You please don't look at me like that. Are you f***ing kidding me? damn it, Gasper. You aren't a girl. You don't need to roll your towel to your chest, and I am not looking at you, so don't go putting those images in my head. You are male, who for apparent reasons likes to wear girl clothing. It doesn't mean you should act like one as well, I said, losing whatever little patience I had when dealing with Gasper and his confusing gender traits. And in no way you were looking at me like that, Ice-senpai. I feel like my body is in danger here. A tick mark appeared on my head, pulsing dangerously as temperatures began to rise to atomic levels. Never mind the springs themselves. Shut up. You're out of your mind if you think I was checking you out. I'd sooner kill myself a third time than look at another guy's body, and besides I like women, Gasper. Having enough, I grabbed hold of Gasper's arm and threw his entire body into the water. Splash. No, it's who what? I'm melting. Ice-senpai is perverted. You little shit. I threw you into the water because you refused to come in yourself. So how am I the pervert here? His screaming, however, echoed throughout the male baths. Butchu and the others have already entered the female baths next to us. Butchu's teasing voice echoed around the room, followed by the girls giggling. Well, there goes my pride out the window. I left Gasper alone and plunged into the hot spring. I sunk my head down, not from embarrassment but because I don't care anymore. By the way, eyes. Coming next to me was Azazel-sensei, as he wanted us to call him by. He had on a lewd face as he approached me. Yeah, already knowing what he was going to ask. Have you rubbed Ria's BRSDS? Sensei asked that while squeezing the fingers of both of his hands in the air. Of course I have, I answered with no hesitation whatsoever. It was the truth. I see. Then, how about, where is he going with this talk? I went back to soaking away my troubles while paying attention to Azazel speaking. He thrust his index finger forward horizontally and spoke. Have you poked a woman's with your finger? He made a pressing motion in the air with his finger. I don't see where you are going with this, Azazel. I already told you that yes, I have already touched, grabbed and fondled Butchu's BRSD. I just knew this would be drag out like some type of lecture or something. You seem pretty confident. Tell me, when you poke Ria's BRSD, what was the noise it made? I am not answering that question. Just then, the voices of the girls reached our ears, listening to the conversation of the girls in the women's bath next door. If I still had my old ways with me, I know that I would react as any pervert would at what's happening on the other side of that wall. But that me is dead, or rather he never existed. I overheard Asia's conversation though. I have been neglecting the girls a bit lately. Haven't I, sensei? No, not Azazel-sensei, but another sensei who taught me many lessons in dealing with the female body, how to talk to women and how to seduce them. He gave me a few adult books and learning materials to fully understand the art of seduction as well as pleasing your woman, both emotionally and sexually. I'm glad he had taught me these skills and drive those lessons into my head. I'll be sure to not disappoint him by showcasing these skills of mine with the girls. My girls, to be exact. I did sort of confess last night. Hey eyes, you want a peek over there, don't you? I stared back at the governor with a hard gaze before turning my head around. And what gave you that idea? Oh, come on. It's perfectly healthy for a man to want to peek on women in the hot spring. That's what they all do. Like this. He suddenly grabbed my left arm. Oh shit. With a quick yank, he threw me over the fence. Have fun over there, eyes. But no who am I kidding? Have all the fun you want. Fu-woo-q-woo-woo, Azazel. I screamed as I soared through the sky. I changed my landing by flipping my body in a reverse motion and landing feet first into the girl's bath. Mixed bathing, eyes. That's what I wanted you to see for yourself. No, the feeling, Azazel's voice echoed from the men's side. Oh, I'm feeling it all right. Sarcastically, I have nothing against mixed bathing, but I'll prefer not being thrown as a football into the opposite side, even if he was a governor and our sensei and ally. Azazel was not walking away from this without a broken wing or two. I felt a number of eyes on me. I looked up and saw Butchu, Ignason, Asia, Zenobia, and Konkachan. Everyone was naked if you have not figured it out yet. And what was best was Butchu, Ignason, Asia, and Zenobia didn't even try to hide their naked bodies. As if I wasn't there to begin with. Eyes, were you thrown over by Azazel? Was your body properly washed? Yufufu, oh ice gun. You're so daring. Rather, Butchu and Ignason were coming closer while smiling wryly. Their big BRSDs swayed with each step they took. I stood up with the water reaching just below my pelvis. At that moment, Ignason caught me an instant before Butchu did. Ice gun, I caught you. Squish. She embraced me from the front, and Ignason body glued to my body. It felt amazing because I felt everything, from her BRSD squishing into my chest to her white and creamy skin. Yes, you have. My brain was being affected by both the heat of the hot spring and the erotic heat. My instincts began to gnaw at my mind, urging me to take this one Asama clinging to me, regardless of who was watching. I fought back, however. Any man would take full advantage of the woman clinging to his body, BRSD squishing against you and such. Hell no, I would. but my instincts don't control my actions. When I do have sex with Butchu and the girls, I will be myself, not me falling to the influence of my lust. Squish. While I was satisfied with Akino's body against my own, I was once again hit by another soft sensation. Butchu's face popped out over my shoulder. She was clinging behind me. Her BRSD were clearly pressing against me from behind. The dual sensation of not one, but two girls holding onto me, one in front and the other behind, their large BRSD pushing into my own body. This made us a sandwich position with me in the middle and Butchu and Akinasen as the bread. Akino, get away from my eyes. Butchu wrapped her arms around my neck and placed her head over my shoulder. She tried to snatch me away from Akino. However, Akinasen was firmly holding onto me, not letting go. No way. I've decided to enjoy the springs with Ice-kun. I'm already heating up our bodies by clinging like this. Ice-kun's body feels good just by touching it like this. Akinasen clung to me even more firmly. Her BRSD, if possible, were pressed even further against me. She smiled at Riaz with a challenging smile. Stop it. Aiza's body is mine. Who do you think trained and raised this child? It's the fruits of my labor that made the sensation of embracing him like this the best. From this child's hair to his entire body, everything is mine. Somehow, I'm feeling sensitive. Is this because of what Akino did just before, or is it because I'm touching eyes? Butchu's embrace suddenly became stronger. I could hear her heavy and rough breathing from behind me. Her voice, even in pants, was sassy. Speaking in a sense, I was raised by Butchu, so finishing condition on this body of mine was also for the sake of being used as Butchu's hugging pillow. Akinasen's BRSD were touching my chest. Butchu's BRSD were touching my back. I was caught between Butchu's and Akinasen's BRSD from the front and back. Oh, D-Drake, I thought you would be taking a nap. After we had finished training, he said he wanted to sleep as he was tired. I don't blame him. I'll explain later on when he had waken up and I was able to speak to him again since the transformation. Now, however, I was currently enjoying heaven, a paradise that was long overdue. Even though I want to enjoy the hot springs with Ice-san too. As I thought, it'll be an almost impossible task to snatch eyes away from those two. I have no choice but to watch from afar today. Asia and Zenobia were talking about something from a little further away, but the impact of the BRSD sandwich was too strong to exactly what they were saying. Suddenly, I came to my senses. Based on this situation, Konkachan would be muttering disgusting, pervert senpai, and would blow me away somewhere with a powerful punch. I timidly turned my gaze to look at Konkachan, but Konkachan had half submerged her face in the hot springs while wearing a gloomy-looking expression, and was blowing bubbles in the water. She still was not feeling good. Or rather, something was bothering her, but what? Still, I wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Akinasen and Butchu stopped their holding onto me and moaned in unison. Their moaning echoed off the walls of the hot spring. I reached my hands down to their inner thighs and with two fingers, my index and middle finger, I brushed them against their mounds, getting soft and almost lewd moans from them. I used their moment of weakness to break from their hold over me and escape, but not without a quick peck on their cheek. Walking towards Asia, who was talking with Zenobia. Both girls have yet to notice me approaching them. Asia looked to her left and noticed me standing in front of her and Zenobia. She was a little confused on why I was here, as I, Butchu, and Akinasen were far away from her and Zenobia. Standing in front of Asia, I grabbed both of her arms and lifted her up gently. She looked up at me with a confused expression and tilted her head to one side. Ice-san, she asked me, and with her head tilted to one side I found it cute. Asia, I overheard what you said earlier to Zenobia. I purposely stopped there because Asia's blush was all I needed to know that she knew what I was talking about. And you're right, I have been neglecting you, haven't I? Asia moaned cutely when I grabbed her left BRSD and began to stimulate. I kneaded and fondled the globe of flesh in my hand, to my content, thoroughly enjoying the soft moans and hiccups Asia made due to my playing with her modest-sized BRSD. I made sure to not be rough towards Asia. My movements were slow and gentle, for Asia was precious, like the rarest gem that could be found on this planet Earth. Ice-san, what are you doing? Asia's face twisted and turned as the pleasure she was feeling of my playing with her BRSD. Strangely, to me, I quite enjoyed seeing Asia, the pure-hearted nun that could forgive just about anyone, whether they be devil or fallen angel, squirm uncontrollably due to the pleasure she was feeling. Isn't it obvious? I'm giving you my love and attention. I want to apologize for not giving much attention to my cute Assachin. Switching from her left BRSD to her right, giving equal attention to both. While my right hand fondled her right BRSD, my left hand found its way onto her left, returning to its earlier groping. Deciding to switch things up and to see if I could bring more pleasure to Asia before her coming orgasm. Bringing my head down to her chest, my mouth near her left, I gave a small, tentative lick to her, and the results were exactly as anticipated. Asia's moans were much louder than her previous ones when I was just fondling her chest with my hands. Now she had her eyes closed and her arms wrapped themselves around my neck tightly. Can you ever forgive me? Forgive this dance. thick and school devil who neglected you when all you wanted was my attention. May you please forgive me, Asia. A little acting never hurts, neither does role-playing. There is nothing to forgive. Ison. Ah, I'm so happy. Ison is, he is, SHH. Just enjoy my precious angel. I said it in a lowly whisper full of both love and lust, mostly love. I've seemed to hit a sweet spot as my warm breath brushed against her ear. Asia's squirming soon became a struggle as she fought desperately to stay sane from all the pleasure overloading her mind. She cawed when one of my hands traveled lower and started to play with Asia's virgin mound. I made triple sure to not be rough towards Asia. Remember, this is her first time. I repeated this mantra in my head repeatedly as Asia was so close to climaxing. Asia continued to moan louder as my left hand moved away from her BRST and traveled lower to her outer lips, and my other hand went backwards and forward between the two. I then brought my mouth to her right and took it into my mouth. This seemed to be the final nail to the coffin as she screamed loudly, signaling her orgasm, which was huge. Looking down, I saw a wave of her juices spill onto my hand, and traveling down her legs and ending in the warm water. She had came, and it was a large one. Asia held onto to me, breathing roughly as she tried to regain some control of her senses. Bringing the hand that was playing with her lips, I instinctively licked at the juices covering my hand, and I loved it. Tastes divine. So this is what the former holy maiden tastes like. Okay, that sounded cheesy, I thought, but it didn't make it any less true. But it seems Asia enjoyed herself because she went limp in my arms with a beautiful smile on her face. I brought her to the edge of the hot spring, bridal style, and placed her sleeping body on the benches that were nailed to the floor around the spring. I kissed Asia's forehead and returned back into the water. Looking around, I almost laughed at the shocked expression and blushes on the faces of Butchu, Ignason, and Zenobia. Their blushes covered most of their faces in red, and mouths open slightly ajar told me enough that they enjoyed seeing the fun I had with Asia, and secretly hoping I'd do the same with them. Oh, and I intended to do the same. Walking over to Butchu, I held her hand and brought her with me. I grabbed hold of Zenovia's hand and brought her along with Butchu and me. The former was still lost in her imagination to realize what was happening. We arrived at the shallow edge of the springs. The water was much lower here, stopping at just my and the girl's knees. I asked Zenobia to sit down on the edge of the spring, to which she did as direct. Nodding my head, I then took a seat myself on the steps leading into the springs. Wrapping my right arm securely around her waist, I brought Zenovia's body close to me. Once this was completed, I turned my attention to Butchu, who was watching me with bated breath. A heavy blush on her face and lust shone in her beautiful blue-green eyes. Your throne awaits, Anjo-sama. Again, acting and role-playing. Nothing is wrong with either of these two topics. I tried sounding like a professional butler. I think I nailed it by the look on Butchu's face. Riaz hesitated for a second, but she turned around and sat down on my lap, her back against my chest, and my other arm wrapped itself securely around her waist. Comfy? I asked Butchu over her right shoulder. To suppose. It was cute seeing her flustered and unable to form words properly. I tried to ignore how soft her body felt sitting on my lap. It was difficult to hide my harden, which was erect and pushing against Butchu's soft, firm, and plump ass. She let out a gasp as well as a moan. I believe she felt it for herself just now. My instincts came back much stronger, but so did my resolve. I will not fall to temptation, no matter how great said temptation felt against me. I had stalled long enough and began to work. The arm wrapped around Butchu's waist. I moved my hand to her inner thigh and then her mound, where I played with her lips. I asked Zenobia to lower her upper body, to which she did without question, with her BRST hovering in front of my face. I smiled and took her left into my mouth. My arm around her waist moved up to cup her right BRST and knead the orb of flesh. The noises and moans that followed were amazing. Their voices were in perfect unison as I played with their bodies like a symphony. Who needs the skills of John Williams and 100 people to play a grand orchestra, when all I needed were my fingers, and girls who were moaning and panting like bitches in heat. Their eyes were shut tight as I continued to bring them pleasure they never felt in all their lives. I enjoyed teasing Butchu's tight virgin and Zenovia's full, well-portioned large BRST were just as amazing. Switching things up, I removed my hand that was holding Zenovia's right BRST and brought it down to her own virgin, which was just as tight, if not more, than Ria's own. Zenobia released a loud moan, leading me to believe she was more vocal than Riaz, who was panting and moaning every 5 seconds. Tasting the sweat that accumulated Zenobia as it covered her body and BRST, I sucked, licked, and blew on her ass, switching between the left and right, giving equal attention to Zenovia's twins, feeling even more pleasure due to my repeated assaults to her chest. Zenobia wrapped her arms around my neck, locking them tight and riding out the wave of pleasure. To show affection, she began to play with my hair, running her hands through my long locks, humming and groaning softly. I liked the small gesture. It only doubled my drive to bring these two girls to orgasm. The both of them shouted having came, but I wasn't finished with them just yet. My fingers became faster teasing their pusses. The sensitivity of a recent orgasm was strong. It brought both of them moaning uncontrollably once again. Enjoying yourselves, ladies? It was rhetorical. I still wanted to hear it from their lips, though. More, eyes, Zenobia shouted, trying to force my head back to her breast, desperately trying to get the same feeling once again. It feels so good, eyes, Riaz said more shyly. She tried to hide her blush from me by looking away. Funny, she always teased me with her naked body when we slept in the same bed, and she didn't shy away when I saw her naked. Rather, she pushed to have me take her. So seeing her embarrassed with my fingers playing with her, 2 fingers teasing her outer lips by going in for a quick peek and then back out without actually going in. Strange. That's not the answer I was looking for, Riaz Butchu asked me once to call her Riaz when we were alone. She wanted us to seem like more of a loving couple on a first-name basis, and it worked as I always called her Butchu. So hearing me whisper her name sensually into her ear and biting on her earlobe caused my king to scream as another orgasm rocked through her body. Not giving her time to recover, I pinched her clit. The little numb above her head long showed itself earlier in our session. Butchu moaned loudly, much louder than Zenovia's earlier one. She started to pant and breathe heavier and more labored. She squirmed on my lap. My arm wrapped around her waist securely prevented Butchu from moving around so much. In other words, she was my prisoner and she loved every second of it. Whose does this belong to, Riaz? Yours, eyes, she said in an audible whisper. I still can't hear you, Butchu. Whose does this belong to? I pinched her clit for added effect. Eyes. It belongs to Eyes and only Eyes. My is yours to do as you please, Sama. Riaz shouted to the heavens above, not really caring who heard her, even her own parents. So does mine, Eyes. I know I was a follower of God once, but now you're the only God I wish to serve and worship. My body is yours to do as you please too. Zenobia followed after her king's example. That's good to hear, I whispered, feeling their next and final orgasm quickly approaching. We're coming, Eyes. Butchu and Zenobia shouted together in unison as they climaxed at about the same time. I brought Zenovia's body off the ledge and into the water, where I hugged her and Butchu close to me as they rode out their orgasms. After they stopped, I noticed that they both fell asleep in my arms, their heads resting against my shoulders and large smiles on their faces. Breaking free of their hold, I carried them both out of the water and placed them near where I placed Asia. Once that was done, I went back into the water and headed towards Akhenaten, who showed signs of having recently been playing with herself. And then there was one. I hugged her front to front, her breast pushing against my chest like before. She held onto me, embracing me tightly. Ara Iskun, is it now my turn to experience paradise? Of course it is, Akino. She shivered in delight at me using her name without the suffix. I could never forget my beautiful, sadistic queen. And just between the two of us, I brought my lips closer to Akhenaten's ear. My breathing sent pleasure shocks through her system. I'm quite a sadist myself. My sensei gave me books about how to pleasure a woman's body, and recently I discovered that I enjoy role-playing, especially those that allows me to punish my partner. I have to admit, being a sadist is much more fun. Ara Yufufufu. Iskun, the things you say get me so aroused. It makes me so happy to hear you say that. In fact, Akhenaten lowered her right hand down my body and firmly grasped my harden, causing me to wince at how strong her grip was. My harden was erect again and leaking precum. I think we should start this new and beautiful relationship with me as S and you as M. Sound good, Iskun? I groaned under my breath at how talented Akhenaten was at giving me a handjob. It was amazing, given the fact she was as lewd as could be. Hell, I'm not complaining. It just gives me a challenge to defeat this one Asama and prove just who was the better sadist, because I wasn't done. One of my hands traveled down Akhenaten's back, going past her hips and stopping at her ass, giving a minute to enjoying the firm fullness of her cheeks. However, my kneading soon turned to probing, with a single index finger entering Akino's asshole. She moaned, grabbing a fistful of my brown hair, and howled to the ceiling as she didn't expect this from me. Her breathing became erratic, and due to her earlier session of playing with herself, she was close, and I was pushing all the right buttons. I will give you the reins one of these days, Akino. But right now, you are M and I'm S. Any questions? My finger re-entered her again, but quickly pulled out. Akhenaten shivered at my playing of her rosebud. She laughed softly and groaned as I entered her again. Akhenaten laughed her usual yufufufu, then looked into my black and yellow eyes with warmth and love in her violet eyes. Hi, Isama. She will submit to him for now, but soon he will be her pet, her submissive pet, that is. Akino happily looked forward to all the future play dates between her and her Iskun. It didn't take me long to get Akhenaten to come, for she had been playing with herself beforehand. When she finished coming, she smiled warmly at me. I also smiled back at her before I let out a moan. That clever little vixen. Akhenaten's hand found my member again and was at me. Or did her grip become even stronger? Yufufufu. Now it's Iskun's turn to come. He has been a good kuhai for making 4 women come in under 10 minutes. I think he should receive a reward. I was about to say something challenging when I felt another pair of BRSD against my back. Akino, Levi's alone. He's mine and mine alone. Butchu was the one who said this after regaining consciousness, hugging me from behind. Ara, Riaz, I thought you were dead from pleasure. I didn't think you'd be standing back up so quick. I could say the same to you, Akino. But Isis is mine and I won't allow you or any other girl to have my eyes. The two continued their verbal insult at each other while clinging to me from front and back. Turning to look at where Konkachan was, I saw she was still submerged in the water, but I could see she had red on her cheeks, showing she was blushing. I looked further down into the water and saw her fingers near her own sack. Was she? Did Konkachan pleasure herself during my bout with the other girls? Is Konkachan into voyeurism? Leaving her to her own devices, I turned to the still unconscious forms of Asia and Zenobia, who were still both asleep with large smiles. What a trip to the hot springs this turned out to be. Zox. The next day, everyone but Issei gathered in a corner of the Gremory family's huge garden. Everyone was dressed in jerseys. Azazel was also wearing one. After everyone had sat down at the table and in the seats that had been placed in the garden, the meeting before the start of training began right away. Last night's hot spring bath was eventful, with everyone still remembering what happened last night. The girls all had small blushes on their faces, remembering their time with Issei in the spring. They would look up every once in a while and look back down in embarrassment at Azazel's lewd facial expression, and from Kiba and Gasper turning their gazes elsewhere but their own. Thankfully, Azazel saw fit to continue with their training than further embarrass Riaz and the girls. Let me say this first. What I'm going to tell you now is a training menu that focuses on things in the immediate future. There are people who produce good results immediately, but there are also those who have no choice but to look at things in the long run. However, you are all growing young people. Even if you mistake your direction, you will grow well. Now then, first is Riaz, you. Riaz was the first that Azazel called out. From the beginning, you have been a high-spec devil with everything, including talent, physical ability, and magic power. Even if you live normally as you currently are, those traits will rise and you'll become a candidate for being a highest-grade devil when you become an adult. However, your wish is to become stronger than you would in that future, right? Riaz nodded strongly at Azazel's question. Yes, I don't want to lose ever again. Then, follow the training recorded on this sheet exactly, even all the way up to the battle day. After looking at the piece of paper that Azazel handed to her, Riaz tilted her head in puzzlement. But this training doesn't seem all that special, though. That's right. It's a basic training method. That's just fine for you. You've already collected everything. That's why your power can only be raised by basic practice. The problem is the quality of it. Over time, this seeks brains more than strength. You know that even if they're not good at magic, devils can climb to the top with a good head and cleverness, right? Learn all you can about the rating games until the deadline. Drive everything, from game documented images to documented data, into your head. What it needs are the thought, quick-wittedness, and judgment to defeat any kind of situation. It's your job to make sure that your group's servant devils can display their power to the fullest. However, also remember that, until the actual game, you won't be able to know what will happen. It's the same as a battlefield. Next, Akino. Yes, although she was addressed by Azazel, Akino was sullen. Akino doesn't seem to like Azazel at all. She had also said that she hated him a little. You must accept the blood that flows within you. Perhaps because of being told that so bluntly, Akino also frowned. But Azazel continued without paying it any attention. I've seen the recorded images of the battle with the Phoenix family. What was that? With your original specs, you should have been able to easily defeat the enemy. Why didn't you use your fallen angel powers? You limited yourself to only thunder. If you don't add light onto thunder and make, you can't display your true power. I can do just fine even if I don't depend on that kind of power. However, Akino's situation was extremely complex. Don't deny yourself. What will you do if you can't accept yourself? In the end, the only thing you can rely on is your own body, right? Denying yourself makes you weak. Accept everything about yourself, even the tough and painful things. Your weakness is your current self. Overcome it by the day of the battle. If not, you will become a mere obstruction in future battles. The must become the. Akino didn't respond to Azazel's words. However, Akino also understood that she had no choice but to do it. Next is Kiba. Yes, first, you must maintain Balance Breaker for a full day. If you get used to it, you'll be able to maintain it for a full day in your actual battle form. Your objective is to continue that and to become able to maintain that state for the length of a day. After that, you'll be able to become sufficiently strong by doing basic training like Riaz. I'll teach you Mantaman how to handle sword-type sacred gears later. For sword training, will you train under your teacher again? Yes, I plan to be taught from scratch again. Because he's so diligent, Kiba will really let himself be taught from scratch. Next, Zenobia. To be able to use Durandal better than you do now, you'll need to be able to use another holy sword. Another holy sword. Zenobia looked doubtful towards Sensei's words. Yeah, a slightly special sword. Azazel grinned, but he soon stopped smiling and turned to look at Gasper. Next is Gasper. Why he is. The Hikikomori was a bit nervous. He came to this place after a long time of social withdrawal. After all, there were a lot of people coming and going. Don't be so frightened. Your biggest obstacle is that fear. You need to train your mind and body that fears everything from scratch. From the start, the specs with your bloodline and your sacred gear are substantial. Skill improvement of your bishop's special characteristics and your magic will also support you greatly. Since I've constructed an exclusive program, you must first put on a proper attitude as much as possible. Even if going out in public entirely is impossible for you, make sure that your movements aren't dull. There he is. I'll try to obtain a spirit that goes for broke. The same class, Asia. Why yes, Asia was also showing fighting spirit as well. She had confessed before that she felt that she was usually not very useful to everyone. That wasn't true. Asia's recovery ability was outstanding. If Asia wasn't here, there would have been a lot of dangerous situations. You will also improve your body and magic with basic training. Also, your main task will be to strengthen your sacred gear. Isn't Asachan's recovery sacred gear already the best? She can heal everything besides sickness and stamina just by touching. That was Akino's opinion. I understand that. The speed of her recovery ability is great. However, the problem is the touching part. She can't heal if she doesn't expressly go into close range if an ally is injured. Could Asia's sacred gear expand its range? Butchu's words were exactly what Akino wanted to ask. Azazel affirmed it. That's correct, Riaz. This is like an underhanded trick, but to show the true worth of its effective range must be expanded. So it's also possible for Asia's sacred gear to be used in long range as well. Azazel nodded to Kiba's question. According to the theory based on the data gathered by our organization, it should also be possible for the sacred gear aura to be issued from the whole body, and to use the recovery on all allies within one's surroundings. Seriously, everyone thought, if that's really true, Asia's role on the battlefield will become something unthinkable. The labor of healing people one by one can be eliminated and the time reduced as well. Many chances for a counterattack would be born. However, they also thought on exactly how large the database of the fallen angels. Does it really have data on all powers concerning sacred gears? But the problem is that it would seem to heal both enemies and allies without discernment. It would be fine if it could distinguish between enemies and allies and heal only allies. But I'm worried about Asia's own nature. Asia's, what are you worried about? Azazel answered the question with a serious look. She's a person. When seeing an injured enemy on the battlefield, Asia would think in her heart of wanting to heal him too. That would obstruct the sacred gear's ability to distinguish between allies and enemies. Most likely, Asia wouldn't be able to obtain this distinguishing power. This enlarged healing range that I spoke of just now can be a double-edged sword for this team. Even so, you should keep the range expansion in mind. So if used poorly, Asia's range expansion will also heal the damage of the enemy. Ironic. That's why I found another possibility. The power to fire the healing aura. SSO, you mean I would send my healing power to someone that is some distance away from me? Asia made the gesture of throwing something. Everyone found this cute. Yes, it seems that you can directly throw it. When Eyes is battling 10 meters away and is injured, you would fire your healing power at Eyes. If what you have used until now is a standard limited field, the one I'm explaining now is a projectile version. It could heal even if you aren't directly touching. Its power would be a little less than with direct touch. But being able to heal allies from far away is still a strategic characteristic with many uses. With one or two people jumping into the front lines and arranging for the healing Asia and someone to guard her in the back, you'd be able to make the ideal formation. Riaz agreed with Azazel's opinion. It's an easy method, but that's why strong tactical formations are simple. Usually, the method used to heal allies is Phoenix Tears or some mixed healing medicine. Asia's sacred gear could easily top those with its all-purpose characteristic and reliability. That's right. The power of Asia's sacred gear, which can also heal devils, could be called this team's distinctive characteristic and weapon. After that is merely a test of Asia's strength. Please finish the basic training properly. Okay, why yes, I'll do my best. Next is Kaneko. Yes, she was in considerable fighting spirit. You have nothing to be criticized about, as you possess the elementary traits of offense and defense as a. Your physical ability is also not a problem. However, there are those better at offense in Ria's group than like you. I know that. Kaneko wore a frustrate-looking face in response to Azazel's clearly spoken words. The ones at the top of offense in Ria's group are currently Kiba and Zenobia. It's because they possess brutal weapons with his balance breaker holy demonic swords and her holy sword Durandal. Eyes will be considered, but due to his transformation we don't know exactly where to place him until we see what he can do. Offense certainly. Kiba and Zenovia's power in this were excellent. Kaneko, you will also improve your basics like the others. In addition, release the thing that you have personally sealed. It's the same as with Akino. If you don't accept yourself, big growth won't be possible for you. Kaneko said nothing in response to Sensei's words. Her fighting spirit from before had suddenly disappeared at the mention of releasing. Now then, the last is Eyes. Huh, where did he go? Azazel said, looking between Riaz and Asia, seeing that Eyes wasn't sitting between them as he first thought he would be. Aiskan said he wanted to train, so he left sometime this morning after breakfast. Kiba said to Azazel, who turned his attention to the mentioned prince. Then where did he go? Kiba simply pointed to the forest behind the Gremory household. And soon enough a tower of red orange flames as big as the mansion came to life. Is that idiot trying to get himself killed? Azazel released his 12 black wings and flew towards the tower of fire. Riaz and everyone released their devil wings and followed after Azazel. Kiba picked up Gasper, who was hiding in his box, and Zenobia with Asia, who couldn't fly yet herself. Zox, in a clearing deprived of any trees and wildlife. All that was left was a small crater with me, who was shirtless with scratches and cuts adorning my body. I was panting from constant training. Surveying the clearing I was using, seeing about 10 feet of green wildlife had been burned and destroyed from that last attack. It resembled a barren wasteland for a shortened term. I was not alone, however. Lizlet, or Liz, my personal maid, was off to one side watching me train from a distance. A tray with a cup of water and a full picture sat on top of a rock next to her. What do you think, D-Drag? Another or a new lesson? That's good enough, partner. Your firepower has doubled since you transformed and us merging into one body. Just as Issei told everyone back at his home in the human realm. D-Drag had indeed awakened and was speaking to him once more, however with a few changes. When I became a Forsaken, the reason it took so long for me to talk with D-Drag again was because of my body needing to adapt to the new power that entered my system via stabbing myself in the heart. D-Drag, who was sealed within the boosted gear, was no longer because of the cells that were destroyed and born again to better suit my new body. And the boosted gear D-Drag was sealed into was destroyed, freeing D-Drag's soul, which merged with my soul during the transformation. Now he and me share the same body as our hearts and minds combined into one. Which means I'm half dragon, but that's for another time to fully explain. Alright, next, how about trying to transfer over our power to others? Let's try it. With me no longer sealed in the boosted gear anymore, let's see just how our boosting powers have changed. Nodding my head, I turned to Lix, who was approaching with the tray from before. Here you go, Isama. You must be tired from all the training you have been doing. I thanked her and downed the glass of water in one gulp. I sighed, refreshed and ready for another round. I handed the empty glass back to Liz, who took the glass and set the tray down next to her. Liz, she turned to me with a smile. Can you help me with something really quick? I wish to test something that, if it works as it did before, it will be a great help for our rating game battle against Sona. Of course, Isama. I will help with anything you desire. Thank you, Liz. It's really simple, just stand still and don't move. I instructed her to do, and she did without question. Closing my eyes, I placed a hand on Liz's shoulder and concentrated. There was silence except for the steady breathing of me and Liz. 10 seconds later, and a red cloak of magic appeared covering Liz's entire form. The cloak had 2 ears similar to a dragon's on top of Liz's head and a tail swaying behind Liz's back. Opening my eyes, the first thing I noticed was not the cloak of magic now around Liz, but that my hand was now groping her left BRST. Looking at her innocent, smiling face, she smiled with a blush, letting go and bringing my focus to the red cloak of energy around Lizlet. You feel any different, Liz? I asked the maid. I do feel much stronger, like my magic has been boosted. She replied to her master's question. I see, you hear that, D-Drag? Loud and clear. Now that we know we can still boost as before, we can use this as our trump card. It looks as more than just her magic has been given a boost, but we won't know until we use this during a fight. Agreed. Just then me and Liz looked up, seeing Azazel, Butchu, and everyone else flying towards us and landing in front of us. Azazel was the first to say something, but his expression turned perverted when seeing me clearly copying a feel of my more than willing maid's large BRST. And she seemed to be enjoying my touch by the smile and blush on her face. Oh, so this is the type of training you are partaking in? Well, don't mind us and continue with your training, Eyes. Azazel made a lewd face. Behind him were Butchu and the girls, who glared at me. My sweat dropped at seeing their murderous expression. Clearing my throat, I decided to save my image before it became worse. This is her doing, not my own. I pointed to Liz, who pouted, removing my hand from her BRSD and facing everyone. Besides the point, I was indeed training. As you can see for yourselves, everyone saw the red cloak of energy surrounding Lizlet. What you see is my transferred magic from boosting now in a cloak of energy that surrounds Liz. What I know thus far is the change of how it's received. D-Drag believes there is more, but it's too soon to know for sure. Azazel approached Liz and studied the aura surrounding her. He was in his serious mode, which I was thankful for. He was openly studying her and the cloak instead of being a pervert and ogling Liz's open cleavage. Putting a hand under his chin, he hummed in silence, thinking about what this meant. It's certainly interesting, that's for sure. And D-Drake may be onto something when he suspects more to this form. But that's for another time. By the way, Eyes, I have someone I want you to meet. He should be coming right about. We all looked into the sky, wondering what Azazel was talking about. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared in the sky, heading towards us at extreme speed. The earth shook as it landed right in front of us. A cloud of dust danced in the air. And after it settled, what appeared before us was a large dragon. It was 15 meters tall, western purple dragon with brutal-looking fangs and thick arms and legs. 2 wings spread out on its side. A dragon, I said unconsciously. That's right, Eyes. This is a dragon, Azazel said, coming back to me. Azazel, you have some nerve opening entering devil territory. The enormous dragon raised the edge of its mouth and spoke. I've properly gotten the personal permission of the Mayu-sama and have entered this territory fairly, you know. Do you have a complaint, Tannen? I looked at the conversation between Azazel and this dragon, now named Tannen, as Tannen the Dragon King. How did they know each other, I wanted to know. HMPH. Well, it's fine. I specially came here because of Surzech's request. Don't forget your surroundings, fallen angel governor. Haha. Anyway, Eyes, this guy is the Dragon King, Tannen. Or should I say former, since he became a reincarnated devil. You had lost your position as king of the dragons. I cut off Azazel and said this. Azazel and everyone else were shocked at both me talking to the former king of dragons so casually, like we knew each other, and because I happened to know so much about Tannen. Impressive of you, Gaki, to know that when I have never met you myself till today. Well, I do have an amazing teacher. I thanked D-Drake, who nodded with a smile. My relationship with D-Drake was more than just a jailer and warden, since merging into one body. Our relationship had become closer to that of lifetime partners or his brothers. It's been a while, Tannen. D-Drake's voice could be heard coming from me. Everyone turned towards me, including Tannen, who upon hearing D-Drake speak grew a smile. D-Drake. How nostalgic this is. Tannen, when he became a devil, even among the current reincarnated devils, he is ultimate class, a highest grade devil. D-Drake said this to everyone who didn't know who Tannen was. They were still shocked about me knowing about Tannen. Azazel broke free from his state and approached me and Tannen. He is also known as Tannen. It's even said that his breath of fire is equal to the impact of a meteorite. He's one of the few legendary dragons that are still active right now. Tannen, as I told you before, but can you please help with training Eyes here, as you already know? Carries the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel earnestly asked Tannen this. I would have said that D-Drake could teach the Gaki, but he interested me. And he knows who I am, and that's a bonus in my book. Very well, Azazel. I will train the boy. Tannen agreed to Azazel's proposal to train me. This is my first time training someone who harbors D-Drake. The dragon said that happily, while narrowing his eyes with a smile. Careful with what you say, Tannen. My host is not as weak as you may think he is. Is that a fact, D-Drake? It's a promise. Tannen suddenly let out a loud roar, which then became laughter. We waited for the former king of dragons to stop laughing. After about a minute, he finally stopped and took time to breathe, then sighed. He looked back down at me, or rather thinking back on what D-Drake just said. He then turned his attention to Azazel, who seemed to be thinking about something and nodding every once in a while. How long do I have to teach the Gaki? The period is about 20 days in human world time. I'd like for him to reach balance breaker by then. Eyes, work hard as you can without dying. Instead of freaking out, I smiled a smile that Tannen mimicked. We were both on the same page. Now then, each of us will now do our respective training menus. I hope you all do well. But you said this from behind me, addressing everyone in her peerage, who responded with a yes. Eyes, do your best. But you gave me a thumbs up and sent me a cheer. Miss Riaz, can you lend me the mountain there? I'll bring him over there. Tannen pointed to the Farouf Mountains. Sure, please teach him well. Leave it to me. I'll train him right to the edge of death. Ready to go, Gaki. If you're in that much of a hurry to die, then let's go. Awesome. Ha. I like your spirit, kid. After waving and saying goodbye to everyone, I jumped onto Tannen's back and we took off to the mountains he had pointed to earlier. Zox, arriving on the mountain where we would begin my training. Asen and I will test my limits with a spar between us to see where I needed improvement and see if I was nothing but talk. Well, he's in for a rough awakening. Alright, Gaki, show me what you got. Asen opened his wings and took off back into the sky. He hovered over me for a time. If he wanted me to attack first, then he should be prepared for the scars I will leave on his scales. D-Drake was in no way exaggerating my skills when he conversed with Tannen earlier. The both of us have been to hell literally, and our bond only grew stronger with every obstacle that stood in our way. Tannen is going to soon regret having woken this sleeping dragon, because everything said so far back at the mansion were not justified. And I want to show Tannen just who will be near death at the end of this training trip. holding both of my hands out, pointing downwards. I closed my eyes and called out to the other residents in my mind. Rishia, ESD, are you both with me? I called deep within my mind for two of my tenants. It didn't take long for two new voices, clearly female, responded. Ara so demanding, but yes, I am right besides you always, Icegun, came the beautiful voice of a young female adult. I'm also behind you, Eyes, followed by a child's voice which was monotone. Rishia Ashdal and ESD are the names she goes by. Two legendary holy swords I found on my journeys and formed a contract with making them my familiars. D-Drag, are you with me? I got your back, partner. Now let's show Tannen just how strong we truly are. Yosh. I grasped the hilts of Rishia and Est sword forms. The sword I was holding in my right hand is a jet black sword with red trimmings on the edge and purple additions along the center of the blade. The sword in my left hand is a straight sword with a silvery blade that has turquoise and gold trimmings along with a golden hilt and cross guard. The hilt has a turquoise gem. These were the legendary holy swords said to rival the broken fragments of Excalibur in strength. Vorpal sword and the Demon Slayer sword. Get ready, Asen. I've been known not to hold back in a fight. Tannen, who heard this, flew low enough to be hovering off the ground and said, that's what I like to hear. Come. He flew straight for me, but I jumped to avoid him, and flipping in midair, I landed on top of his back. Feeling me on his back, he attempted to shake me off by flying high, low, right, left, anything to get me off. However, I was prepared for this and had a plan. Adding magic to my feet, I stuck myself to Tannen's back and with both hands free, I stabbed both Rishia and ESD into Tannen's back. The Dragon King roared in agony, being stabbed in the back by two holy swords and with Tannen being a devil. The pain he was feeling was indescribable. Asen doubled his efforts in shaking me off his back. For one instance he flew extremely low and upside down. While the thought alone seemed insane, Asen managed to do it. I suppose you aren't called a Dragon King for nothing. Seeing an opportunity, I grabbed both swords and removed them from Tannen's back and jumped off, rolling on impact but otherwise fine. Tannen, having felt my descend off his back, flip his body and turned his neck to see if I was hiding on his back. Confused by my sudden disappearance, he turned to face forward only to widen his eyes in time to see me coming from the front with both Rishia and ESD already mid-swing. I slashed Tannen's face and Tannen recoiled from the hit but continued to remain in the air. Now standing on top of his head, I executed my next attack. I stabbed the Vorpal sword into the back of his head. The Dragon King roared in pain and began to thrash around trying to shake me off. Staying perfectly still due to applying magic to my feet, I gripped the Vorpal sword and channel my magic into the sword. Black lighting to be more precise, covered the Vorpal sword and shocking Tannen, furthering his thrashing about. I jumped off Tannen's head, removing the Vorpal sword from his head as I did. The dragon crashed into the side of a mountain. With his thrashing around, he failed to see where he was flying. I looked at Tannen himself, then at the Demon Slayer sword embedded in the ground next to him. Clapping my hands together, a large white magic circle formed underneath Tannen, who was still shaken by my earlier attacks, to move away in time. Sorry, Asen, but it's my win. Bringer's light. A pillar of bright light erupted from below Tannen, who roared in absolute pain, and with a great flap of his wings, he flew straight up, away from the blast radius. Flying overhead, he stayed flying above me after retrieving ESD. Tannen shook his head to rid of any stars he may still be seeing before righting himself in midair. And then staring down at me, I will admit, old bastard is a lot tougher to take down. Gaki, I will admit you were more than D-Drake claim you to be. To wound me during the first 5 minutes of our spar is praiseworthy indeed. But don't rest and think the rest of your training will be easy. I hope you're prepared to die. Getting serious now, are we? I hope you weren't made a king of dragons just because of your size. Kahaha, I love that spirit of yours. Where were you when I was still a king? The battles we could have fought together, but what matters is the here and now. I hope you're ready for the second part of our training, because I must warn you, the gloves are coming off this round. I only smirk and got into a dual-wielding stance, uttering, that's fine by me. And again the two titans clash once more, shaking the mountain as a simple spar transformed into a battle of supremacy. Zox. 15 days later. The mountain shook from a massive earthquake, or rather the battle happening at this very moment between the Tannen and me, Issei. For the past couple weeks it had been nothing but constant fighting between the two dragons. Tannen was trying to overwhelm me with his bulking size and many years of experience to outsmart me. However, I foiled all his attempts to gain the upper hand. Asen wasn't the only here with experience. I knew all his moves and tactics before he even executed them, although I may not show it to Butchu and everyone else, including those at Ku Academy. But I'm what they call a prodigy genius, a side of me I'll introduce formally at our rating game against Sona Kaichu. I already see the stares and questions I will be receiving that day, but for Butchu to win all of her rating games, I must show my true colors. 5 more days until our schedule match against Sona Kaichu and her peerage. I wonder how Butchu and everyone's training have gone. I wish I could be there and support them, like Butchu said all those weeks ago. Now then, each of us will now do our respective training menus. I hope you all do well. She puts so much faith in all of us and our abilities, and as her faithful servants we must repay that trust with our loyalty and strength. Boom, back to my spar with Asen. We currently were in a deadlock trying to best the other in a show of strength, as I promise Asen on the first day of training that I will be giving him a bunch of new scars on his scales. I made do on that promise. On his back, underbelly, and a scar going vertically down his left eye marked all the different hits I got on him during our many spars. I came out a little better, not unharmed but better than Asen. My white sleeveless shirt had been burned off my body, leaving me shirtless. My naked upper body was covered in several burn marks and scratches here and there. My hakama pants were in tatters but still good. And believe it or not, but my muscles seem to have grown a little more, but I'm not paying much attention to them. I lost most of my body fat when I became a Forsaken in the training that came after. Still, nice to see results. Now back to our fight. Asen flew over my head attempting to swipe at me with his claws. I ducked under his attack in a roll. Quickly righting myself, I fired a bolt of black lighting at him, scoring a hit. However, due to being hit by many bolts of lighting, Asen seems to grow immune to it. Turning to face me while flapping his great wings to remain in the air, Asen roared into the sky. A large purple magic circle formed, and out came large flaming meteorites, jumping back into a flip to avoid the coming meteorites, raising the Vorpal sword, firing many bolts of black lighting, destroying each meteorite. Asen took my moment of weakness while my attention was elsewhere. He flew straight down back to the earth, landing on his large legs. Opening his maw, gathering fire in his throat, he released the flames at me. The flames spread wide like a tsunami, preventing me from just simply dodging. Looking at the red-hot flames quickly approaching, I used a move that got me out of plenty of tight spots in the past. I dematerialized into a flock of bats and dodged the flames. Where I got the idea was simple. Butchu invited me to watch some anime with her one day, and meaning I could spend an entire day alone with Butchu, I immediately said yes. We saw many anime that day in the old school building, just the two of us. Well, Asia didn't want to be left out, so I brought her along. Butchu didn't mind. She did mind Aiknasen though, especially with Aiknasen trying to flirt with me, much to Butchu and Asia's displeasure. From the different genres of anime we saw were mostly ones dealing with the supernatural or having powers of some sorts. What I really enjoyed were those episodes of the anime called Naruto. I especially like Itachi Uchiha's character, and the way he always burst into many live crows. I guess I got my bat trick from Itachi's crows. Me in my bat form, I flew away, evading the firestorm. I reformed back into my solid body, sheathing both Rishia and EST. Asen saw me a little away, where he unleashed his fire. Facing me again, he gathered more flames in his throat and fired another wave of red-hot flames. Holding my hands together, a red magic circle appearing outside my closed fist, I reared my head back, puffing my cheeks with air. I pushed my face forward and spewing flames of my own almost as large as Asen's. Our attacks collided in the middle, trying to overwhelm the other. We held this for about 2 minutes, neither of us giving in. Still holding my own, I changed my posture with my hands by sewing in 2 new hand signs. I closed my right eye and blood started to fall like tears would. In the center of our struggle, a small opening could be seen, a vortex cutting through the fabric of time and space. Black flames soon erupted from the vortex, feeding off Asen's flames and moving towards Asen himself. Seeing the black flames eating his own flames, Asen stopped and flew away into the air to avoid the black flames. Now high enough and away from danger, or was he? Widened his eyes at hearing a magic circle forming. Asen looked above his head to see a large white magic circle he was all too familiar with. Not even making an attempt on fleeing, Asen took the blunt of that attack. Now charred and burn marks all over his body, Asen fell back to earth, landing with a thud. Asen opened his eyes to see me sitting next to him, a smile on my face. A smile soon came to his face, and we both shared a laugh. All around us, the mountain we have been using under permission from Butchu resemble a war zone, with the burned landscape and the carters everywhere. All in all, I had completed what I was sent here to do. I only hope that everyone else managed to complete their own training. I heard that a party was to be held pretty soon, a few days after our training. It was sponsored by the Maus before the game. Everyone was invited from family and the other young devils we saw back at the meeting all those weeks ago. Me and Asen stopped laughing and sat in silence. Asen was busy healing himself enough to stand. That last attack must have taken a lot out of him. While I waited for him to get back on his feet, I looked into the purple skies above. It was time to head back and meet up with Butchu and everyone else. Zox. Then, I'll be going now. I'm also attending the Mau-sponsored party. Let's meet again there. Issei Hyaudu and D-Drake. Asen said to me and D-Drake. I seem to have gained his respect if he included me in that farewell. We're currently in front of the Gremory main residence. I had returned by riding on the back of Asen. The back of a monster dragon was comfortable and overwhelming, and I should know. Still, it was a short trip, for the mountains were not that far away from the Gremory residence. But it always felt amazing to fly on the back of a dragon. Yeah, thanks, Austin. I'll see you at the party. I thanked Austin for the ride, then jumped off his back. No trouble at all, Drake. I can't remember the last time I had that much fun. I do hope we can do this again in the future. Whenever you want, Austin. I could use the exercise myself. I answered Austin's question. He smiled at me a grateful smile. Good to hear. That's right. Do you want to enter the party riding on my back? Austin asked me, and to be honest, he surprised me with his question. Really? Is that okay? Yeah, it's no problem. I'll take my group and come here on the day of the party. I'll contact the Gremorys later for more information. Really, Austin truly is a sensible dragon. Then, I'll come here again tomorrow. Farewell. After saying his piece, Austin flapped his wings and disappeared off into the sky. I saw him off with a waving of my hand until I couldn't no longer see him. I got to say, he is really easygoing for a dragon king. I said to no one. Drake answered my question with a shrug of his shoulders. Well, it's good to know not every dragon I meet is not a complete jerk with a stick up their ass. It was the truth. Sure, most dragons are prideful beasts, but some are a little too prideful, more so than others. Drake asked from within my mindscape. His sweat dropped at me. Insulting dragons when we ourselves are dragons. You know what I meant, Drake. I yelled at Drake inside my head. He does this to me on purpose to get a rise from me, and I still fall for them. As I was talking to Drake, footsteps drew closer to me and a voice brought me back to the living. Hey, Icegun. Hearing the familiar male voice of a certain prince, I turned around to see Kiba there. He was dressed in his jersey, but it was all tattered. His good-looking face also looked quite tightened now. You've gotten a good body, Kiba said that while looking at my naked upper body. I unconsciously covered myself. For some strange reason, Kiba is scaring me and is making me question his likes. I know Kiba is not gay, as from time to time back at Ku I've seen him flirt with his fanbase enough to know he likes women in that sense. But ever since the first time he saw me naked without my shirt on, I feel that Kiba has taken a liking to me. Not in that sense, but you never know what he's thinking when he starts a conversation like that. Stop it. What's with those eyes? Don't look at my body with those eyes. Note to self, be wary of Kiba. Scratch that, be extremely wary of him. How cruel. I just wanted to say that you built up your muscles nicely. Kiba responded in a hurt voice. I look at him like something wasn't right. You haven't changed. Well, because I have the body type that has difficulty in putting on flesh. I'm jealous. Oh, eyes and Kiba. This time it was a girl's voice that stopped my and Kiba's conversation. It was Zenobia. I looked over to my right and saw her approaching me and Kiba. Wait, she had bandages all over. Her whole body was covered in bandages. Zenovia's appearance was also ragged. When she reached us, she bowed her head to Kiba in a hello gesture, with Kiba returning the feeling. When her eyes met mine, a small red blush grew on her cheeks and she quickly turned her head to the side, her eyes looking at me from the corner of her head. Ah, the day at the hot springs. She must have remembered that day when her eyes met mine, and plus cause I'm standing here without a shirt. You okay, Zenobia? You look like you went through the meat grinder with the way you're dressed. It's not every day that someone walks around in solely bandages and nothing else. When I asked her this, Zenobia forgot her embarrassed nature and looked over her appearance and spoke. Yeah, I became like this because I trained, got injured and bandaged myself again. She explained her weird state of dress, not that I blame her for. Still, despite her state of dress, her aura around her body was quieter and thicker than before. Speaking of which, Kiba's aura was also denser. My ability to sense flow of magic power had improved far more than what it was before. I should really thank Austin next time I see him. Ison, Kibasan, and Zenovasan too. Coming out from the castle gate was Asia. She was in her nun clothing. Ah, she hasn't changed a bit. Unconsciously I waved to her, not paying attention to my action would cause her. Asia, it's been a while. Ison, please get dressed. Asia panicked at seeing my nudeness. She seemed to mean that too, because she became incredibly embarrassed at my conduct rather than embarrassed at my nakedness. She was also covering her eyes to prevent herself from peeking. I guess I should put something on. Seeing Asia flustered was cool and all, but there was a limit to how far I could take teasing her. But wait, how can she still be embarrassed at seeing me naked? She's seen me naked without a shirt a couple times. Not to forget the few times we shared a bath together with Butchu. Or the night at the hot springs. That should still be fresh in her mind. Ara, it seems everyone from the group that went out has returned. Another familiar female voice could be heard, one that I'm very familiar with. It was Butchu who came out from castle gates just as Asia did. I waved to her. Butchu, I said simply. Butchu spotted me and waved in return, a small blush adorning her beautiful face. Eyes, you've become very robust. More than you did before, haven't you? Your chest is thicker. She said this to me, then embraced me tightly. It felt good being hugged by Butchu after so long. Being embraced from the woman you love after a long trip away felt 10 times greater, I should know. Now then, everyone, please come in. Once you've taken a shower and changed clothes, we'll meet to report the outcome of our training. Bachu ordered this from us, and like knights receiving orders from their king, we obeyed. It felt good coming back home. Zox, I must say honestly, but this is the first time in over 2 weeks that we of the Ria's Gremory group had all gathered together like this, after everyone received their training plans from Azazel-sensei. We all separated to complete the tasks given to us, with me spending 2 weeks with a dragon. Now here we are, back together once again, ready for the hardships that will come our way. After the ones who had trained outside, me, Kiba, and Zenobia had taken showers and changed into our regular clothes, we all gathered in my room. Why my room? I have my doubts on why my room was the target of our meeting. One was it was easier for everyone to find, as they already knew where it was. The other reason was that Bachu or someone else had been sleeping on my bed, as I could pick up the faint scent of perfume coming from my bed. And the other reason was because Bachu was hiding something in her room and she didn't want to show us just yet. So, here we are in my room, spread around, either sitting or standing. We all talked about the contents of our training. Kiba gave a detailed account of his training with his master. Zenobia also recounted the contents of her training. I spoke about my life of survival in many spars between Tannen, too. Although I won't complain, out of all of us, Kiba and Zenobia had it easiest. Yes, they still train outside, but they lived within a mountain cottage and a villa belonging to the Gremories respectively. The lifestyle of surviving in the wild was not mentioned in their recollection of their training experience. I had no problem with living in the wild. It really wasn't all that bad, to be honest. When I went on my journey here in the underworld, I spent the first 5 weeks surviving in the wild using the survival skills I picked up when I was on the run from authorities. So in short, I was the only one who lived the cruel lifestyle of the outside world. I decided to voice my opinion, as from what I am hearing I got the short end of the stick. Azazel, having joined us some time beforehand, answered my question. I was also just as surprised that you could survive on the mountain. I thought that you would run home midway. Well, thanks for the trust in my abilities, you fallen angel jerk. That you would begin to live normally on that mountain was also completely outside my expectations. Again, thanks for the trust. Was anyone other than Azazel betting that I would call quits and return midway through my training? That's FCK up. Calming my nerves and subtle anger, I spoke. It wasn't too bad. I survived through hunting the various animals that look edible after judging if they were good or not to eat. When I found them non-poison, I baked and ate animals such as rabbit-looking animals and wild boar-looking animals natives to the underworld. I kept fresh water in a water canteen after boiling and sterilizing it once on an iron pan I found on the mountain. Nothing too bad. Again, I lied. I didn't have to live the life of a wild man. I could have created a clone and had it fought Tannen throughout the training trip, while I used my magic to teleport myself to my hidden world using my authority. But I missed the feel of living in the wild, believe it or not, and I needed the training, so 2 birds with 1 stone. That's why I was surprised. You're too sturdy. In some ways, you have surpassed devils. Azazel said this after hearing my experience on the mountain and how I survived. I suppress a tick mark from forming on my head at how easy Azazel went past my survival experience like some experiment. Well, it's good to know your curiosity has been sated, especially when everything I went through was hell. I survived to the best of my abilities with a fire-breathing dragon Asen on me 24/7. Even when I tried to fall asleep, he would ambush me. Not to mention all the meteorites he launched at me and the number of forest fires. Still, I'm glad you found something interesting out of my pain. Soon Bachu's gentle voice was heard next to me. Poor Eyes, you endured a lot, didn't you? Yes, Eyes. You became so sturdy that mountain doesn't have a name, but I'll name it from now on. A mountain named after me. Not the strangest thing I receive. Bachu pulled my head to her chest and hugged me. This feeling of being hugged between a girl's BRSD will never get old. Not that I needed the warmth and comfort, but I'm not complaining if it means being hugged between a woman's BRSDs. I wrapped my arms around Bachu and hugged her as well. The hell on that mountain long forgotten. I buried my face in Bachu's BRSD, enjoying the feel and warmth they granted me. Bachu also gently caressed my head, all the while whispering sweet nothings in my ears. Azazel nodded his head and spoke again. Still, despite the conditions, you seem to have grown considerably. You even managed to attain balance breaker in that small window of time. I'm quite proud of you, Eyes. I shook my head within Bachu's BRSD to acknowledge, but that still doesn't mean I forgive him for his lack of faith in my skills. The report meeting ends here. Tomorrow is the party. You're all dismissed for today. Azazel finished by standing up and heading for the exit. Yes, tomorrow is the party and my survival lifestyle has come to an end. Zox. Night time. It was bedtime, and Asia and Zenobia became my roommates, staying in my room. It had been arranged some time ago, and me, Asia, and Zenobia shared the same bed. I didn't mind company, I welcomed it. Bachu couldn't join us as she needed to go back to her room, and Grafia ordered her to remain in her room and not bother me by sneaking into my room. This was met with a pouting, teary-eyed Bachu. It was cute. Right now we were all on my bed sharing it. Asia was already sound asleep, perhaps because the bed we shared was wide and also because she was hugging my left arm to her chest, a smile on her face as she slept. I was awakened in the middle of the bed just going over my thoughts. Zenobia was laying a little ways away from me. Moreover, for some reason, she seemed to be unable to sleep as she stared up at the ceiling. "You okay? You still can't sleep?" I asked the blue-haired knight. She turned to face me by laying down on her side. "Yeah. When I think of it, I'm not used to sleeping with a man yet. I mean, the first night when we first came here was nothing because Rias Butchu, Aquino, and Asia were there. Even if there wasn't a sequel meaning to it, I'm tense." "Wait, seriously? You're tense from this? Is this the same girl who tried many attempts to seduce me to have sex with and make a baby with? What about the time she brought condoms to school? You weren't tense then?" "Ha, it's not like I'm ever going to fully understand a woman's mind now, aren't I?" "That's true. Even I will admit, I was excited and couldn't sleep the first night when Butchu and Asia slept in the same bed as me. Having boys and girls of the same age sleep in the same room does that, it's a part of body that we don't understand at first, but over time we grow accustomed to it. To see, so this is natural, huh? But Asia is amazing. She seems to be sleeping so peacefully." Zenobia said, admiration in her voice towards Asia. "It's because Asia is always sleeping with me and Butchu at home." She was embarrassed at the beginning, but now she's used to it. "Having Asia lying down next to me gives me great peace of mind." Just then a sleeping Asia spoke in her sleep. "Ison, please don't leave me, Munya," Asia murmured in her sleep. I rubbed Asia's head and hair. She unconsciously brought her head closer to my touch, her smile growing sincerely. "Phew, I understand the reason why Eyes and Butchu think that Asia is cute," Zenobia said that while giving a wry smile. Well, Asia's cuteness was contagious. I gave Zenobia a smile before getting comfortable to fall asleep. Soon my consciousness faded, a long day's work finally taking its toll on me. But before I closed my eyes to fall in peaceful slumber, I felt Zenobia move her body closer to mine and grabbed hold of my other arm. She snuggled with my arm close to her chest, trying to find the perfect position to fall asleep before sleep claimed her, a smile on her visage. I gave a smile myself and fell asleep soon after, the feeling of two girls holding my arms close to their BRST in my thoughts as I slept. Zox. It was evening of the next day. My clothing were the same, coat and all. I was waiting in the parlor, a fresh cup of Liz's tea sitting on the table in front of me. Although I will never admit it, but Liz's tea was just as good as Aknassen's tea, if not better. However, tonight was the night of the party. I recovered most of all my strength from sleeping for a full half day today. It felt good to be at full power rather than being at half. For the party I was going to wear something formal, not what I was wearing now. I wanted to make a good impression on the other devil families and higher-ups. Of course, I don't really give a FCK about my outburst during the meeting all those weeks ago, but I still wish to make a good impression on the rest of the families. So as suited as for tonight, I was even thinking about wearing the Gremory sash given to me by Lord Gremory. He did mention that I could wear it when I felt ready to show everyone. However, I felt something was going to happen tonight. I don't know what, but I get the feeling it involves me in something horrible happening. Maybe I'm thinking on it too much. I put more thought into wearing the sash or not. I wasn't the only one getting ready for tonight. The girls had been taken away by all the maids, saying that it would take some time for them to get ready. Kiba and Gasper had also gone off somewhere for some kind of business. While I waited for everyone to finish changing, I thought about thinking back to some of the events that I witnessed during my stay in the underworld, taking a seat on a chair and resting my head on my fist, and I drifted off to sleep. Flashback. Taking a break from my training with Taninasan, I was allowed to come back to the Gremory house due to being called back by Butchu's mother, Veneranasan. She wanted to teach me how to dance ballroom, waltz, with a partner, high society, that kind of thing. I may have given her a heart attack when she saw how well my dancing was. Or was it from delight? Anyways, she was pleased immensely, and required no further lessons. Veneranasan also unveiled something I was probably not supposed to hear. Long story short, if I didn't say yes to marrying their daughter, I may have been doing so in the near future. After leaving Veneranasan, I decided to go see Konkachan. When Azazel went to come get me, he mentioned that Konkachan collapsed due to exhaustion. My worry and curiosity for Konkachan was furthered when Veneranasan told me a story about the two cat sisters. The story reminding a lot about how Konkachan had been acting since we first came to the underworld. Finally, I know now why Konkachan hadn't been acting herself. Her confession also came into mind. Their lives were both truly tore apart. Nearing the room Konkachan was staying in, I spotted Butchu standing outside the door thinking. Deciding to greet her after a week away, I waved to her. "Ah, Butchu." Almost immediately, from hearing my voice, Butchu turned on her heels and looking straight at me, then ran towards me. Eyes. I was welcomed warmly by Butchu with a big hug. I oofed at how strong she was embracing me. Eyes' smell. I've been sweating a lot, sorry about that, Butchu. I should take a shower first. No, it's not that. It's fine. Your smell is still the same. I was lonely, you know. But you said this to me by lifting her face, showing moisture in her eyes. My leaving for so long must have been long for her. I haven't been able to sleep with you since arriving here. And I wasn't able to feel you like this every day either, since I can no longer imagine a life without you. What a pitiful master I am. Her level of dependence on me has risen to a large margin since I started training. Perhaps maybe a little too much, but I guess I could humor her. Bringing Butchu close for another hug, I embraced close to my chest, my nose in her hair taking in the scent of the shampoo she used that morning. She blushed at this action, something I caught from the corner of my eyes. Hang in there. I'll be back to being by your side at the end of the week. You can use me as your body pillow as much as you want when I return. Promise. Her voice came out like a whisper, almost not catching it myself. Yes, promise. I chuckle at how gullible she is. Just mention using me as a body pillow and she listens. Pulling herself away from the hug, she fixed her uniform and coughed in her hand to calm her composure. A small red hue could still be seen. Gee, good to hear that you understand. A little endurance is needed. Be strong eyes and blow away Tannen's flames. Good speech. I clapped my hands to show support and with a hi to acknowledge. That aside, I asked Butchu about one I came to see. Butchu, how's Konkachin? Butchu's face became complicated at that. Follow me, she uttered quietly, and I did so. The room that I entered, Butchu deciding to stay outside, was indeed Konkachin's room. Butchu said that she already finished talking to her, and Eknason was already inside. Konkachin's room was wide enough like all the other rooms in the house. Looking at the bed in the room, Eknason was standing by the bed, and Konkachin was lying down on that bed, and having my suspicions confirmed. Cat ears. Ears of a cat appeared on Konkachin's head like they belonged there. A cat yakai, otherwise known as a nekomata. I must say, Konkachin's cuteness jumped to greater heights with the addition of her cat ears. She must have lost the strength to keep them hidden when she collapsed. Ice-gun, I was right. You are a nekomata. I plainly stated as the most known fact in the world, shocking both Eknason, who I interrupted, and Konkachin. Ice-gun, how did you know that Konkachin was a cat yakai? Konkachin was also listening, wanting to know how I discovered her secret. I turned to look at them both and said, I didn't know when we first arrived here at the Gremory house. It was during dinner all those nights ago when I saw that Konkachin was not acting her usual self. I decided to look further into. I sense a strange energy, one that I had yet to sense coming from Konkachin. From there I study by using the Gremory's library, where I research various and many species and folklores that had this same energy signature. When I heard the story about the two cat sisters from Veneranus, and it confirmed my theory that Konkachin was that one sister in that story and the other was her older sister, one I have yet to meet. My explanation left them speechless. Even when I moved to the side of the bed and placed my hand on Konkachin's forehead did she awaken, only to widen her eyes at how close I was to her face. I brought my forehead to hers to get a better reading on her dormant powers. Your powers seem to be working well now. Just a little rest and you'll be fine. How's your body? Any injuries? I moved my face away to look into Konkachin's eyes. She muttered with half-opened eyes. What did you come here for? She asked in a sullen tone. Anger could be heard in her voice. Was she angry that I came to see her? Now what's wrong with me wanting to see if his kuhai is okay? As your senpai, it's my job to look after his kuhai. No response. Figures she's still disappointed. Well, if she doesn't wish to talk to me, then I will respect her decision. I want to. Konkachin muttered something very quietly, and I almost didn't catch it. I asked again, what is it? Then she looked straight at me and spoke in a clear tone, while holding tears in her eyes. I want to become strong. Like you, Ito-senpai, Zenove-senpai, Eknason, and also Ice-senpai. I want to make my spirit and body strong. Jaya-kun is also becoming strong. I don't have a healing power like Issei-senpai either. At this rate, I become useless. Even though I'm the weakest, I hate being useless. Konkachin continued to talk even as she shed large tears. But I don't want to use the power sleeping inside me, my Nekomata power. If I use it, I just like my Nisama. I don't want that. I absolutely don't want such a thing. For the first time, this was the first time I've seen Konkachin shed any tears. She was crying, really crying. She always had on her expressionless mask on that I figure she knew how to control her emotions. How wrong I was, seeing and experiencing all that. And at such a young age. I'm surprised she was even able to get up from that. Butchu, Eknason, and the Gremory family must have helped her out of her funk when they saved her, and Konkachin only got better when she met others like Kiba, me, Asia, Zenovia, and everyone else. Devil or not, she has a strong heart to continue to walk after such an experience. Ice-kun, please leave the rest to us. Eknason brought me back with her voice ringing in my ears. Of course, I nodded, giving Konkachin's head a quick pat and some encouraging words. I got up to leave, wanting to give the privacy they needed. My hand reached for the doorknob. Instead, I brought it back to my side. You know, I started drawing Aknason and Konkachan's attention once again. I have no say in what you two should do when it comes to using your true powers, and I don't want to force you to do something you aren't comfortable in using just yet. As is Sensei, and everyone should mind their own business and keep their opinions to themselves. Aknason and Konkachan should use their real power if they choose to. But just remember that no matter what you choose, whether you use your real power or not, remember that I will always love you. I finished and grabbing the doorknob and left the room. Had I looked back, I would have seen the huge blushes on Aknason and Konkachan's faces. In flashback, Hyodu, I heard my name being used. I stretched my body, hearing my bones pop back into place with a click. I must have dozed off. I don't remember what I was doing before I took my nap. Deciding on that later, I looked around and saw Saji staring at me from my side. Saji, why are you here? Wasn't expecting him of all people, but some company is better than not. Kaichu will be going to the meeting place along with Raya-senpai, and I followed her here. So, Kaichu went to meet with senpai, and after that I inevitably ended up wandering aimlessly around the mansion until I arrived here. I won't fault him on that. This place is huge and you could get lost easily. The game will be taking place very soon now. Saji changing the subject with a serious expression on his visage. Yeah, I trained, he said. Is that it? Well, I did too, but with a crazed dragon who tried to kill me for about 2 weeks. Anything Saji was going to say got stuck in his throat. He stayed quiet, not knowing how to follow up at that. I chuckle at his lack of response. Now the two of us just stayed quiet, not saying a word. Hyodu, do you remember the time when the young devils gathered a month ago? Yeah, what about it? Saji got his words together before he looked at me with his serious expression again. Two just wanted to say thank you for standing up for Kaichu when they all made fun of her dream. Don't mention it. I know that you would have done the same that day. I was going to, but we were serious that day. We all believe and support Kaichu's dream to build a school. In fact, MMYD dream is to become a teacher. Saji exclaimed without a carrot who heard him. He said his dream so passionately, so he's serious when he wants to become a teacher. His face still went red, despite his passion-filled dream. Teacher, what will you teach? Still red-faced, Saji answered my question sincerely. Kaichu is trying to establish a rating game specialty school in the underworld. It isn't an ordinary school. It's an open school for anyone that accepts devils regardless of whether they are high class or low class, aristocrat or commoner. I heard from Kaichu that things like discrimination and traditions have been softened in the devil industry little by little, but there is still a part at the root of it all that refuses to accept these changes. That's why the current rating game school only accepts high-class devils from aristocratic families. The games have to be equal for everyone. I admit, I like seeing Saji serious when it comes to his dreams and the opinions he shares with Sonokaichu. He is really looking towards the future with his determination. Kaichu has told me that she wants to do something about that she wants to teach so that even low-class devils can participate in the games. That's why she'll make a school that anyone can enter in the underworld. Kaichu is even studying in the human world as well for the sake of that, to give a chance to the ones who never got into the spotlight, even if it's just by 1%, even if it's almost zero. As long as it's not zero, one might be able to become a high-class devil. Hyodu, even we believe in that possibility and try to become high-class devils, right? Yeah, exactly. See, that's why I will work as a teacher there. I'll study a lot, fight in a lot of games, and store up various things. I'll become a teacher who teaches about with that. Kaichu also said that she wants to help me. Even someone like me may be able to become a school teacher. I've done a lot of stupid things in the past, but if it's Kaichu, I can see a dream. I will stay by Kaichu's side and help her for life. Kaichu's dream is my dream. Saji spoke while feeling embarrassed. So, his dream is to become a teacher and support Sonokaichu for the rest of his life. We're both. I have my own dream I wish to see come true. Until then, me and Saji will just both support our kings until their dreams, and our dreams come true. I think that's a wonderful goal, Saji. Become a good teacher. Yeah, it's also for the sake of that goal that we have to beat you guys this time. Ah, I see. Then friendly advice, from one pawn to another. I won't hold back, so be sure to do the same. I told Saji in full seriousness. I was not kidding, and hopefully he gets it as well. Though we shared a laugh, our eyes held determination. At least he's taking this seriously. Eyes, sorry for making you wait. Ara, so Saji-kun came. Butchu's voice was heard behind me. When I turned to look, there was a dressed-up Butchu standing behind me, and the rest of the club members were standing next to her in their own dresses. Everyone was wearing their own dresses, makeup, and some had also done their hair up. Honest opinion, they all looked like princesses attending a ball. Aknason was wearing a western dress. She looked lovely, her beauty surpassed excellence. Asia was also embarrassed, but her dress really suited her. Zenobia also appeared to be unfamiliar with wearing such things, but she was sufficiently taught in being an Ajasama, at least for the night. Konkachan wore a dress that was a size smaller, but she had the cuteness to make it happen. The problem was Gasper. Why are you also wearing a dress? I asked the hikikomori, a tick mark growing on my forehead. Gasper was also dressed up in a dress, and for the strangest of reasons it suits him. I won't even attempt to comment. But I wanted to wear a dress too. His answer to everything. Well, at least he being social with others now and not stuck in his room. Even if he does wear girls' clothing, I call it a success. Saji, what's wrong? The likewise dress-up Sonokachu was dubiously looking at Saji's state. Don't worry, he's just getting his thoughts and life together. I stood next to Sonokachu, who casted a glance at Saji before returning to address me. Hi Oudouken, you aren't dressed for the party. Or is that what you are wearing? Oh no, I'm going to go change into my suit right now. I dozed off earlier and was so busy talking to Saji that I lost track of time. Sonokachu nodded her head once at my answer. Oh, and one more thing. Sonokachu looked back at me to see me staring back at her with a serious expression. I do hope your dream comes true. Your servants all support you fully and wish to make your dream become reality. And so do I. Don't hesitate to call upon my assistance. I said my piece, and with a quick goodbye I ran to my room to get changed into my suit. Back with the girls and Saji. Sona was silent with a small blush on her cheeks. Riaz and the girls were glaring at Sona and the spot where I once stood. And Saji left to go get change himself. Zox. Arriving at my room and opening the door, first thing I see was my suit was pressed and clean, hanging on a small stand in the center of the room. The second thing was my bed, or who was on my bed. Just waking up from a nap was Liz, my maid. She stretched her body, rubbing the sleep in her eyes before noticing me in the room. Yawn. Isama, you're back. Liz let out another yawn before getting off my bed and standing next to me as I look my suit over. You had a good nap, Liz. I did. Thank you for letting me use your bed, Isama. Liz smiled brightly at me. I just chuckled as I began to put on my black collared dress shirt, Liz giving me a hand with putting it on. It sounds like you used my bed to sleep while I was away. That's because I did. I missed Isama dearly. However, I wasn't the only one. Ryasama, Iknisama, and Asiasama all slept in your bed while you were training with Tanin-sama. Ah, so that's what but you meant. Putting on the last button to my collared shirt, I turned to Liz. I'm going to finish changing. Can you go get my dress shoes from my closet over there? Of course, Isama. Any order you have for me will be met. Liz smiled and went to do her task. I smiled and continued changing. But I stopped. It felt like someone was looking at me just now. Looking at the window, I saw nothing there. Maybe the wind. Well, anyways, I need to finish changing before Asen and his group arrived to pick us up. Zox. When we went out to the garden, the best part was there. Along with Tan and Asen. There were 10 dragons about the same size as Asen. I came just as promised. GODLIKE Issei. Yeah, thanks, Asen. While you all ride on my back, I'll place a special barrier around you. With that, your hair and clothes won't get messed up by the wind, since those things are important to women. This dragon was considerate. Good to know he confirms my beliefs on some dragons being different than others. Thank you, Tannen. We'll be relying on you until we get to the meeting place. The people of Citri are also here, is that okay? Ooh, Miss Riaz, you're especially beautiful tonight. Please leave that matter to me. Thus, we got on the dragon's back and flew off into the sky of the underworld. I was riding on Asen's back along with Butchu. After helping her up, she held onto me tight to keep from falling. I smiled at this action and at the feeling of riding on a dragon's back again. D-Drag gave a rare bitter smile. D-Drag, you originally had a body yourself. I can't imagine how such an experience this is to you. Ha ha ha, that is an interesting experience, D-Drag. However, there are only 3 mighty dragons that are still active left, including myself. No, since I was reborn as a devil, the only real ones remaining are Afais and Tiamat. The rest have either been sealed or have retired. Yulong and Midgardsormr never come out onto the surface anymore. And D-Drag, Albion, Fafnir and Vritra have been sealed into sacred gears. In all ages, strong dragons have been suppressed. Strong dragons are a fearful existence, after all. Asen said this in just a slightly lonely tone. That reminds me, Asen, why did you decide to become a devil? I was curious as to why a dragon king wanted to be reincarnated as a devil. Asen seriously responded to my question. One reason is that, in this era where there aren't any big battles anymore, I thought that I would get to fight various guys if I participated in the raiding games. And there's another reason. Another reason. I raised an eyebrow at this. Do you know of a fruit called the dragon apple? It's an apple that dragons eat. Now that you mention it, I have heard of the name before. Huh, you have eyes. But you asked me from behind. There is a certain race of dragons that can only live by eating that dragon apple. However, the ones that grew in the human world have become extinct because of sudden environmental changes. Now, that fruit only grows in the underworld. But dragons are hated in the underworld. They're detested by devils and fallen angels. There's no way they would give it away for nothing, right? That's why I became a devil, and so the territory that grows the fruit was all made my territory. When you exceed a high-class devil, you can receive a part of the underworld from the Mao. I hid my eyes on that place. Then I take it that those who had food troubles live with you in that territory. Yeah, thanks to that, they avoided becoming extinct. And I also performed research on how to artificially grow the dragon apple in my territory successfully. It's a special fruit, so the research takes time. Still, if it lets there be a future for that race, it's better to continue. Amazing. So he gave up his title of Dragon King to save his fellow dragons from extinction. Truly, Asen deserves the title of Dragon King. Without knowing I spoke, Asen really is a nice dragon. A nice dragon. That's the first time I've been told such a thing. Moreover, I'm greatly obliged to receive praise from the Sekiruyute. Well, I'm touched that you would go far to protect your kind. You earned it, Asen. We continued our flight toward the party with me and Asen talking about random things concerning dragons or something else entirely. But you would chime in from time to time, mostly asking me questions, not that I minded of course. Zox. The high-class high-rise hotel that was being used as the meeting place for the party was located in a wide clearing within a huge area of forest that was on the edge of Gremory territory. The dragons we were riding on alighted down to a place that was like the grounds used for sports match. When Asen came to the skies above these match grounds, lights were simultaneously concentrated on him from below, making him look like something out of a monster movie. Then, we'll be going to the waiting space exclusively for large devils. Thank you, Tannen. What you said and thanks. Asen, thanks for the lift. I yelled to him as he prepared to leave. Asen and the other dragons then flapped their wings again and moved towards another area of the party grounds. Then, we were led by the hotel employees who had come to pick us up at the sports grounds and we got into an expensive-looking limousine. The dress-wearing Butchu and Asia sat down next to me. Everybody from the Citri family sat in the back of the limousine. Butchu gave an explanation while fixing my shirt's collar. There are also facilities located around the hotel, and the army is also standing by here. It is much stricter here than in the lower urban areas, you know. Butchu, what about Aze's sensei? It seems that he will head here after joining up with Oniasama and the others on another route, since they're really close friends, after all. I knew it was only a matter of time before those two hit it off. Geez, the meeting was not even a month old and Surzech and Azazel are the best of friends. Go figure. While I was thinking this, the limousine arrived at the hotel. When we came out, we were welcomed by many employees. We entered inside like that. And once Aknasen confirmed us at the front desk, we went into the elevator. It seems the party is on the huge top floor. Eyes, if you're called out to by any people from distinguished families, make sure to greet them properly, okay? Yes, Butchu. Tonight's party was prepared by Mausama for the young devils, right? That is the official stance. In truth, people won't get very excited even once we enter the room. This is an annual custom. If anything, it's more like a gathering for the members of all the distinguished families to meet. We, the next family heads, are just extras, while it's really a party for our fathers to enjoy themselves. In reality, they've made reservations at the nearby facilities until the 4th or 5th after parties. Proof of that is that they arrived at the meeting place separately from us. They probably gathered together before the young people arrived and may have already finished their alcohol. Butchu grumbled with a displeased face. Next to us, Aknasen and Kiba were also giving bitter smiles. The elevator arrived, and when we stepped out, the entrance to the meeting place was opened. We were led into a gorgeous hall. On this incredibly large floor there was a crowd of devils and various delicious-looking foods to eat. The ceiling had, as expected, a huge chandelier. Everyone noticed Butchu's entrance, and breaths of admiration were let out. Princess Riaz, you've become more and more beautiful. Surzech-sama must also be proud. Everyone was looking at Butchu. She said that they would not be excited. They're plenty excited if you ask me. They could kiss her feet all they want. It means nothing in the end. Because I'm engaged to that princess and she loves me as well. I wanted nothing more than to raise my head high with a smirk, but need to be professional. Still, I am the better man for winning Butchu's heart. Ooh, there's so many people. The dressed-up Gasper was tightly sticking to my back. Again, why are you wearing a dress? For the sake of being seen in one. As usual, his cross-dressing hobby is still difficult to understand. But he's improved a little, hasn't he? Even though he was exposed to the curious gazes of so many people here, he didn't try to run away. So he's also trained for this too. Good. He's making progress. Eyes, we're making our rounds of greetings. I simply put on a soft smirk and nodded in Butchu's direction. I was already educated on how to act like a gentleman due to the practice lesson I learned from Veneranasan and from my own personal lessons. However, it all felt natural to me. Like I lived another life where being a gentleman was in my blood. Strange anyways, I followed Butchu as we greeted people after people who were all excited to meet me in person. This is going to be a long night. Hopefully there is no age restriction for consuming alcohol here in the underworld. I could use a drink. Zox. I'm so tired. Having finished my greetings, I was freed, but me, Asia, and Gasper sat down on chairs prepared in a corner of the floor. Butchu and Aknason were a distance away conversing with some female devils. Kiba, let's face it, we all know where he is, surrounded by groups of female devils. Since this was really our first time at a party like this, me and Asia and the others were all in a corner, mentally fatigued and completely exhausted. Not me. I'm only sitting here cause I don't want to talk to any more devils of high class. There were the occasionally male devils that greeted the cute Asia and offered to dance. But one look at my scowl and they left with a very nervous and very terrified expression. Ha, pusses, eyes. Asia, Gasper, I've gotten some food, eat up. Zenobia, who had gotten up from her seat a little while ago, was skillfully holding a massive quantity of dishes. On top of the dishes were various extravagant foods. Sorry about this, Zenobia. No, it's nothing. This amount is inexpensive. Look, it's better for Asia to have a drink too. Thank you very much, Zenovasan, since it's my first time doing this kind of thing. I was nervous and my throat got dry. Asia accepted the glass of juice from Zenobia and started drinking it. I started on the dish I'd been given. It came complete with chopsticks. Well, since there were reincarnated devils besides us in here, they must have been prepared for every way to pick up one's food. And then, there was a silhouette in front of me. It was a girl wearing a dress. She was staring at me really hard. Who was she? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. It's been a while, Sekuruyute, the sister of that Yakitori bastard. Yes, it was the sister of Ria's former fiancé, Razor Phoenix. It's been several months since we last saw or heard of him. Ravel Phoenix, you're still as beautiful as when I first met you, I unconsciously said. I don't know how or why I said that, but I got a reaction. She looked angry. She was staring at me with red on her cheeks from embarrassment or because she liked the compliment. I don't understand women and their emotions. Sorry. So, is your brother doing well? Wanting to change the subject, I brought up her brother. Ravel sighed at this. Thanks to you, he's been in low spirits. It seems that his defeat and having Ryasama stolen away by you was a great shock. Well, since he had always relied on his talent and got cocky because of it, it should have been a good lesson for him. Well, how harsh. So, she severely cuts her brother down too. Don't get me wrong. I hate that asshole. Ha 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 ha, you're pretty merciless. You were also part of your brother's group, right? About that, I've currently finished trading, and I've now become my mother's servant. My mother traded away an unused piece she had in exchange for me. Since my mother said that she would trade me again when I found someone whose family I want to become part of, I'm essentially a free now. Since my mother doesn't participate in the games. Trading, I had only heard this a total of 3 times during my earlier stay in the underworld before this one. I read it up on how trading evil pieces was normal and common in the underworld. Can trade one or more of their own evil pieces with another, as long as the condition of them being the same pieces as the ones that were offered were met. BBY the way, Sekuruyute. Please stop it with the Sekuruyute. My name is GODLIKE Issei. You're the same age as me, right? Then, speaking to me normally is fine. Everyone calls me, you know. I took a shot in the dark with Ravel's age. I was already familiar with devils choosing their own appearances and age. Veneranasan being an example. How I easily mistaken her for Butchu's older sister and not her mother, which she turned out to be. But I feel, somehow, that Ravel was the same age as me. Is it really okay for me to call you by your name? Why the sudden reaction? Is she happy? Is that the emotion I'm sensing from her? Cough. Then, I'll oblige and call you Isama without reservation. Sama. No, it's fine without such a thing. No, this is important. Ha ha ha. Well, that was unexpected. I'll humor her and let her call me Isama. I just hope it doesn't backfire in any way. Oh, look, a familiar face. Ravel-sama. Danasama's friend is calling for you. If I remember correctly, this is Isabella. She is a member of Riser's peerage. I don't remember names too often, but I never forget a face. I understand. Isama, the next time we meet, would you like to have some tea with me? And if it's okay with you, would you like to have a homemade cake PP prepared by me? Before I could give an answer, Ravel suddenly raised the hem of her dress, curtsied, and then left. Strange girl, but cute nonetheless. Hey, GODLIKE Issei. The girl Isabella called my name. You're Isabelasan of the Phoenix family, right? Yes, you gave me a good blow back then. I still remember it. It seems you've become even stronger. When you become even stronger, I'll be able to boast about my story as well. I nodded my head at her logic. You're Ravel's escort, aren't you? Well, something like that. Because that girl has things that she can't grasp as a child. Like our master Razor-sama, since that battle during the engagement party. Ravel has only talked about you. She seems to have found the fight between you and Razor-sama very impressive. I'm surprised she's not angry at all. I mean, I did steal Ryasama from her brother and made some thoughtless remarks to her too. No, it's the opposite. Well, it's fine. You'll understand eventually. In any case, please tell her that having tea with her would be okay with me. Really, thank you for that. Ravel will be happy. Now then, please excuse me now. Please have a good time at the party. With that, Isabelasan waved her hand and left just like that. Senpai, you surprisingly have a lot of devil friends. Gasper said that with a look of admiration. Haha, you have exactly no idea how right you are, Gasper. I answered in a vague way. Gasper either didn't hear it or choose not to comment. As I scanned the room of the hall, I spotted a small shadow move across my sight. It stealthily exited the hall without making a noise. My curiosity piqued, I decided to follow the small shadow. Asia, Zenobia, please wait here. Isen, what's wrong? The Mayusama's greeting will be starting soon. I know, but there's a little acquaintances of mine here that I want to go see. I'll return by the time of the greeting. All right, we'll stay here. Yeah, I lied to the two of them. I want to keep them safe. Everything I've done up till this moment was to protect everything I hold dear. Although lying to them pulls at my heartstrings, I have no regrets. I stood up from my seat and went into the direction of the restroom to hide suspicions. When I reached the exit, I teleported myself using my bat summons. Outside, I continued to follow after the shadow which was heading for the forest that surrounds the hotel. Why? I have no clue. But I prepared myself for a fight if one was going to happen. I walked through the forest with the cover of night hovering above. My visibility had grew worse with no light source to light my way, but I was using my sensing powers and I noticed 2 high-leveled energy sources here in this forest. Not turning back, I continued straight ahead. After several minutes of advancing through the forest, I reached a clearing. The moon shone down, bathing the clearing in a light blue glow. It was beautiful to witness. I wished I had brought Butchu and the girls to see this. However, it seems that would have been a bad idea, for my guest had revealed herself. Ah, so you're the Sekiryuite who forced Volley to retreat. It seems Volley was not kidding about your power. Even now I'm having trouble just standing a little away from you. Looking forward ahead, appearing from the shadows was a woman wearing a black kimono. Somehow, she seemed similar to Konkachin, cat ears on her head and tail flowing behind her back. This was no doubt. This was Konkachin's older sister, the same one in the story. Even your eyes hold great power. Though they give off a frightened and despair look, I see a will to protect in them as well. You truly are a strange Sekiryuitanian. After not speaking since she first revealed herself, I finally spoke. Kuroka, otherwise known as the Demon Cat, to show yourself here at a party where many high-class devils, including the 4 Maoists in attendances. You are extremely brave. Huh, you know my name and who I am. Yet, you aren't afraid of Menyon? Kuroka looked confused that I showed no fear despite knowing who she was. I could feel her power clearly from how close we were, and it's nothing to laugh at. However, I've dealt and fought worse. Before I could continue, another voice rang out behind Kuroka. There you are, Kuroka. Look, I know you want to see your little sister so bad, but you can't go too far by yourself with us being in enemy territory and all. You need to— oh, it's you again. From behind Kuroka came out a good-looking man wearing what looked like ancient Chinese armor from the 3 Kingdoms. If memory is correct, Michelson mentioned a man wearing Chinese armor who took Volley away after I lost consciousness. His name was Sun Goku Biku. That's right. You were asleep, resting on Ria's Gremory's lap when I arrived. Man, what did you do to Volley? I never seen him so afraid in my life. Did my transformation into a Forsaken really cause Volley much trouble that he was afraid of me? I hope this doesn't hinder my plan to recruit him. Why are you two here? If this is an act of terrorism against the devils here at this party, know that I won't hold back against you too. I had a pretty good reason why Kuroka was here, but Biku was a mystery. Despite the seriously of my threat, they still managed to smile. No such thing. We didn't come down here for such a thing. It's just that a standby order has come down here for such a thing. Me and Kuroka are off duty right now. When the order was given, Kuroka suggested visiting the devil's party. Since she likely wouldn't return easily, I came along with her too. I could sense that he was not lying. If they really came for such a thing, then Kuroka is after Konkachin. That shadow I saw back at the party, that was intended for Konkachin to see and follow out here where you would reveal herself to her. Am I on the right track? Exactly right. I just wanted to see little Cheyenne before I was called back by Volley. As you can see, I don't wish to fight. I just want to see my little sister and say hi. As a worried older sister, can you please, as a member of Ria's Gremory's peerage, can you please bring Cheyenne outside? I promise to not hurt anyone as long as this request is met. A older sister who only wants to see her little sister. I want to believe her words, but they're the enemy and I refuse to hand over Konkachin when she is not in her right mind. I refuse. Konkachin is not going anywhere with you. She's still deciding whether to use the power hidden within her, and meeting you would only complicate things for her. Kuroka's smiling visage, it disappeared in an instant. She was not pleased and her power was beginning to shake the forest. If that barrier I sensed when I first entered was supposed to hide Kuroka and Biku's presence, then it was beginning to break. Biku didn't seem to mind this and spoke while yawning. Kuroka, let's go back. Since we can't participate in that party anyway, it's a waste to stay here. Yes, let's return. But I'll take Shryoni with Menya, since I didn't bring her with me that time. Ara, if you bring her back with you of your own accord, Volley might get angry, you know. When they know that the same power as mine flows within her, both Off-Eyes and Volley will be convinced, right? I narrowed my eyes at the mention of Off-Eyes. Well, that may be so. Hiroka smiled widely with narrowed eyes. If she was showing me any mercy before, now she's not showing none. Wait, completely off topic. This was Konkachan's older sister, and Hiroka was well endowed with large BRST and a beautiful body with curves in all the right places beneath her kimono. And Konkachan may grow up to look like her older sister. The future is bright indeed. Probably not the best thing to say when you're going into battle. Coming back to the real world, I stepped forward, acting like a wall between the two of them and the hotel behind me. I'm sorry, but as a fellow member and a friend of Konkachan, I refuse to let you take her with you. To strike my point home, I raised my power level enough to shake the clearing we were in. Hiroka and Biku would have laughed at this if the power they were feeling was not about to cause an earthquake. Damn, he's given us away. Biku and Hiroka were both practitioners of Senjutsu, with Hiroka having a higher understanding of the art. Both could easily sense through Senjutsu that my release in power had signaled all the devils at the hotel and they were on their way. Hiroka, we need to leave now before. Biku didn't finish with him being blasted back by a shot of red energy. Hiroka looked forward to see smoke rising from my left hand, showing that I was the one who fired the blast of energy. Returning to her senses, Hiroka released an indescribable sensation. It felt like the space around us had halted, with me frozen in place and unable to move. I see. So besides knowing Senjutsu, Aojutsu, and devil magic, you also have learned to control space. I didn't go as far as learning how to control time, but I have fairly picked up on how to control space. If I use the essentials of barrier techniques, it's relatively impressive. However, it's meaningless against one who has mastered to control time and space. I said the last line quietly where Hiroka couldn't pick it up. Flexing a small pool of my power, I broke free of Hiroka's hold and destroyed her barrier in the process. What impossible. No one could easily break free from my control except the four Maoists. Hiroka said fearfully at how I broke free so easily. People still underestimating me. Sigh, then they'll be in for a shock when the truth comes out. Is that all I expected? More from the S-rank devil known as the GRR. Don't get cocky, you brat. Hiroka channeled Senjutsu into her hand and fired the shot at me. I didn't move and took the shot head on. The attack hit my chest, and except a good half of my chest was exposed. I didn't flinch. Try this then. Hiroka gathered the same level of Senjutsu in her right hand while simultaneously gathering Yaojutsu in her left hand. Combining the two, she fired the combined energies, which hit me dead on, and like before, no damage. My suit was ruined and a burn mark appeared where her shot hit, but still standing with an unreadable expression on my face. Impossible. That attack was mixed with a considerable amount of Senjutsu and Yaojutsu. How could you easily take that head on and not take damage? Hiroka finally lost composure, falling to her knees as one of her strongest attacks were easily swatted away by this man known as the Sekiryute. Hiroka looking at her name being called. Hiroka hit a gasp at how close I was to her. Standing only 2 feet from Nekomata, I spoke in a serious voice. You who had been blinded by power left a wound on the heart of this girl that won't disappear for her whole life. After you killed your master and left, this child saw hell. When I first met her, there were no feelings left in her. Konkachan was betrayed by you, who was her only family to her, lost a future to rely on, and was despised and abused by other devils, to the point where she was going to be disposed of. She saw many harsh things. That's why I will show her many fun things. I looked down at the defeated Hiroka. The S-rank Nekomata, who was feared for her power of Senjutsu among other things, was now on her knees close to tears. Why are you telling me this? Why don't you kill me? I'm an S-ranked stray devil for killing my master. You should be running away from me and fear not talking to me like we're equals. I'm known as the who had gone crazy from Senjutsu corrupting my mind. But you don't show any fear of me. Why? Hiroka was indeed bawling now. Her defenses were broken down, and what was shown was not a fearless and sassy Nekomata who happens to be an S-ranked criminal. Now before Issei was a girl crying all her troubles away. Hiroka may act and have the appearance of a full-grown adult. She was still a girl, someone who was given the short end of the stick that essentially FCK'd her life and her sister's life, forcing her to become a criminal, while in the process, losing the love and trust of her own family left. She continued to cry her heart away, the thought of death long forgotten. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms embracing her tightly. She felt safe in this man's warm embrace. The thought of running away disappeared when in Issei's embrace. No more. She heard him speak softly. She tried to turn her head to see his face over her shoulder to hear what he had to say. I know the truth. You didn't kill your master because you went crazy with power. Hiroka's ears perked at hearing me say this. You did it to protect Konkachan, or should I say, Shiren. You didn't agree with what they wanted to do to Shiren, and I agree with you. By killing him you saved Shiren, but announce yourself as a stray devil for killing your master, and you didn't want Shiren to live a life on the run. So, you made the toughest decision in your life and abandoned Shiren knowing she would be safer away from you. However, you didn't know what happened to Shiren after they captured her. If you knew that they would have had her executed, then you would have taken her with you. I am right, aren't I? Kuroka didn't know what to say. She was truly speechless. This man, Issei, just said the story everyone in the underworld knew, but his version was spot on the truth. She killed her former master because what they wanted to experiment on Shiren. Kuroka couldn't stand for that and killed him. Everyone who heard the story believed that she went crazy from an overdose of senjutsu. Yet Issei managed to find out the true reason on what happened that day. It greatly shocked her that he would know as from what Vali told them. Issei hadn't been the Sekiryuite for a year and he knew so much of her and Shiren's past. How do you know all this? That I killed my former master because what he wanted to do to Shiren. I just pulled back and looked into the Nekomata's eyes, because I know another group of sisters who nearly experienced the same misfortune that befell yours and Shiren's. I saved them and offered them a home, an offer they graciously accepted. Their story reminded me much about yours and Shiren's when I heard it again from Butchu's mother. Putting pieces together after much research, I knew that you didn't do what you did without good reason. And I believe you when I say although it failed, you did what you did to protect your little sister. Kuroka felt something within her click when she and Issei's eyes met. His eyes held the same intensity, determination to protect, and dare she say it, sekappealism. As Kuroka was going to speak again, Issei gently left her embrace and jumped back several feet. Good idea, as a tear appeared in the space between them. Appearing from out of the tear was a man, a young man wearing a suit. He held in his hand a sword that was releasing a holy aura to the max. A holy sword, I uttered softly under my breath. The young man didn't hear me and turned to face Kuroka and Biku, who finally returned from where I blasted him earlier. I'm surprised he didn't get up earlier. That shot was not all that powerful. That's far enough, Biku, Kuroka. The devils have noticed. Wearing glasses, the man said this to Biku and Kuroka. Biku approached from behind the trees. Aren't you Vali's attendant? The man pushed up his glasses and spoke. Because Kuroka was being slow, I came to see. And even Biku is here. Geez, what are you two doing? The man sighed. Excuse me, I said, grabbing the attention of the three. That's a holy sword, is it not? Yes, it is. The holy sword Kalbrand, also known as Caliburn. It is called the strongest holy sword. The man said. My thoughts raced trying to solve how Vali managed to get a hold of such a powerful holy sword. And there was still the matter about the second sword still in its sheath on his back. As if to answer my question from reading my mind, he pointed to the sword still in its sheath. This is the final Excalibur that was recently found, the strongest of the 7 Excaliburs. To be talking like that, you're pretty calm, aren't you? The man nodded at Kuroka's question. Yes, the truth is that I also have a lot of interest in the comrades of these guys. Sekiryuita Dono, could you please give my greetings to the Holy Demonic Sword user and Holy Sword Durandal user? I'd like to face them sometime as fellow swordsmen, you know. That said, the man turned to his 2 comrades. Now then, let's retreat. The man then cut the air with the sword called Kalbrand, and another spatial tier appeared and spread out, one that several people could pass through. Goodbye, Sekiryuite. The man left with just those words. Biku followed after with a wave of his hand. All that remained was Kuroka, who had yet to go through the tier. Sekiryuite-kun, thank you for your words of kindness. I'm little disappointed I'm leaving without even seeing little Shrione. I hope the next time we meet you'll allow me to see Shiren. I chuckled and ran a hand through my long brown hair. Just call me Eyes. It will be easier to go by, and for Konkachan, let her come to terms with her power whether she wants to use it or not. When she's ready, I'll let you see her. Hiroka smiled bitterly but smiled nonetheless. Then, can you give her this for me? Hiroka approached me, then reached into her kimono and pulled something out. It was a little bell attached to a black collar, and there was a heart-shaped pendant next to the bell. Hiroka put the bell in my open palm and closed my hand into a fist. It's Shiren's. This will be a bridge that will help repair my and Shiren's relationship as sisters. Please make sure she gets it. Hiroka pleaded with a trembling face. She was truly serious about restoring the lost friendship she had with Konkachan. I can vouch that she really wanted to fix what was broken. I'll give her this bell before she goes to bed tonight. I smiled at Kuroka to reassure her. She smiled brightly at this before moving away back to the rift. Well, now I can go. Bye, Ice-kun. I'll see you again when I... Halt, Hiroka. We're too late. Behind me were all the devils from the hotel. Butchu, Sonokachu, Sarayorg, all their peerage members, Tannasan, Surzech, and the other Maois, Azazel, Grafia, Lord Gremory, and a group of older-looking devils who all gave off the same air as those old geezers from a month ago. Eyes, get away from her. Butchu's voice of urgency rang throughout the clearing. Nisama, Konkachan said, her body trembling and voice in pants at seeing her older sister for the first time since all those years ago. Konkachan's Nisama, Asia said, full of curiosity. Surrender yourself, Kuroka. You are surrounded and you will answer for your crimes. Surzech said, his tone full of seriousness. The sis Khanhim was gone. nowhere to be found within those eyes. Yawn, as fun as that sounds, I'm going to have to decline. I'm already late as it is and I don't have time to play. She said this without a hint of fear. Two face down against an army of devils with 6 of them being the 4 current Maoists, Azazel, governor of the fallen angels, and Graphia, known as the strongest queen. I'm deeply impressed. I have tried to be reasonable, Kiroka, but we can't allow you to escape a second time. Subdue her and seal her magic power. Surzech gave the order to 2 guards who followed Surzech's order and lunged themselves at Kiroka. She readied a considerable amount of senjutsu into her hands, prepared for the battle ahead. Just as the 2 guards finished their attack and were close to capturing Kiroka, all of a sudden, the 2 men burst into flames. Kiroka, as well as everyone else, were wondering what happened. Kiroka didn't do this as her attack had yet to be used. I would use this attempt at escaping. Kiroka looked to see me standing in front of her like a wall, protecting her from all the other devils. With her using senjutsu, she saw a heavy aura that resembled fire surrounding me. I won't say it again. You have more than overstayed your time here. I said this to Kiroka, hoping she would take my advice and leave already. All this could have been avoided had Kiroka left with that guy, Vali's attendant, and Biku. Now I have to clean this mess up. Seeing me stand in front of Kiroka raised question marks for everyone present. Ice gun, what is the meaning of this? Bachu and Surzech-sama both asked me on why I'm protecting a traitor. I've discovered the truth. The real reason behind that story between the 2 cat sisters. I can't allow you to capture Kiroka. That is all. Ice gun, she is a S-ranked criminal wanted for the death of her master and joining with... While I won't decline the other claims against her, I however can't overlook her being hunted for so long. She's not to be trusted, Azazel shouted, standing next to Surzech. I ignored all the pleas and requests to stop. I know what I'm doing and I hope to whoever that Kiroka leaves this time. D-drag. Closing my eyelids, I channeled a good amount of energy into my eyes. My hair began to rise high above my head. After gathering the necessary amount of energy, I opened my eyes, revealing my eyes still their normal black. But the golden yellow pattern was now red orange color with a dragon-like slit for the pupil. Now releasing more of my power, I saw that those with weak hearts were on the ground unresponsive. D-drag, come to me, I yelled within my mind. Red orange flames danced around me, my body being surrounded in the same aura as the flames from before. Soon the aura began to take shape. The aura expanded to great length and height. The aura began to take shape, becoming a skeleton of the same color. Not just any skeleton, the skeleton of a dragon's head. Soon muscles grew around the bones of the skeleton, then scale mail for armor. The head fully formed covered me and Kiroka, who was standing behind me, in its full glory for the world and in this case, party of devils to see. They all saw me summon what looks like a large dragon's head made of my magic. A large dragon head made of pure energy and of the same aura appeared roaring into the sky. The dragon head, which bears a striking resemblance to D-Drake. Could this dragon somehow be linked to D-Drake sealed within Issei? They thought. The dragon grinned, looking at the gathering of devils, however, not attacking a single one. I grow tired of this pointless banter. Kiroka is not to be harmed. Do I make myself clear? Boy, even if you are the Red Dragon Emperor, you cannot protect a criminal, or we may suspect you to be working with said criminal. An old Jissen devil said this, with most of the older devils agreeing with him. Move aside, boy. Stop protecting the traitor. Capture the Red Dragon Emperor. He's under her spell. He is using the Red Dragon Emperor as a means to escape. Please, Ice Gun, move aside or we will have to go through you. Surzech said this with a sad smile. He and everyone else were still pleading for me to stand down. I understand the position you are, Surzech, for I myself have been in that same position numerous times. But this is for Konkachan and Kiroka to one day come together as sisters. I warned you not to wake me. Everyone was confused by this. Seconds later they fully understood what I meant. Fire began to rise behind me, raising the temperature to catastrophe levels. Sweat formed on the party of devils and Azazel. The flames continued to burn brightly, showing my anger and rage. An arm grew from the right side of the dragon's head, growing muscles and scales soon after. It opened its palm facing the group. A ball of dark energy covered in red outlines appeared in the dragon's hand, sparks of red lighting racing around the ball of energy. Those who saw the familiar ball of dark energy became fearful and surprised, not more so than Lord Gremory, Surzech, and Bachu. That's the Gremory's power of destruction. How does the Red Dragon Emperor know how to use it? A random devil yelled, garnering the attention of those who do not understand. Reaching behind my belt as if something was there, I pulled out an obsidian chokuto, unsheathing the blade. It was dark as night. I stabbed the ground in front of me, an impassive look on my face. I spoke calmly, but Surzech and the older devils heard the power behind my words. Let me say this. Dragons were a stubborn race, more so when it comes to sleep. We, dragons, refuse to wake up to anything. We like to sleep in and for long hours, days even. Surely everyone here knows for a fact what happens when dragons happen to be awoken from their sleep. My hair shadowed my eyes, creating ominous air around me, making me more terrifying to the younger crowd. I opened my eyes, showing my clear rage within my red orange eyes. Never wake a sleeping dragon. You'll surely regret it, and I'm not in a conversing mood. Anyone who lays a finger on Kuroka will be executed where they stand. Kuroka, I looked over my shoulder to see Kuroka was standing, fearful of my presence. Leave now, before I turn my blade against you for causing all this. She nodded her head once, fully understanding that I was no longer in a talking mood, nor was I the same Issei she was talking to earlier. I'll go back now, but I hope to see you again. Ice gun, she snuck behind me and kissed my cheek. That Nekomata, I looked over my shoulder again and saw Kuroka finally go through tear before closing behind her. Turning back around, I faced the crowd. Sighing, I sheathed my sword back into its sheath locked in my belt. Azazel, I called the fallen angel governor, getting his attention. I learned far more than balance breaker from Taninasan. I'm proud to say that my sentence was cut off when I vomited up blood. Ice-gun, Isen, Hyodaukun. Everyone called my name and worried at me, all of a sudden vomiting my own blood. I fell to my knees, clutching my head in pain. This is again, I was in excruciating pain. I couldn't move or do any magic from the amount of pain I was in. I released a pain-filled scream, yelling loudly into the night sky, then falling forward, unconscious. But you yelled, moving towards my prone body, followed closely by everyone else. I'm officially back. My first update for the new year of 2015. Man, I'm late. Anyways, hopefully you enjoyed this long chapter and don't be too disappointed that it ended in a cliffhanger. It was supposed to anyways, so don't feel too mad about it. This is long enough, so any questions you have, PM or leave a review and I'll answer your questions as soon as possible. I gave out a good number of hints, so don't say you can't find anything. A man and his entourage were seen walking through a crowded street in the city of Lucifer. The crowd of devils soon parted happily to make way for him when they recognized who this man was. Ezio-sama, we must hurry if we are to reach the party. A handsome man with black spiky hair slicked back, wearing a high-collared white cloak, said, Forgive me and thank you, Takatora. We can't afford to be any late that we already are. The man, now known as Ezio, he wore white with red robes with a hood that covered most of his face, including his eyes, except for the lower half of his face that had small goatee. The hood was made from wool with a beak like an eagle's beak. He also wore the same high-collared white cloak as Takatora. Then let us hurry, young master. A female voice ranged out behind Ezio. Very well, Himari. Himari appears as a young Japanese woman in her adolescent years with a buxom figure. She has long black hair with a blue tint that extends all the way down to her hips, with several bangs hanging over her forehead and side bangs that frame her face. She usually wears her hair in a long ponytail with a pink bow holding it in place. Everyone, we are moving. Ezio called to his 6 guards, all wearing white high-collared cloaks. They nodded or voiced with a hi, and followed after their master. Ezio, otherwise known as the 5th Mausama, had returned.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.